America fame and fortune. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 726, Cutting the Gordian Knot. Martin was quite impressed by the film Sicario, because it was indeed unique. There were not only Thanos and werewolves, but the most important thing was the heroine. The heroine, played by Emily Blunt, looked like the absolute protagonist when she appeared, but she played a supporting role throughout the whole film. In the middle of the film, the protagonist was completely replaced by another person. Even this female character did not play any role in the advancement of the plot. Perhaps it can be described as using a female perspective to drag out the dark world of the US-Mexico border for the audience to see. Martin put away the script and business card and recalled carefully. It was not clear how the film performed at the box office, but he remembered one thing: Sicario had a sequel. Hollywood investors, including him, would never invest in the second part of a film that did not make money. This is the best proof of commercial value. Martin directly called Denis Villeneuve, waited for the call to be connected, and said directly, "I'm Martin Davis. We met last night in the independent house by the sea in Santa Monica." Villeneuve quickly got out of a group of women. He pushed away an arm, kicked away a leg, and pushed away the mountain that was pressing on his head. Finally, he struggled out of the forest of flesh and said quickly, "Excuse me, Mr. Davis, please wait a moment." Several women's hands came over to grab him. Villeneuve protected his vital parts, left the area, came to the window, and said, "Mr. Davis, have you read the script?" Martin said, "Where are the rest of the scripts? Do you have them? If you have time today, you can come to my studio in Burbank." Villeneuve, the up-and-coming director, seemed to see the stairs leading to the upper class of Hollywood and opened the most critical door. He said, "I'll be there right away, at most 2 hours, no, 1 hour. I'll wait for you." The other party hung up the phone. Villeneuve glanced at the number on his phone, quickly saved it, and yelled. Among the women, someone shouted, "Dennis, are you crazy? Let me sleep a little longer." Villeneuve jumped over into steps and shouted, "Taylor Sheridan, get up, hurry up." He pulled people out of the crowd of women. After drinking too much alcohol and exercising crazily at the carnival party last night, these women were so drowsy that they didn't want to wake up, and Taylor Sheridan, who was wrapped in it, closed his eyes again. Villeneuve was angry, went to the bathroom to get a basin of water, and poured it down. There was a cry of surprise in the room, and 5 naked women and a man quickly got up. In the words starting with F. Taylor Sheridan saw the basin of water in Villeneuve's hand and wanted to come over to settle the score with him. The other women were also calling him a psycho. Villeneuve stopped Sheridan with just one sentence: "A company has read your script and wants to see the rest. Let's go there immediately." Sheridan stopped and turned his anger to the group of women. Let's go quickly, the carnival is over. Fuck." Several big horses gave him the middle finger. Sheridan found his pants, dug out his wallet, took out a stack of cash, and stuffed it into the leading woman's pocket. "This is all I have." The woman took the money and waved, "Sisters, let's go." After the women left, Sheridan put on his pants while asking, "Which company? Who called you?" "Martin Davis, the superstar, producer, and investor who just won the Best Actor award last night." Villeneuve said briefly, "I met him at the Oscars night party and gave him a copy. You've been rejected so many times, and you don't care about this one more time." I didn't expect Martin to respond. He put on his pants in a hurry. Hurry up. I promised Martin that I would get to Davis' studio in an hour." Sheridan quickly put on his clothes, saying as he put on his clothes, "I haven't finished the script yet, and you've submitted it everywhere. You've been rejected so many times, and you still don't give up." Villeneuve used himself as an example. "I got the script for Scorched Earth in 2003. How long did it take to make it into a movie? How many 8 years are there in life? We must hurry up and seize the opportunity." This touched Sheridan's heart. He has been an actor in Hollywood for more than 10 years and has always played marginal roles. His acting career has never made much progress. Since the year before last, he simply changed his track and tried to write scripts himself. By chance, Sheridan met Villeneuve, and they hit it off, and planned to cooperate on this project. The two of them each carried a briefcase, went out, got in the car, and drove straight to Burbank. More than half an hour later, Sheridan and Villeneuve appeared in Martin's office. Martin had someone check the information of screenwriter Sheridan at this time. Taylor Sheridan used to be an actor. The earliest work in his resume can be traced back to 1996. The most famous works he has starred in are CSI and Brunette Detective, and the roles are very marginalized small supporting roles. Villeneuve introduced the two sides. Martin didn't waste any words and asked directly, "What about the rest of the script?" Taylor Sheridan opened the file package, put a stack of bound printouts on Martin's desk, and said, "This is just the first draft. It hasn't been refined yet." Martin said, "You guys sit down first. I'll take a look." Taylor Sheridan knew very well that, after wasting more than 10 years in the industry, whether he could change his track and make a breakthrough was crucial today. After sitting down, he looked at Villeneuve frequently. The latter had experienced the big scene of being nominated for the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film. Although he had not been in the industry as long as Sheridan, he was much calmer than him and gave him a patient look. In fact, Villeneuve was also very anxious, which was also related to his future. Martin quickly flipped through the script. Although he had long forgotten the specific scenes of the film, the main plot was basically the same. After more than 10 minutes, he turned directly to the ending, quickly browsed it, and looked at Sheridan and Villeneuve. "The script is interesting. Are you willing to cooperate with Davis Studio?" Sheridan and Villeneuve had submitted to many companies before, either without a reply or being rejected. "Mr. Davis, are you going to make it into a movie?" Sheridan has been in the industry for many years and knows that many companies see a good script, pay money to buy the copyright, and then throw it into the script library for many years without necessarily filming it. If Davis Studio does the same, Sheridan will never cooperate. Martin Davis can afford to waste time, but a small figure like him can't. Villeneuve glanced at Sheridan and thought, "Have you forgotten what you agreed to?" Sheridan pointed at him and added, "When I was writing the script, Dennis gave me a lot of advice. He is the most suitable director." Martin said, "I just watched Scorched Earth City. It is very distinctive and a very good movie." Villeneuve said, "Thank you." Martin said, "Let your agent come over and discuss the specific cooperation matters. This type of film, even if it is well made, is difficult to explode commercially." Villeneuve didn't want to experience the 8-year-long torture of the previous Scorched Earth City again, so he kicked Sheridan. Sheridan was not hesitating, but facing Martin, a top figure in the industry, he was seriously lacking in confidence. He quickly said, "I'm willing to cooperate with Davis Studio, but there is one thing I need to explain in advance. The current script is only a first draft. I still need to revise it. I cannot prepare for filming immediately. It may take a few months, or longer." Martin was not surprised by this. These are not problems. Sheridan breathed a sigh of relief, took out his mobile phone, and went out to call his agent. The same was true for Villeneuve. Davis Studio stretched out such a big leg, and they quickly hugged it. If they missed it, they didn't know when the next one would come. Afterwards, Martin discussed the script with Sheridan and Villeneuve for a while, and found that, if the film wanted to be prepared, it would take at least the second half of the year or even longer. Sheridan's agent rushed over first, and went to discuss relevant matters with Jessica. Martin called Villeneuve and thought of one thing. He and Graham King had been looking for a suitable director to direct the project of Prince of Thieves. He asked directly, "Dennis, besides directing the current project, do you have any other work?" Villeneuve is a smart man and said, "Not yet." He smiled helplessly. "Although The Scorched Earth was nominated for the Best Foreign Language Film, my situation has not improved significantly. I haven't received any invitations yet." Martin found the script of The Prince of Thieves. "I have a project here, about a group of bank robbers. This is the script." Villeneuve took the script and read it carefully, and said, "Is it adapted from a novel?" "I have read the original novel." Martin gave a general introduction. "Yes, it is adapted from Chuck Hogan's novel of the same name. The project has begun to be prepared. The producers are Graham King and Louise Mayer." Villeneuve flipped through it for a while, looked up at Martin. "Can I direct this project?" "I can only guarantee to give you an interview opportunity." Martin asked himself that he was not as professional as Graham and Louise in this area. You need to be interviewed by 2 producers. Villeneuve thought about the progress of Sheridan's script and said, I want to try. Martin sent a message to Graham and Louise respectively and gave their contact information to Villeneuve. The studio for this project is at Disney Studios. Please schedule an interview with the 2 producers. Villeneuve quickly put away the note, I'll call them right away. Both Graham King and Louise Mayer are first-line producers in the industry and the dream partners of small directors like him. Soon, Villeneuve's agent also came to Davis Studio. The negotiation was very fast. Martin was worried that a situation similar to Megan Ellison would occur again, so he cut the Gordian knot and bought out Sheridan's script for $100,000. The script was officially named Sicario. Chapter 727 deliberately showing off. With the end of the Oscars, The Martian was completely withdrawn from North American theaters, and the North American box office finally stopped at the figure of $322 million. The overseas screening of the film has not yet ended. Especially in Japan, a desert market for Hollywood movies, The Martian will not be released until March. The global box office of the film has accumulated $776 million. As time enters March, the box office of Hollywood movies released last year has mostly settled. In the 2011 North American box office rankings and global box office rankings, the 2 films starring Martin, John Wick 2 and The Martian, both ranked in the top 10. The Martian ranked 3rd in both lists, second only to Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2 and Transformers 3. John Wick 2 ranked 4th in both lists with $261 million in North America and $623 million worldwide. In addition, the film sold a total of $255 million in DVDs last year, ranking 2nd in the annual DVD sales list in North America, second only to Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2. In both films, Martin signed a contract with a basic salary of $20 million plus a tiered profit sharing contract of up to 10% of the North American box office. John Wick 2 was released at the beginning of the summer season last year. Disney Pictures has settled accounts with Davis Studio twice. In addition to the basic salary of $20 million, Martin also received a box office share of $22.57 million and a DVD and TV copyright share of $19.67 million. Martin achieved the feat of breaking through $60 million in personal income for a single film. Similarly, in The Martian, Martin's salary plus box office share alone exceeded $50 million. However, the distributor Disney Pictures is in the process of collecting payments from major North American theater companies, and this income will not be credited to Martin's account until the middle of this year. In 2011, Martin's income as an actor exceeded $100 million for the first time. In the latest annual income ranking of Hollywood celebrities released by People magazine, Martin ranked first with $115 million. Although most of the income has not yet been received, Martin has basically planned where to go. In addition to investment, he is preparing to buy a yacht. This was what Elizabeth Olsen had been promised before, but Elizabeth changed her mind. We are both at the stage of developing our careers. The number of times we go out to sea is limited each year. After we buy a yacht, it is basically idle and can only be thrown on the dock to rust. In the living room, Elizabeth rested her head on Martin's legs. When she raised her head, Lily, who was lying on Martin's shoulder, was hanging down and swaying. She stretched out her fingers and pressed them one by one, saying, "In the past 2 months, after watching the yacht advertisements, I felt that it was not a necessity for us at this stage. It would be more cost effective to buy a private jet." Lily grabbed Elizabeth's fingers, pressed them on Martin, and said, "Liz often goes on business trips and I attend art exhibitions and lectures everywhere. Martin, you have to run a lot of announcements every year. Private jets are more practical. At this stage, private jets are indeed more useful." Martin followed the advice. "You choose a suitable one and place an order directly." Elizabeth asked, "Do you have any special requirements?" Lily chuckled. "It would be best if we could play poker in the sky." Martin was more serious than her. "It must be able to fly international routes, well, with a private space." "Okay." Elizabeth understood, but thinking about flying in the sky, it would be quite exciting. The three of them talked about which brand they wanted to buy. First tier brands such as Bombardier, Gulfstream, Raytheon and Falcon were the first choice. As for Lily's random suggestion of getting a Boeing 737 for modification, Martin was not so generous. Speaking of airplanes, Martin thought of one more thing. It seems that Ukraine has several of the world's largest airplanes, but he forgot what they were called. I wonder if the village chief of the global village can get one after it goes online. Lily looked at the time and climbed up from Martin, pulling Elizabeth. Come on, accompany me to work. Elizabeth said, do you practice every day? Of course. Lily packed her clothes. If you don't practice for a day, your hands will become unfamiliar. Sculpture is a long-term job. I don't want to be an artist who is purely hyped by business. At least I have to have real skills in my hands. Elizabeth smiled sweetly, but the words she said were not sweet. How did you practice your fingers so flexibly? Martin, that bastard, can't last long. Lily opened her hand and clenched it again, because I have been secretly observing Martin since 7 or 8 years ago. I understand Martin's characteristics and can grasp his weaknesses with one hand. Elizabeth knew what she meant, and she also knew that Lily had an older sister. Before coming to Atlanta, one of Lily's hobbies was peeping. Lily leaned over and asked, Liz, do you want your fingers to become more flexible? Elizabeth licked her slightly dry lips with her tongue, letting Lily, who was trying to show off, realize that she was much better than her in some aspects. Lily forcibly pulled her away. Hurry up and go to work with me. We agreed that no one can cheat. The two men went to the studio. Martin also had things to do, so he went out quickly and met with lawyer Hamlin in Burbank. The latter was in charge of Martin's case against Warner Brothers. A month had passed since the lawyer's letter was sent, and Warner Brothers still showed no sign of wanting to pay the 2011 share of dozens of people, including Martin and Nalan. A few days ago, the lawyer representing Warner Brothers had the first out-of-court negotiation with several other lawyers. Warner Brothers proposed a plan to postpone the payment to July. At that time, in addition to paying the original amount, Warner Brothers would also pay interest according to the bank interest rate. As expected, the talks between the two sides broke down. Martin's request was simple, the same as everyone else. In addition to interest, there must also be liquidated damages and late payment fees, and everything must be done in accordance with the contract. Hamlin said, I understand, leave it to me. He didn't stay long, and soon said goodbye and left. Afterwards, Martin went to Disney Studios, where the studio for the new project Prince of Thieves had been established, and Graham and Louise were preparing for the film. Louise was in the studio, and after seeing Martin, she said, the director you recommended, Denis Villeneuve, is okay. After Graham and I interviewed him, he said that he would shoot a few minutes of footage, based on the script to prove that he is suitable for directing this project. Martin asked, how long will it take? A week at most. Louise said simply, of all the directors interviewed, I personally feel that he is the most suitable. He has studied the script carefully, and taking into account your basic salary of $20 million, the film can be completed with $50 to $60 million. Martin nodded. We have a sufficient budget, and funding is not a problem. Davis Studio, Pacific Pictures and GK Pictures are co-producers, and Martin also has investments from Wumeoting in South Korea. Louise said, if the clips that Villeneuve produces can pass our assessment, Graham will discuss the contract directly with his agent, and the project can be fully launched in 10 days. She paused slightly. My main focus is still on La La Land. They also need to select a director. Disney Pictures has rich experience in shooting musicals and has recommended several director candidates. I will meet them one by one next week. Martin sighed. It's really troublesome to prepare for a musical. The main reason is that musicals are a small category among small categories. Louise pushed up her black-rimmed glasses. There are not many professionals in this field. She reminded Martin, after the choreography is in place, you have to start professional training, and you have to start practicing the piano. Martin had learned piano from Sebastian privately for a while, but he had just gotten out of the one finger zen. Sebastian will be my piano teacher. Whether it's dancing or piano, it's quite troublesome. But Martin is dedicated enough, and will not use a stand-in. He will perform in person. His next work as an actor is basically confirmed. He will star in Interstellar, John Wick 3, La La Land and Prince of Thieves. The shooting schedule is easy to adjust, except for Interstellar directed by Nolan. The other 3 films are invested and produced by Davis Studio. The crew can fully cooperate with Martin's schedule when shooting. The two talked about some things about Warner Pictures. Louise has cooperated with Warner Brothers for many years and is very well informed on Warner's side. Last year several new films did not receive ideal box office and offline responses. Warner Pictures' repayment speed was indeed much slower, but there is no such problem for old films. Warner Pictures is dragging your share and not paying it because the funds were misappropriated by John Berg. Martin guessed, will John Berg misappropriate the money to make new films? Louise said, it was added to Jack the Giant Slayer. Didn't he create a brand new post-editing mode? Each version of the editing and the formation of the expert film viewing group all require a large amount of financial support. The original budget was not enough, so it had to be increased again. Martin asked, if this super production fails, will John Berg be the first person responsible? Yes. Louise said, in case of failure, even if John Berg is Kevin Tsujihara's brother-in-law, he can't escape accountability. Kevin Tsujihara can suppress the objections of the Warner Brothers board of directors, and there is also the Time Warner Group. Martin nodded and asked, I remember that Jack the Giant Slayer was released at the beginning of this summer? Louise thought for a while. In mid-May, there seems to be no large-scale productions of the same scale opening in the week before and the week after. Martin did not hide it and said directly, I wish him a failure. The La La Land crew hired a piano teacher specifically for Martin, and once the choreography was in place, he had to come to the crew on time to practice dancing. Taking advantage of the popularity of the Oscars, Disney Pictures officially launched the DVD of The Martian. In the absence of Ridley Scott, who was busy filming Prometheus, Martin devoted himself to the promotion of the DVD. After all, DVD sales are not only related to the income of Davis Studio, but also closely related to his share of the profits in the later period. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 728 Musk and the Three Sisters of Silicon Valley. Masses, Union Square, San Francisco. Martin sat at the autograph table, signed a DVD handed over by a fan, and said with a smile, thank you for your support. The signing time in the afternoon was approaching, and there were fewer people in line. There was a tall, white fat man holding a commemorative Blu-ray disc, and standing at the end of the line. When Martin looked up again, he saw Musk at the end of the line, and wondered what this guy was doing. Soon it was Musk's turn. He handed the disc to Martin and asked, old friend, take a photo together? After Martin signed, there was no one else behind him, so he simply stood up, and stood with Musk. The latter held the disc in one hand, and turned on the camera of his mobile phone with the other hand, handed it to Bruce, and did not forget to remind him, make me look more handsome and Martin look uglier. Martin said, listen to him. No matter how he took the photo, he was more handsome than Musk. After taking the photo, Musk took back his phone. Wait for me. He used this photo to send a tweet first. No matter what else, Martin, the new Oscar winner, is very popular now. Let's take advantage of the popularity first. Musk racked his brains to promote Tesla. Martin saw that he had finished his work and asked, you came here just to take a photo with me, right? Musk said, I heard that you came to San Francisco to promote your DVD, so I came here specially to invite you to dinner. He looked at Martin, who was worth over $1 billion. Who could ignore him? Especially someone who had climbed up from the bottom. How about it? Do you have time tonight? Martin moved his wrists, which were a little sore from signing too many autographs, and said, let's go. The two left Masses and got into a Tesla driven by Musk, heading straight to the San Francisco Bay Area and into a restaurant near the bay. The dinner was very sumptuous. Martin was from Hollywood, and Musk was deeply involved with Hollywood, so the topic always revolved around Hollywood. After chatting for a while, Musk brought up the old topic again. Have you forgotten what I told you about Amber Heard last time? You are not a good friend, are you? Martin responded sharply. Where are the beauties in the Silicon Valley technology circle you mentioned? Unexpectedly, Musk had already prepared it. He took out a photo and pushed it to Martin. I have always been particular about what I do and how I deal with people. I have prepared 3 candidates for you at once. Martin took the photo, which showed 3 women with long golden brown hair. He couldn't help but frown. Because the 3 women looked older. Martin thought to himself, this is clearly means type. Did Musk make a mistake? These 3 are sisters. Musk introduced Susan Wojcicki, Janet Wojcicki and Ann Wojcicki. Martin returned the photo. Man, I thought your appreciation of beauty was on the same level as mine, but it turned out to be horrible. Is this what you call a beauty? Musk pressed the photo. Listen to what I say first, and then judge whether they are beauties, okay? Martin made a gesture of invitation. Musk introduced Susan Wojcicki, Google's 16th employee, is now the head of Google's advertising business. It is said that she is likely to take over the position of CEO of YouTube. When Larry Page and Sergey Brin started their business, they rented her garage. He pointed to the second oldest woman, Janet Wojcicki, a PhD in anthropology and a master's degree in epidemiology from the University of California, is a respected female professor. She holds many patents and is wealthy. And this one. Musk pointed at the youngest woman, and Wojcicki, the third of 3 sisters, is the founder of a DNA identification company. She is worth more than you and me combined. She is the wife of Sergey Brin. After hearing these words, Martin looked at the photos again and found that the 3 ladies were indeed quite beautiful. Musk carefully selected these 3 candidates with a purpose. He said, they are all married. Wait. Martin interrupted the bastard. Ellen, what do you mean? Musk laughed. I have heard some rumors from Hollywood. Isn't this the type you like? Such rumors are often circulated in Hollywood. In fact, Martin has also heard of them, but for such slander, he must of course refute it with a clear attitude. Do you think it is possible? Does it conform to my aesthetic? Musk thinks the latter sentence may be true, and he doesn't believe the former sentence. Who doesn't have a girlfriend or wife in Hollywood? Who doesn't know about the shabby things in the Hollywood circle? What's the matter with Gillian Aniston? How did Charlize Theron have an affair with you? There are even rumors in the modeling circle that supermodels took the initiative to invite Martin to their pre-wedding bachelor parties. Are these all false? Martin shook his head. You are not sincere. Musk loosened his tie and began to speak seriously. Depp and you are mortal enemies. You found a way to get me close to Amber, which is equivalent to me helping you to get your mortal enemy's wife, right? Martin looked at him and said, if you want to do something shameless, don't drag me into raising the banner of justice. Musk's shameless remarks were far from over. Look, I help you. In exchange, shouldn't you also help me? Martin said, your purpose in looking for these 3 people is not pure. How can it be pure? Musk said directly, how can there be a pure relationship between men and women? Martin thought of the identities and wealth of these 3 people. Don't talk nonsense. What do you want to get from them through me? Musk said, as far as I know, the 3 of them are your fans, and they especially like you. Well, Tesla is preparing to raise funds to expand its shares. I want to get people from Google to join. They are the best breakthrough. He seemed ready to sacrifice himself. Martin, the 2 of us will go together then. 2 against 3. Absolutely no problem. Martin sneered. He had a brother who could deal with people of this age group. It was not a problem for him to fight 3 people of the same age. Musk continued, as long as we can convince them, we can definitely get Google involved this time. Martin still sneered. Musk said, Susan and Ann have billions of assets. If you told me this 6 years ago, I would say thank you. Martin did not have moral cleanliness. When he was in Atlanta, his biggest goal was to find a rich woman to lie down with. Later, he found 2 rich women, Kelly and Louise, but they did not give him a chance to lie down at all. They were only willing to push him from behind when he was sprinting. Martin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Forget it now. Musk understood. If you can go with me to convince them, this time Tesla will reserve part of the quota for financing and expanding its shares. Martin is not the poor boy he used to be. He has worked hard to climb up for so long. Why should he wrong his brother? He refused directly. You should go by yourself. I believe in your ability. Martin said he could not enjoy these beauties in the technology circle. Musk accused. Everyone says Martin is the most loyal to his friends. But what happened? You are not loyal. I helped you deal with debt, but you didn't do me a favor. Martin said, I'm afraid of being beaten to death by Sergey Brin. Musk shook his head. Seeing that he couldn't convince Martin, he didn't say anything more. Instead, he thought about going out on his own. It would be a big problem to fight 3 people at once. It would be a big problem to find one as a breakthrough point. He quickly locked his target on Sergey Brin's wife and Wojcicki. Martin and Musk had been familiar with each other for a long time, and he played his advantage of being thick-skinned. Tesla's financing and share expansion. It seems that you have encountered many difficulties. As a friend, I will help you solve the difficulties. I just received a large share of the profit this year and invested in Tesla. Musk thought to himself, didn't I just say this? You are not willing to help again. He said, funds alone won't help much. Don't forget that the endorsement negotiations between me and your agent broke down, and you renewed your contract with Cadillac. Martin said, Cadillac offered me a $15 million annual endorsement contract, but you refused to give me even $5 million, and you were unwilling to put your investment commitment on paper. It's meaningless to talk big. Musk said, forget about the simple investment. Man, you ignore the advertising effect I can bring. Martin said a few more words. Last year, I ranked first in the Hollywood celebrity power list and income list. Musk didn't care about it. Martin said, I'm the leader of the Coca-Cola God. According to incomplete statistics, there are tens of millions of Coca-Cola God believers in North America alone, and hundreds of millions of people around the world. Although I don't endorse Tesla, I'm optimistic about and invest in Tesla. How big is the advertising effect? Musk looked at Martin and suddenly found that Martin was really handsome, sunny and loyal. He is a very high profile person. One of the main reasons for doing this is to attract attention and make Tesla attract more people's attention. But the bastard on the other side had just rejected him, so of course he would not give in. Let me think about it. Martin did not force it. Tesla has already gone public. If it really doesn't work, choosing to trade in the secondary market is also a solution. After dinner, Musk asked the key question. I remember that Depp's Transcendence is about to be released. Haven't you received the premiere invitation from Megan Ellison? Martin said, don't worry, I will tell you when I receive it. I'm different from you. I'm most loyal to my friends. Musk looked like a good brother. I will definitely help you deal with Depp. Los Angeles, Columbia Building. A mansion occupies the entire top floor of the building. After Johnny Depp and Amber Heard got married, they moved here as their love nest. Amber went out to party. As night fell, Depp and his friends started the daily carnival party. Alcohol and flour, these are necessities for the party. Depp took the medicine and drank a glass of wine. His originally decadent spirit immediately became excited. Listening to the assistants discussing flour, Depp suddenly remembered something and asked one of them, Coulson, you mentioned last year that Fernandez said his superiors would deal with Martin Davis because they were either drunk or partying. They had long forgotten about it. Coulson said, I'll call and ask. Chapter 729 $5 million to kill Martin. Near Venice Beach, a large villa was brightly lit. Dozens of models were walking around the huge swimming pool, setting off the atmosphere. On the terrace of the villa, Michelle Bryan looked down at her kingdom. Fernandez came up from below and said, boss, the goods are all here. Michelle smiled and said, very good. Fernandez's phone vibrated. He said something to Michelle and went to answer the phone. When he came back, he was hesitant to speak. Michelle glanced at him and said, just say it if you have something to say. Last time, in order to appease Depp, you asked me to tell Depp's henchmen that they were trying to deal with Martin Davis. Fernandez said carefully, Depp's people called me and asked how the situation was. Hearing the name Martin Davis, Michelle's good mood disappeared. Fernandez didn't dare to say more and left quickly. I'll go downstairs to see how the goods are distributed. Michelle picked up the wine glass next to him and drank it all, then took out his mobile phone and made a call. Come over here. A few minutes later, Lynch went up to the terrace and asked, "Boss," Michelle asked, "have you found Nikia, Melina and Maya? These three bitches took her money and dared not do anything and ran away without a trace. Not only did they fail to seduce Martin Davis, they also lied to her and made her pay a lot of money. No, our people have searched all over Los Angeles." Lynch reported truthfully, "I sent people to check Maya and Melina's hometowns. They didn't go back. They should have hidden after leaving Los Angeles." Michelle said sternly, "Continue to track their whereabouts. I want to see them no matter if they are dead or alive." Lynch said, "I will catch them." He asked Martin Davis, "Pick a few more suitable candidates and find an opportunity." Michelle thought for a while. "Don't worry about this matter. I'll find a way." The three best girls under his command defected. Who else is suitable? As for Depp, as long as there is enough flour, this bastard will soon forget it. Los Angeles, Nokia Plaza. The sci-fi blockbuster Transcendence, produced by Annapurna Pictures and distributed by Warner Brothers, is holding a roadshow promotion here. Since 6 o'clock, a large number of fans have gathered in the square. In the rest area temporarily rented by the crew nearby, Megan Allison came to the door in a women's suit and met Daniel, the head of Warner Brothers distribution business. The latter looked at his watch and asked anxiously, "Is Johnny Depp not here yet?" Hearing the name Depp, Megan frowned slightly and said, "I asked someone to urge him. He should be here soon." Today's roadshow, as the absolute male protagonist, Depp is the key to a series of activities. Daniel looked at the time again. It was less than half an hour before the roadshow started. Under normal circumstances, Depp should come at least an hour in advance to put on makeup and prepare. He couldn't help it and said to Megan Allison, "The event must be postponed." Megan said, "The director and the heroine will go on stage first and wait for Depp to come. There is no other good way now." Daniel said, "When Warner Brothers cooperated with Depp in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory a few years ago, he was not like this. Although he was occasionally late." Megan thought, "If you saw Depp's performance during the filming, you would be furious." Daniel continued, "This time, Depp was the key to cooperating with you. Warner Brothers lost Martin Davis, a star. I think Depp should be able to replace him and even do better." "Is Martin Davis like Depp when he cooperates with you?" Megan asked. Daniel shook his head. "No, it's completely different. Martin is also difficult to deal with in some aspects, but in terms of dedication and professionalism, he is one of the best people in the circle." People who have not experienced Depp's torture cannot understand Megan Allison's complicated feelings at this moment. That was a huge salary of tens of millions of dollars, and the crew invited a super uncle to come and sit on the faces of the entire crew, including the producers and investors, and pee and shit. For hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, these people who were insulted had to endure it, and when facing the media and fans, they had to say that Desplat's urine smelled really good. If the film is a big success, all this will be worth it. Megan is confident and full of confidence, and the internal preview of Transcendence has received good responses. She asked Daniel, "You have a good relationship with Martin, right?" Daniel nodded. "Old friends." Megan was worried that she couldn't invite him, so she suggested, "Can you invite Martin to the premiere of Transcendence?" For some reason, Daniel suddenly thought of John Burke, who also invited Martin to the premiere of Pharaohs and Gods. "We are now partners." Megan didn't give Daniel a chance to refuse. "You won't even do this little favor, right?" Daniel said, "I will invite Martin, but I can't guarantee whether he will come." Megan couldn't ask Daniel to do more. The event outside started, but Depp didn't come on stage, and the fans scattered in Nokia Square were very dissatisfied. "Johnny Depp. We want Depp to come out. Give us back the captain." The square was in a mess. Fans were dissatisfied, and many media reporters were also leading the rhythm. Megan also heard it, and asked the assistant on the other side, "Isn't Depp here yet?" The assistant said, "I just called to urge him, and he said he was still on the way." Megan took out her mobile phone, walked to a deserted place, and called Amber Heard. "Where are you?" Amber on the other side said, "I haven't left the house yet." Fuck. Megan rarely swore. The event here has started, but the male lead is still at home. Anger was in her throat, and she roared, "Drag Depp to me within half an hour." After that, Megan hung up the phone. in the mansion on the top floor of Columbia Tower, listening to the busy tone of the mobile phone. Amber looked at the bed in the bedroom. Depp, who she had just dragged up, lay down again while she was on the phone. Last night, this group of bastards drank and took drugs. Who knows how long they partied, maybe even all night. Amber received Meghan's money, so of course she had to do something. She reached out to pull Depp, shouting as she pulled him, get up quickly, you have a notice to attend today, you must go." Depp was woken up just after he fell asleep, and he was in a bad mood. He shook his arm to open Amber's hand and said, go away quickly." This made Amber very angry, and her hand was also hit so hard that she shouted again, "You have a notice to attend Transcendence today. Shut your stinky mouth." Depp turned to the other side drunkenly. Amber is a tough woman, and she was furious. Seeing Depp close his eyes again, she was disappointed and angry. She jumped directly onto the marriage bed, took off her pants and squatted down, and did the thing that made her famous all over the world. Depp heard the sound, and smelled the smell, and jumped up. He sobered up instantly, and pointed at Amber and said, "Are you crazy?" Amber didn't care at all, and pulled Depp's duvet as toilet paper. "Are you sober now?" Depp was mad. "You are crazy. You are a lunatic." But despite the quarrel, Depp never took action. However, after this quarrel, Depp sobered up a lot and finally followed Amber downstairs. The nanny who had been with Depp for many years came in to clean up the room. When she saw the pile, she took out her mobile phone and took a photo. In the nanny car heading to Nokia Square, Amber really didn't want to pay attention to Depp and sat in the passenger seat. Depp was swaying in the car and was pushed by the bodyguard. He was more or less sober and picked up a newspaper and read it. It was a Los Angeles Times, and the newspaper had a news article in a prominent position. Depp saw it at a glance. It was a photo of Martin Davis and Tesla CEO Elon Musk. The content of the report had nothing to do with the movie, but was about investment. In this round of financing, Tesla accepted a $50 million investment from Martin Davis, who became one of Tesla's individual shareholders. Depp threw the newspaper aside. His already bad mood became even worse because he saw his mortal enemy. He thought of that incident again. "Coulson, is there no result over there?" Coulson replied, "No, they said it's still working." Depp really wanted Martin Davis to be finished. "Tell them that, as long as they torture Martin Davis to madness, I will give them $1 million. "No, $5 million. Coulson said tentatively. "Isn't the price too high?" Depp shouted, "I have plenty of money. I have a net worth of $500 or $600 million. $5 million is nothing. If any of you can make Martin Davis like Brad Pitt, I will still give him $5 million. The eyes of the followers were shining because there was too much money. It was worth the risk. Depp came to Nokia Square, and the event had been going on for more than an hour. Meghan Allison couldn't help but came over to criticize Depp. As a result, Depp had a fierce quarrel with her and refused to put on makeup before going on stage. The two sides were deadlocked, but the fans who participated in the roadshow were extremely disappointed. They came to see Depp and see the captain in their hearts. Many people came to line up in the early morning, and when it was almost noon, the event had been going on for 2 hours, but Depp still hadn't arrived. Outside the crowd, in a car on the side of the road, Ivan took out his mobile phone and made a call. When the call was connected, he said, "Spread the news." Soon, a message spread among the crowd of the roadshow that Depp had been partying all night last night, drunk too much and drugged, and just came here. Although Depp's die-hard fans unconditionally supported Depp, many passers-by fans were extremely dissatisfied, and all kinds of criticism spread like the wind. After waiting for a long time, Depp finally walked onto the stage, but judging from the way he walked, he was either drunk or had taken too much. Just when Depp just came to the center of the stage, someone in the audience suddenly shouted loudly, "The Queen of P! The Queen of P!" Those who had been waiting for a long time and were dissatisfied shouted together, "The Queen of Piss and Shit! The Queen of Piss and Shit!" Chapter 730 Tax Problems. Fans are a very peculiar group, and they cannot be measured by normal people's thinking. Extreme fans can turn into extreme haters in an instant. As the shouts in the square rang out, some of Depp's fans also joined in. "The Queen of Piss! The Queen of Piss!" For a moment, the shouts spread throughout the Nokia square. Depp's eyes widened, and his brain nerves, which were corroded by alcohol and drugs, tightened up. An impulse hit his head. Depp thought of the rotten things Amber did on the wedding bed a few hours ago, and his chest was about to explode. He raised his middle finger high and shouted, "Fuck," towards the place where the shouts were the loudest in the audience. Everyone on the stage was stunned. Depp was shouting to a specific group, but in the eyes of the people in the audience, Depp was shouting to all of them. The crowd in Nokia Square was excited, and the shouts became louder. Some people even threw the water bottles, light boards, slogans, etc. in their hands onto the stage. Depp's bodyguard reacted very quickly and immediately went over to drag Depp away, protecting him as he ran back. All sorts of mess fell on the stage like raindrops. The roadshow could not go on. A good publicity event turned into a mess in the chaos. The media reporters were more excited than each other. What's so good about the stable publicity notice? This is called news. Ivan put away the camera and started the car and called Jody at the same time. Big news. Depp provoked fans at the roadshow, gave them the middle finger, and cursed. Jody heard from Bruce that Depp had a roadshow today. A lot of people took pictures, right? I require timeliness. Ivan said, I'm on my way to TMZ. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Jody immediately responded, I'll wait for you at the door. In just 7 or 8 minutes, Ivan rushed over, and less than 5 minutes later, the video of Depp giving fans the middle finger and cursing was already on the front page of TMZ. In the hallway, Meghan was almost mad at what was happening. She was going to settle the score with Depp, but Depp got in the car and left. Daniel was speechless. He had been in Hollywood for more than 20 years, but this was the first time he had seen Depp like this. It was normal for Hollywood stars to act like big shots. There were countless stars who were difficult to please, but most of them had two faces. The one that acted like a big shot in private was rarely shown in public, especially in front of fans and fans. Fuck. Meghan couldn't help it. I'm going to kill this bastard. I'm going to dismantle Johnny Depp and throw him into the Pacific Ocean to feed the fish. Compared to Depp, her father, the crazy Larry Ellison, was simply a gentleman. Daniel advised, hurry up and take remedial measures and start crisis public relations. Furious Meghan thought of the two projects starring Depp and the extremely high production costs of Transcendence and The Lone Ranger of $150 million and $250 million respectively. She held back all her anger and called Wilson and Derek to clean up the mess. Daniel also called the people from the distribution company. 10 minutes later, Derek came to report to Meghan Ellison. Depp's photos and videos appeared on the front page of TMZ. I contacted TMZ, but they refused to remove the news. Meghan Ellison put her hands on her hips, spun around in anger, and after a long while, she said, find someone to keep an eye on Depp. I will. Derek did not forget to remind his domineering female president, we have another movie called The Lone Ranger that has a higher investment to be released. Meghan listened to him and waved her hand. She would not do anything to Depp before The Lone Ranger was released. The main reason was that the sunk cost was too high. In the studio of La La Land, Sebastian stood in front of the piano and told Martin some precautions when playing. Martin put down the music score and pressed the black and white keys, and the ding dong dong music sounded. Although the music played was not smooth, he was completely free from the one finger zen and could play the whole song in one breath. The piano music stopped, and Sebastian praised, the progress is very obvious. Thank you. Martin raised his hand and looked at his slender and powerful fingers. You are a good teacher. When he was a stuntman in his previous life, there was a great god in the group of actors he was in, nicknamed Cato Monkey, who was very powerful. At that time, Martin specifically asked Cato Monkey for advice. After coming to Hollywood, Martin had enough practice opportunities and practice objects in this regard. Now his fingers are as flexible as Lily, who has been practicing sculpture for many years. Elena, Elizabeth, Daddario, Taylor, Theron, Julie and Aniston can all prove this. It is no exaggeration to say that all those who have enjoyed it have received good reviews. Sebastian added, basic skills require a lot of time to practice. Martin, you'd better take out an hour every day to practice piano until the filming starts. No problem. Martin moved his wrists and fingers, ready to continue. Sebastian was not polite and pointed out some of Martin's problems, especially in fingering. This is also the most critical. The music presented in the film can be achieved through post-production soundtracks, but Martin needs to play it himself, at least to look like it. After half an hour, the door of the music room quietly opened from the outside, and Bruce walked in. Martin noticed that, and said to Sebastian, "Is this all for today?" Sebastian glanced at Bruce and asked, "Continue tomorrow." "Okay." Martin agreed. Martin left the music room with Bruce. Back in the office, Bruce tapped on the keyboard, waited for the LCD monitor to light up, pointed to the TMZ website and said, "The latest news about Depp." Martin read it carefully and said, as expected of Depp, he didn't disappoint. Bruce said, Ivan and the others waited all morning, and it was not in vain. The reason why Martin asked Bruce to contact Ivan was because Depp at this stage would probably cause trouble. Apart from anything else, the probability of him being late and drunk on stage was as high as 80%. Martin turned off the video and said, "Depp is killing his last bit of popularity." Bruce had a feeling, "I found that without doing too much, Depp will kill himself." Martin said, "Maybe Depp will make himself hated by everyone in Hollywood, but he has a net worth of hundreds of millions of dollars. Even if his career is over, he will still live a very chic life. He is a veritable bastard. I will feel very uncomfortable if my enemies live a chic life, which is more painful than losing hundreds of millions of dollars in investment." Bruce said, "It has worked over there." Martin understood. "The situation is almost there. Let's get them out." Bruce nodded. "I'm ready to go." Martin packed up and prepared to go home. Thomas called. "Martin, Daniel from Warner Brothers sent someone an invitation to invite you to attend the premiere of Transcendence. In Tesla's new round of financing and share expansion, Martin got a $50 million investment share with the influence of the leader of the Coke cult. Musk has always wanted to attend Depp's premiere." Martin was still thinking about how to get the invitation letter reasonably, but it had already been sent. Megan Allison wanted him to witness the success of Transcendence with his own eyes. Martin asked, "How many people can you bring?" Thomas said, "2 people, including you." On the way back, Martin called Musk and informed him to attend the premiere of Transcendence. Musk said that, even if there was a big earthquake in Los Angeles, it would not stop him from attending the premiere. Los Angeles Country Fishing Club. Joel Mantle, Johnny Depp's investment manager and a veteran fisherman, opened the trunk of the car and took down a huge black carp in a woven bag with his friend Rogers. This was their harvest today, setting a new record for the club. Countless fishermen came over to watch, marveling and envying Joel's good luck. Several people helped to hang up the black carp. Joel came over to take a photo with the black carp. This fish will stay in the club and be made into a specimen. After a while of noise, they can finally rest for a while. Joel and Rogers went to the cafe and ordered coffee and dessert to replenish their energy. Rogers ate a donut and said, "How is your investment going?" Over the past 6 months, the two have become close friends who can talk about anything. Joel did not hide it, raised a thumb and said, "It's going very smoothly. We have made a lot of money. Robert and I have replaced a garage with new ones." Rogers laughed and deliberately said, "I have made a lot of money. The method you taught me is much better than my original stupid method." He looked around. "Will there be any trouble?" Joel laughed. "What kind of trouble can there be? My investment documents are all signed and confirmed by Depp. Even if I sue him in court, the court will not rule in his favor." Rogers said, "Your fish is still fat enough." Joel said, "I asked you to join, but you didn't. This is your and Robert's fish." Rogers said, "I can't steal your fish." Joel picked up the coffee and took a sip. "These idiots with such stupid brains have made so much money. Even if we don't take it, they will squander it all." Rogers said, "We still have to be careful." Joel came closer and lowered his voice. "It's okay. Depp has tax problems. If he really wants to sue us, someone will report him for tax evasion, and the tax bureau will make him have endless troubles. Depp is rarely sober. He and Robert, the brothers, got multiple authorization letters, which not only put Depp in trouble, but also cleared themselves." Joel invited, "Continue fishing tomorrow?" "I don't have time in the past few weeks." Rogers said, "There is a client who wants to buy a house in Australia. I have to go there to deal with it." He blinked. This is a good opportunity to make money. I can't miss it. The two laughed at the same time. The investment manager, who goes by the pseudonym Rogers, is about to go to Hong Kong City to work and live. Chapter 731 Megan's First Failure. Los Angeles, Hollywood Highland Center. Martin was too familiar with this place. He took the invitation letter and entered the side door and took Musk into the VIP room. The two did not walk the red carpet. They arrived early and saw Megan Ellison when they entered the door. The VIP room was very large and many people had already come, but Martin and Megan's eyes passed through everyone and collided with each other. Musk put his hands in his trouser pockets and said, "The daughter of Madman Larry Ellison has a personality very much like her father. Buddy, you can go all out. I will cover for you and will never compete with you." Martin couldn't wrong his brother. "Don't you have no preference for raw or cold food? If you want to go, go." Although Musk had a heavy taste, he didn't look down on her. He grinned and said, "My target tonight is not Megan Ellison." Just as the two were talking, Megan Ellison, as the host, walked over quickly, looking at Martin and Musk with a bit of curiosity in her eyes. How did these two people get together? Assholes attract assholes? Musk laughed. "I didn't expect to meet someone from Silicon Valley here." Megan obviously didn't like this fat white man and ignored him. After coming over, she looked at Martin and said, "Welcome to my movie premiere." She was still confident. "Did you see? I held a grand premiere for Transcendence." Martin is a super jerk. "Sorry, Ellen and I came from the back door and didn't see your premiere." Megan remained calm. "When the film is successful, you can see it countless times in the media. This is only the first of the 3 movies." Martin kept his composure and said casually, "Congratulations on your success in advance." The casualness and insincerity in these words can be heard even by a 10-year-old child. Megan just thought it was Martin's helplessness after losing the project and said, "By the way, if this film is successful, I will give the screenwriter a supplementary payment, which will be regarded as the reward for his choice to cooperate with Annapurna Pictures." Martin laughed. "I hope you won't be too excited after the film is released." Although Transcendence encountered many troubles in its promotion, and Depp was criticized by the media and the internet, Megan Ellison has carefully studied countless cases in Hollywood in the past to prove that, as long as the quality of the film is good, all of these are not a problem. Before the release of Pirates of the Caribbean, did Depp have a good reputation? Martin saw that Daniel was too lazy to deal with Megan Ellison, so he went to talk to Daniel for a while. Daniel faced Martin with mixed feelings. "It would be great if we were still cooperating." Martin said, "Warner has to pay my share first, right?" Daniel pushed the blame onto John Berg without hesitation. "The funds from the distribution company have long been transferred to Warner Pictures. Now it's Warner Pictures' problem." This was consistent with what Martin had learned. He didn't care about it, and Daniel was not responsible for it. He said, "You look like you've been under a lot of pressure recently." Daniel said, "In terms of the promotion of this film, directing people to keep putting out fires, one Depp is more troublesome than 100 of you." He was very direct. "Originally, I thought that Depp would have a long-term cooperation with Annapurna Pictures, and the distribution company would cooperate with Annapurna Pictures. Depp might become a long-term partner of Warner Pictures." He shook his head. "It turns out that I thought too simply." Martin said, "I've seen the recent news. It's very exciting." Daniel was quite helpless. "If I hadn't signed a 3-film distribution contract with Annapurna, I would have stopped the movie when I saw Depp." The two continued to chat, and Martin looked out from time to time and soon found Amber Heard. He said a few more words to Daniel, and Musk had already started chatting with Amber Heard. Depp was not there, probably still outside the theater with the crew. Musk's wealth and billions obviously attracted Amber Heard's attention. After Musk revealed his identity, Amber Heard happily exchanged contact information with him. In her eyes, she would divorce Depp sooner or later, so what should she do next? Megan Ellison did promise her that she would be the heroine in the future. But Amber Heard was with Depp, and money came too easily. It was too slow and difficult to make money as a female star. How could she find another rich man? Depp's obsession before marriage also contributed to Amber's confidence. As for Musk, Amber Heard might just be in his aesthetic. Or maybe he has a special liking for that kind of thing. Martin suddenly heard footsteps and turned around to see Depp coming. Depp's sturdy bodyguard hurriedly followed. Bruce took a step forward and stood beside Martin. Daniel said, "Martin, calm down." Martin pointed to Depp with his chin. "You should let him calm down first." Depp stopped 3 meters away. His eyes, which were dark due to alcoholism and drug addiction, stared at this side coldly, just like the name of the Black Mamba bar he opened. Martin raised his hand and blocked his nose, and with his other hand, he fanned in front of his face. Depp was instantly furious. Many people in the VIP room, including Musk, quietly took out their mobile phones and pointed them at Depp's waistband, as if waiting for him to perform another feat on the set. Depp's agent Wham chased from behind, held Depp's hand, and whispered, "He deliberately angered you." Martin smelled a mixture of cologne, alcohol, and smoke, and said, "It smells weird." Depp's chest rose and fell rapidly, but he didn't dare to take off his pants again. The bodyguard whispered in his ear, "Have you forgotten Carlson's contact?" Hearing this mosquito-like voice, Depp turned around and walked away, looking back at Martin halfway. He wanted this bastard to be ruined. Daniel said at this time, "It's almost time. Let's go into the theater." Amber Heard returned to her husband, and Musk followed Martin to the theater lobby, saying as he walked, "That woman is easy to hook up with. With my charm, I easily got her contact information, and I also made an appointment to have tea together." Martin quietly raised a thumb, as expected. "She is rich and billions." Musk said, "Actually, you can do it. I can guarantee that, as long as you show her a little interest, she will never refuse you." Martin shook his head quickly. "The taste is too strong, I'm afraid." Musk said disdainfully, "You don't know how to play." Martin said, "You have too strong taste." The two entered the theater lobby and sat in the third row. After waiting for a while, the movie began. Because it was related to Depp and Megan Ellison, Martin was watching this transcendence very seriously. The trailer and advertisement of this film give people a sense of science fiction that is as grand and subversive as Inception, but in fact it is a bloody drama film that puts love first. Moreover, the film wants to explore some philosophical topics like the Matrix, but it does not have the skills of the Wachowski brothers or sisters. Even if the Wachowskis are involved in philosophical speculation now, they will definitely fail. The film may not be very bad, but it is very mediocre. In Musk's words, no one wants to make a science fiction blockbuster into an artistic and fresh film. During the screening, Martin looked around and found that many viewers fell asleep. This situation is much more terrible than Michael Bay's explosion film, which was criticized as a super bad one. At least the explosion-based film will not make people fall asleep in the theater. Rooney Mara, who was sitting on the other side of Martin, fell asleep 5 times in one movie. At the end of the premiere, there was still thunderous applause. The audience was very knowledgeable and there was no shortage of polite applause. It is impossible to tell whether a film is good or bad based on these alone. Musk applauded and said to Martin, "This is one of the most boring movies I have ever seen live." Martin also applauded. "It may not be bad, but it is indeed boring." The crew members went on stage to take a bow, and the audience began to leave. Martin looked at his watch. "Let's go." Musk did not move, but winked at Martin. "You go first, I will talk later." Martin understood and left the theater directly. On the way back to Beverly Hills, Martin checked Twitter and saw that some people were already complaining about this movie. Depp's new movie is really bad. The publicity notice was so arrogant. I thought there would be another role like the captain, but this is it? Johnny Depp is too arrogant. He is no longer the captain he used to be. Boycott Depp. Boycott the bad actors who insult fans. The comments were crooked. Boycott Depp. Boycott Depp's new movie. It may be because of the recent publicity notices that Depp is too much. Even after the crew and the distributor urgently publicized after Nokia Square, he still couldn't change his habit of being late and drunk. Even if he had prepared a PR document, he would not remember it, or he could not remember it. All these ruined his popularity. Hardcore fans alone cannot support the box office of a Hollywood A-list blockbuster. Transcendence also proved this point. Although there are a lot of hardcore fans supporting him, Depp's new film has a terrible performance. On Friday, the first day of its North American release, Transcendence only earned $4.81 million in 3,655 theaters. Generally speaking, if a non-sequel or series movie receives a slightly better response, the box office on Saturday will be better than on Friday, but this movie's single-day revenue on Saturday dropped by 20%, with only $3.82 million in revenue. After 3 days of the first weekend, Transcendence had a cumulative North American box office of $10.88 million. Compared with the film's production cost of up to $150 million, this box office result represents an investment tragedy that has already occurred. The most terrifying thing is that the audience's reputation of the film has completely collapsed. According to data released by CinemaScore, a professional film market research organization, audiences gave Transcendence an average score of C in the first week, and the film is expected to take in around $22 million at the North American box office, including overseas markets, where the film has not yet been released, after the distributor deducts the publicity and distribution costs and management fees, etc. The box office revenue of Annapurna Pictures is completely negligible. Chapter 732 I have never hated someone so much. As expected, Megan Allison's first film failed. Driving a golf cart on the green lawn, Nicholson said to Martin, who was in the car with him, "Your strategy for Depp was completely successful." Martin raised his baseball cap. "Actually, I didn't do anything. Depp brought himself to his own death." Leonardo pointed to his head. "He has been taking drugs for more than 20 years and this part is broken." He sighed. "Back then, Depp and Keanu Reeves both witnessed the drug-related death of River Phoenix. I didn't expect Depp to learn no lesson at all." Martin said casually, "Maybe Depp tried to quit, but failed." Nicholson suddenly asked, "Will Depp stage a prodigal son who returns home, which is the favorite of the media and the public?" Leonardo sneered. "Do you think it's possible? The probability of Martin and I getting married is higher than the possibility of Depp turning over a new leaf. If you want to get married, get married. Don't drag me into it." Martin felt a headache when he heard about getting married. Wouldn't a free life be great? He quickly brought Leonardo's deviated topic back on track. "I read a report this morning saying Depp has been fighting alcoholism and drugs all his life. He is a real fighter." Leonardo almost spit out the water he had just drunk. He quickly swallowed it and wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "I drink, I take drugs, I'm late, and I scold fans. These are all my fights against bad habits, so I'm a fighter." Martin and Nicholson both laughed. Nicholson turned the car around and parked it near the golf hole. He asked, "Are the investments in Megan Allison's films financed?" Martin had done some research. Annapurna Pictures was just established, and the 3 projects that Megan Allison snatched away were Annapurna's first independent productions. There were very few people investing in them, and most of the funds came from Megan Allison's Annapurna Pictures. Leonardo understood. In other words, most of the money lost in the failure of the film was Megan Allison's personal money. Martin said, "It is said that she brought hundreds of millions of dollars to Hollywood, but the investment in those 3 projects was too high. She did not have enough funds, so she used the income from her personal trust fund as collateral and borrowed money from the bank to support the production budget of The Lone Ranger." Nicholson parked the car. "The project failed, and the money lost was Megan Allison's own money. Now that you put it that way, I'm motivated to do something." Leonardo jumped out of the car, took out his golf clubs, and looked at Martin. "Except for the captain, Depp is really a sinkhole." Martin came to the golf club with his club, and the caddy had already placed the white golf ball. He swung the club and hit it far away. The ball fell into the sand trap. Nicholson shook his head and said, "Your skills haven't improved at all." Martin made up an excuse. "It's normal because you don't practice much." Among the 3 people, only Nicholson played golf a little better. Martin and Leonardo were both very bad. He came to the Los Angeles Country Club to play golf, mainly to have fun with Nicholson. Martin couldn't drag the 2 of them to the Angel Club to practice shooting or fighting. Leonardo was okay, but Nicholson was too old and needed to be more careful. The old bastard was born in 1937 and will be 75 soon. However, many people born in this era in Hollywood are still active in frontline jobs. Ridley Scott, who was also born in 1937, showed no signs of retirement, and Ang Damu, who was 7 years older than them, was still directing a movie every 2 years. At noon, the three had lunch at the country club. During the meal, Nicholson found a newspaper, read it for a while, and said to Martin, on the first working day, the box office of Transcendence was only $710,000. Leonardo has his own production company and is very familiar with the production and distribution in the circle. He calculated a little, based on the current situation, this film is online and offline. After deducting various distribution costs, Annapurna Pictures will not receive much money, and the loss of more than $100 million is inevitable. Martin raised his glass and gestured to his two best friends. Let's drink to this good news. Nicholson and Leonardo are looking for fun and don't mind making a big fuss. They raised their glasses and clinked glasses with Martin. After lunch, Martin had to go to the La La Land crew to practice piano in the afternoon, so he left the country club alone. Annapurna Pictures, president's office. Megan Allison sat alone in the boss chair and did not handle any work for the whole morning. The previous investment in the Hurt Locker was a great success, which made her feel that investing in movies was not difficult, and it was easy to make a movie alone. Even after the premiere, Megan still maintained this strong self-confidence. But reality dealt her a heavy blow. The North American box office was so low that she thought she was hallucinating. Megan Allison was inevitably hit by the first film that she invested and produced independently, which suffered a disastrous failure. The phone rang suddenly. Megan Allison finally came back to her senses from her daze. After answering the phone, her father's voice came from the receiver. Such a small failure will not break you down, right? No, I can bear it. Megan tried her best to stay strong. Larry Ellison said, a small failure is nothing. Think about how many times your father failed when he started his business. Learn from this lesson and make back the money you lost next time. Megan thought of her father's experience and her confidence gradually returned. The father and daughter talked for a while, and Megan Allison regained her spirits. She regained her confidence. Once her confidence returned, Megan's mind could think about problems normally again. After thinking about it for a while, she quickly found the reason for the failure of Transcendence. The main reason was Johnny Depp. Megan recalled carefully that there were indeed some minor problems in the production of the film, but the mess Depp made during the promotion period was even more problematic. As for the problem with the project itself, Megan was the first to deny it, because from the way it was obtained, it was obviously impossible. Megan called her personal subordinate Derek. A few minutes later, Brett entered the president's office and took a quick look at Megan's face. Seeing that it was not as gloomy as before, he breathed a sigh of relief. President? Megan asked. I remember that Depp's last $8 million salary for the Lone Ranger has not been paid yet? Dredd said. Yes, it will be paid after the film is fully produced. Don't pay Depp this salary yet. I remember there is a clause in the supplementary agreement. If there is a problem with Depp, we have the right to postpone the payment of the salary until the film is released in North America. Megan Allison made a decision. You are responsible for communicating with Depp and informing them that if Depp does anything excessive in the promotion of the Lone Ranger, they will not be able to get this salary. Dredd responded, I will make an appointment with Depp's agent Wham right now. Megan Allison waved her hand. Go. She completely regained the confidence and momentum of the domineering female president, picked up the phone and dialed Amber Heard's number. It's me. How is the thing I asked you to do? Amber Heard on the other side said, I have collected a lot of things that are unfavorable to Depp. Megan said, continue. I want more. And, you must stand by me when I need you. After 6 months of marriage, Amber was about to collapse. Depp was a good man, but he was also a bad man in life. Not to mention normal people, even she, who was not normal, could not stand it. Madam, I have always stood by you. She asked softly, the promise you made to me. Megan said lightly, you know very well that those are trivial matters to me. Will I break my promise? Amber thought about it, and it was indeed the truth. I will collect more. Megan hung up the phone. The failure of Transcendence was inevitable, and the loss might be close to $100 million, and the main reason for the failure was Depp. Regardless of the success or failure of the Lone Ranger, she would make Depp pay the price he deserved. Megan found that she had never hated someone so much. Oriental Columbia building, top floor mansion. Amber put away her phone, walked along the corridor to the study, and looked in through the window. Depp was chatting with investment manager Joel Mandel. It seemed that the topic was very speculative, and laughter came out from time to time. She didn't stay for long, went to the cloakroom, found some key evidence in her collection, and read them one by one. As long as these are exposed, Depp will inevitably face great trouble. Amber read them all, and put them away, thinking about Meghan's new request. Domestic violence is undoubtedly the best reason and excuse for a married woman to accuse her husband. In the study, Joel Mandel took out an investment agreement and handed it to Depp. This is the investment plan I mentioned. Take a closer look. I dare not say that you will get a higher return 100%, but the probability is at least 90%. The failure of transcendence did not cause any impact on Depp. He was half drunk and half awake, and said, "It just so happens that I have 2 film remunerations that have just arrived. Let Robert transfer them to you and invest directly." Robert Mandel is Depp's accountant and Joel's biological brother. Remember to call Robert. Joel made sure that all procedures were legal. Take a good look at the plan and investment agreement. Depp took out a signature pen, opened the plan, and without even looking at the specific content, he turned directly to the place where he needed to sign, and signed his name on it. Then he turned to the investment agreement, and signed it as well. He returned it to Joel and casually asked, "Did the previous investments go smoothly?" Joel put away the 2 contracts and said, "The investments went very smoothly, and the returns were considerable." Depp laughed. "That's good." He invited, "You stay and party together tonight." Joel pointed to the 2 contracts and said, "I'll deal with these first to ensure the investment returns." Depp didn't force him to stay. After all, he could live a carefree life, only if he had money. Chapter 733 Dance King Martin. Angel Club, shooting range. Standing in front of the shooting platform, Martin held an AKM, aimed at the fast-moving target, and pulled the trigger rhythmically. With the crisp sound of gunfire, the metal targets fell one after another. After one magazine was used up, Martin quickly replaced the new magazine and continued shooting. He stopped only after he had used up 3 magazines. Martin took off his earplugs, turned around and asked, "How was the result?" Mean, who was acting as an observer, said, "All hit the target." Martin handed the gun to Bruce, stretched his shoulders, and said, "This gun is very powerful." Alexandrovich on the other side came over and imitated Mean's tone and said, "Boss, you are a great shooter." Martin told the truth, "I was forced to do it." Alexandrovich also fired a few shots just now. "I can't do it. I can't stand the recoil of this gun." Martin asked, "Is it the AK-74 that Ukraine generally equips?" Alexandrovich said, "There are more AK-74 series. I don't know the details. I haven't been a soldier." Mean on the other side was a little curious. The boss seemed to have a special opinion of this Ukrainian little guy. He quietly asked Bruce, "What's going on?" Bruce didn't actually understand it, but when he heard Mean's question, the face of Alexandrovich's fiancée suddenly flashed in front of him. It can't be that he was attracted by Alexandrovich's talent, right? Although the movie they made, Napoleon's Beauty, did well at the box office, its base was too small. Martin checked the time and asked, "How was the DVD signing yesterday?" Alexandrovich smiled and said, "More than 100 fans came to support me. They were all very enthusiastic. Many people said that I played the most charming Napoleon in the history of movies. You did a good job on this movie." Martin patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him, "Make a good movie of Servant of the People, and strive to make it a classic." Alexandrovich vowed, "I will devote my whole life to it." The life cycle of cheesy comedies is relatively short. Napoleon's Beauty was released before Valentine's Day, and was only in North American theaters for 5 weeks, before it was taken off the shelves. However, the North American box office has accumulated $19.85 million, which is nearly 4 times the production cost. The overseas box office has also earned $14.56 million. There is no doubt that this cheesy comedy has made a profit just through the box office. The DVDs that began to be released this week have sold nearly $3 million so far, which is not bad. Napoleon's Beauty will be released in more overseas regions in succession. Alexandrovich came to see Martin today to say goodbye to him and return to Ukraine to premiere the film and start shooting Servant of the People in Kyiv. Alexandrovich did not stay for too long and soon left the Angel Club. Martin and Min waited for Chad, Chenhu and Marcus to come over and went to the training hall on the other side of the shooting range to discuss the latest action scene design. In John Wick 3, Min, as the most important supporting role, will also fight in person. This is also a preparation for the series. Chad considered it very carefully and said to Min, "You can further show Winston's charm and ability through the film, and we will pave the way for the next expansion of the series." Min took the towel, wiped the sweat off his face, and said, "You think long term. Compared with ordinary directors, Chad, who was born as an action director, does not have such great artistic ambitions." He said directly, "With Martin's support, I plan to make a living from this series for the rest of my life." The first 2 films have made him a director, screenwriter and action director, a multimillionaire. Chad knew that he was not a very talented person. His success in the John Wick series was not due to his extraordinary talent, but rather to his accumulated experience over many years. He had been a stuntman and action director for nearly 20 years before he had this breakthrough. If he left this series to direct other movies, Chad felt that he would probably fail. Martin asked Chad, "Have you decided to expand the series with Winston as the protagonist?" "I have done a special market survey. Min has a certain appeal among the audience, and the character of Winston is also quite popular." Chad did not imagine it out of thin air, but made sufficient preparations in advance. In addition, fans of the series are also particularly interested in the setting of the Continental Hotel. "I plan to develop the extended film around the Continental Hotel in New York." Martin nodded. "Okay, the specific script and action design you can start preparing after the third part is designed." Unlike Winston in his previous life, Min, who is in his 30s, is in a stage of being energetic and physically fit. He has been following Martin for many years and has filmed many action scenes, so he has a solid foundation. A black person as the absolute protagonist is also in line with the trend of the film or television market in the next few years. Before noon, Martin left the Angel Shooting Club and came to Burbank. Alan Horn asked him to have lunch together. The two went to an Italian restaurant and talked while eating. Alan Horn said, "Last time we decided to cooperate on the fairy tale live-action movie Beauty and the Beast. Disney Pictures hired a screenwriter and is ready to start writing the script." He asked Martin, "I remember your suggestion last time was a musical?" Martin put down his cup. "This is the type that Disney is best at, adding grand songs and dances to fairy tale movies. If you want to make a movie like this with ideal effects, don't even think about it without an investment of more than $100 million. Disney Pictures must raise funds from outside." Alan Horn is now full of confidence in Martin and repeats the old words. "The production budget of this project cannot be less than $150 million. Disney Pictures hopes to raise $50 million from outside." Martin said, "I'm also willing to strengthen cooperation with Disney. Funding is not a problem." Alan Horn thought for a while and said, "For a movie like this, it may take a year from script writing to project preparation. The design of the song and dance part is a difficult point. Martin is currently running La La Land and has a deep understanding of this. I have looked up some information specifically about this project before. There have been related musicals being performed on Broadway in recent years. We can absorb some of their strengths from them." Alan Horn said, "Good idea. As for copyrights, Disney has never been afraid. If the other party has doubts, it can be said that it is an innovation based on past cartoons. Disney's legal department is world famous." Martin and Alan Horn finalized the general direction. After lunch, Emily, on behalf of Davis Studio, officially contacted Disney Pictures to negotiate the specific investment and cooperation of Beauty and the Beast. In the afternoon, Martin arrived at the La La Land studio on time and practiced piano under Sebastian's guidance. During this period, his playing skills became more and more proficient. During this period, Taylor came to visit the studio and said that the piano music he played had no soul. Martin agreed with the opinions of professionals. After all, his level was not very good among amateurs. The purpose of practice is not to become a musician, but to cope with filming. When Martin came out, after practicing the piano, he found that the door of the dance studio on the same floor was open. He took a look. When he passed by, Louise was inside with a tall woman with golden brown hair. "Hi, Martin." She also saw Martin. "Let me introduce someone to you." Martin walked in quickly, and without waiting for Louise to introduce him, the woman with golden brown hair came over and shook hands with him. "Hello, Martin. I'm Mandy Moore, an actor, singer, and choreographer." Then, she naturally showed the badge on her collar. "I'm also your fan and a member of the Coke cult." Martin smiled and said, "Very nice to meet you." Louise came over to introduce. "Mandy has just signed a contract with the crew. She will serve as the crew's choreography instructor and will be responsible for the dance design and rehearsal in the film." Martin said, "It's a bit beyond my expectation. I thought choreographers were all middle-aged or older. I didn't expect you to be so young." Mandy Moore is very tall, nearly 1.8 meters tall, and definitely not over 30 years old. "Disney Studios introduced me here." Mandy Moore smiled and quickly listed her professional resume. "I voiced Princess Rapunzel in Disney's animated feature film Tangled, and I also designed all the singing and choreography." She wanted to prove her own strength. "I have also released 6 music albums, and the dance parts were all designed by my team." Martin praised, "It's a remarkable achievement. I believe we will work together to create a classic musical." Mandy Moore heard from Louise that La La Land is also aiming for the awards season, which is very attractive to her, and she went straight to the point. In addition to designing the choreography, the dance aspect of the film also requires the actors to spend a lot of time practicing. "I hope to determine several main roles as soon as possible." Louise took over the topic. "All the actors will be in place when the dance design is completed." Mandy Moore said no more and discussed some matters about the male lead with Martin, especially the dance aspect. Martin said, "I have practiced dancing professionally. Although I haven't touched it much in recent years, I have practiced various types of fighting all year round, so body flexibility is not a problem." Louise suddenly remembered the movie Martin filmed in Atlanta and interrupted, "Mandy, you can first watch Martin's theatrical debut Zombie Dancing Man. In that movie, Martin has many dance scenes." Mandy also remembered it and said, "Zombie Machine Gun Dance. I remember it was all the rage 5 or 6 years ago. By the way, this dance originated from Martin's movie." She exclaimed, "Martin, you were once a dancing king." Martin shrugged, "I didn't expect that dance to become so popular. If you have a dance foundation and good body flexibility, you will have less trouble in dance rehearsals." Mandy took out a notebook, quickly wrote it down, and said, "My suggestion is that it is best to choose an actor with a dance foundation for the heroine, and according to the script requirements, she should be younger than you." Louise said, "This kind of person is easy to find. There are many actresses in the circle who have practiced dancing." Martin has a candidate and plans to discuss it with Louise alone later. Chapter 734, Serial Car Accident. Arriving at Louise's office, Martin pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "I have a recommendation for the leading actress." Louise sat opposite Martin and asked directly, "Which actress have you taken a fancy to now?" She couldn't help laughing. "Or, whose wife or fiancé have you taken a fancy to?" Martin was quite helpless. "Am I that boring?" Louise crossed her arms and stared at Martin. Her meaning was very clear. Martin returned to the point. Saoirse Ronan has been practicing singing and dancing since the middle of last year. The only problem is that she is a little young. "Oh, your student?" Louise asked. "I remember she is 18 years old this year." Martin said, "She has good acting skills. Her singing is probably at a professional level. She had professional training in dancing when she was a child. As for her age, you have seen her a few times. She looks older, and her makeup shouldn't be a problem." Louise thought for a moment and said, "Let her audition. After all, she is still a little young. Let's see how the audition with makeup works. By the way, there is also a musical." Martin said, "Disney Pictures and I are planning to cooperate to shoot a live-action version of Beauty and the Beast. The production will be handed over to you." It has become a habit for Louise to work with Martin, and she agreed, "No problem." Martin said, actually, Sayowis is more suitable to play Belle. Belle was once played by Emma Watson, but now Emma Watson's reputation is often associated with something as infamous as insane. Not to mention that Martin will participate in investment and production. Even without him, Disney Pictures would probably not invite her. The two talked about matters related to the crew's work. Daniel Villeneuve passed the interview with Louise and Graham with a hardcore video he shot and got the director position of the project Prince of Thieves. The La La Land crew is recruiting directors from all over Hollywood, and many young and middle-aged directors have submitted their resumes. Martin didn't come out of the studio until 4 o'clock in the afternoon after discussing work. Next to La La Land, the studio of another crew has just been established, Marvel Studios Agents of SHIELD. People are coming in and out, very busy. When Martin came out, he called Sayowis Ronan and told her directly, there are two musicals. One is about little actors at the bottom of Hollywood, called La La Land. The other is Disney's live-action fairy tale movie Beauty and the Beast, and the role is Belle. He deliberately asked, which one do you want to choose? Sayowis glanced at her mother Monica and asked cautiously, teacher, can I choose both? Martin said, prepare your resume and let your agent submit it to the La La Land crew first. Beauty and the Beast has not yet been officially approved. Thank you, teacher. Sayowis waved her fist vigorously. These months of singing and dancing were not in vain. She knew that she was deeply involved with Martin, and she also understood that Martin was her biggest support in Hollywood. She said, teacher, I have practiced a lot of dancing. I will perform for you on my 18th birthday. Martin's advice came over the phone. Don't stop practicing singing and dancing. Although she couldn't see the other side, Sayowis nodded repeatedly. I will stick to it. Suddenly, a cry of oops came from the receiver, as if there was a collision, and Martin's voice came again. Let's do this for now. Sayowis glanced at the hung-up phone, waved her fist again, and said to Monica Ronan, Mom, I have a new role. Monica smiled and nodded. You can handle it yourself. Sayowis went over and hugged her mother and said, I will. She packed up her things and picked up the car keys. I should go to dance class. The dance teacher said that when she first came to Los Angeles to work hard, she had danced pole dancing in a dance bar because she had no money and no job. If she has time these days, Sayowis plans to find a dance teacher to ask for advice and learn it well. At Disney Studios, the two people who called almost bumped into each other. Martin was talking on the phone with his back to the agents of SHIELD studio, and a woman who was talking on the phone came up from behind and was about to bump into him, but was stopped by Bruce, who showed up in time. Sorry. The woman quickly hung up the phone and apologized hurriedly. I was distracted and didn't notice. Her long golden red hair was curled into big waves. Her facial features were exquisite with Eastern European style, and the gravy neck shirt and tight pants set off her figure. That was no less good than Blake Lively. The moment her shining brown eyes saw Martin, they instantly widened. Are you Martin? I was too careless. Martin's eyes quickly swept over her, said the last sentence to Sayowis, hung up the phone, and said, it's okay. The red-haired woman patted her chest and said tremblingly, oh my god, I almost bumped into you, the top star in Hollywood. After all, Martin had experienced the test of Alexandra Daddario, and this degree of shaking was nothing in his eyes. It's a small matter, don't take it to heart, go ahead. The red-haired woman quickly opened her bag and took out a pen and notebook from it. Can you sign for me? I know it's rude to do this in a studio, but I'm your fan and have seen all the movies you starred in. Martin took the pen and notebook and signed on them. The red-haired woman took the opportunity to introduce herself. My name is Elena Satin, a little actress in the crew of Agents of SHIELD. Nice to meet you. Martin returned the pen and notebook to her. Elena Satin quickly put them away and thanked her. Thank you, Martin. Martin nodded slightly at her and walked towards the entrance of Disney Studios. Elena Satin was originally heading there and hurriedly followed him, but when she saw that Martin had no intention of speaking, she did not speak rashly. Bruce turned his head slightly, glanced at her, and pretended not to see anything. Soon they arrived at the parking lot near the entrance of the studio. When Martin was about to get in the car, Elena Satin stood in front of a Hyundai car and waved. Goodbye, Martin. Martin raised his hand politely. Goodbye. Elena Satin got into the Hyundai car and left the parking lot first. Martin sat in the passenger seat of the Escalade and asked, did she do it on purpose? Of course she did. Bruce was used to it, because since Martin became famous, there were too many women who wanted to bump into him like this. Not every day, but there were always a few every week. He said roughly, when she was about 5 meters away from you, she secretly glanced at you. Martin sighed, it's really not easy for men to be out there. You have to protect yourself at all times. Bruce felt the same way. Yes, you have to protect yourself. If you don't protect yourself well, it's easy to break your pelvis. He turned the car and drove out of the parking lot, but that woman is really beautiful. Even if you look at the whole Hollywood, she is one of the most beautiful ones. Beautiful red-haired girls are rare. Martin said casually, Nicole Kidman and Jessica Chastain both have red hair. He received a text message and took a look. Let's go to Rodeo Drive first. Lily and Elizabeth are shopping there. At the next intersection, the Escalade turned a corner and did not take the road it usually took. The car turned 2 intersections in a row and waited for a traffic light. Bruce's cell phone rang and he pressed the connected car phone. The bodyguard behind him said, there is a Toyota Prado following us. Bruce asked, paparazzi? Reporter? Not like it. The bodyguards on both sides have been following Martin for several years. They are used to seeing entertainment reporters and paparazzi. They can recognize them with a little distinction. The people in the car don't have cameras or video cameras. They don't look as professional as entertainment reporters and paparazzi. Bruce said, keep an eye on them. Martin saw the Toyota Prado through the rearview mirror and observed it for a while. It's not a paparazzi, nor a professional tracker. The tracking technology is very poor. Bruce cheered up and talked to the 2 bodyguards behind him from time to time. Martin called Elizabeth and told them that he had something to do and couldn't go through. He asked them to follow the bodyguards and go home quickly. Lily was very shrewd and knew Martin very well. She immediately replied and took Elizabeth home. In the Prado following the Escalade, besides the driver, there was another person in the co-pilot who kept calling his companions, where are you? Why haven't you arrived yet? It takes time for me to get here. The person on the other side was not sure whether he was drunk or had taken too much drugs, and his voice was full of excitement. The route he got is completely inaccurate, otherwise they would have been knocked over long ago. The person on the co-pilot said, they used to take that road. Who would have thought that they would suddenly change their route today? Stop talking nonsense. Tell me the exact location. There is only one intersection on 14th Street ahead of this road. You go there in advance to prepare. We'll be there soon. Okay. The person on the co-pilot said, for Johnny. The person on the other side shouted, for Johnny. The Escalade gradually approached the intersection of 14th Street, and Bruce was always very focused. Martin looked at the rearview mirror again and found that the Prado gradually fell into the traffic flow and the distance was getting farther. The intersection had a green light and Bruce drove out, but as soon as he got out of the intersection, he suddenly stepped on the brakes and the car stopped suddenly. The huge inertia made Martin rush forward, but he was pulled back by the seatbelt. He braked too quickly, and the Volkswagen behind him didn't react in time, hitting the back of the Escalade with a loud bang. Fortunately, the Escalade was very strong and heavy, so it barely moved. At that moment, a black Hummer rushed past the Escalade at lightning speed. The Hummer didn't slow down at all, knocked away the car in the other lane, rushed onto the sidewalk like a tank, and hit the street lamp pole. The speed was too fast and the force was too strong, so the lamp pole tilted and hit the roof of the Hummer. The car that the Hummer knocked over triggered another chain of car accidents. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 735. I will be the big villain. The Hummer's rampage caused a chain collision of multiple vehicles, 2 of which overturned directly, and the intersection became a tragic car accident scene. On the Escalade, Martin touched his neck, which was hurt by the seatbelt, with his left hand, and quickly took out a Glock pistol with his right hand. Bruce stared at the Hummer and urged Martin Hide. This is a bulletproof car. Even the window glass has bulletproof performance. Martin put down the passenger seat and lay down directly. The bodyguard's voice came from the car phone, informing Martin and Bruce that the police had been called. They were on guard around and had not found any suspicious targets that were threatening for the time being. With Martin and Bruce's personalities, of course they would not think that this was an accidental car accident. If Bruce hadn't reacted quickly enough, the Hummer that rushed over would have hit the side of the Escalade directly. The roof of the Hummer was dented by the knocked down lamp pole, and there was no movement for the time being. Looking from Bruce's side, he could vaguely see the airbag on the driver's seat pop out and clamp the person on it. In the Prado, which was caught in the chaotic traffic, a man held a phone and shouted loudly, "Howard, Howard, are you still alive?" No one responded. The person in the driver's seat looked at the Escalade in front of him and slapped the steering wheel hard. Fuck. It didn't hit. Howard, this idiot, can't do such a simple thing well. Recently, Depp has been troubled by Martin. As Depp's good brothers, they are the people who are supported by Depp every day. Of course, they can't bear to see Depp sad, so they took the initiative to stand up and relieve their brother's sorrow. Howard planned this operation codenamed Crash, and the two of them assisted from the side. Depp treated them well, and they wanted to repay Depp in their own way. The sound of sirens came from a distance, and the person in the co-pilot hung up the phone and said, "What should we do now?" The person next to him said, "Find a way to leave here first, and get rid of this phone quickly." After receiving the alarm from Martin's bodyguard, the LAPD rushed over as quickly as possible and controlled the scene. McClane also called Martin, who quickly explained the situation. McClane called Commissioner Clare, who was in charge of the scene. This was a major intersection, and there was public surveillance. The LAPD technicians retrieved the footage as soon as possible. Commissioner Clare's deputy personally led people to take statements for Martin and Bruce and retrieved the video from the dashcam. These can basically determine what happened. The door of the Hummer was forced open, and after the airbag was released, the suspect was taken down from the car. The LAPD completely controlled the scene and nothing more serious happened. Claire found Martin, who had finished taking the statement, and said, "We will investigate as quickly as possible and give Mr. Davis an explanation." Martin emphasized, "I suspect this is not a simple car accident. The Hummer came directly at me. What's the suspect's situation?" We did a preliminary examination of the suspect. His injuries were not serious, but the preliminary judgment was that he was on drugs. Claire lowered her voice and said, "If it's convenient, please come with me to see if you know each other." Martin and Bruce followed Claire to a car and looked at the surveillance video in the ambulance. There was a thin man with tattoos lying in the car. Martin looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Bruce was quite impressed by this man and whispered, "I've seen him twice." Craven asked, "Where did you see him?" Bruce said in detail, "When Martin was filming The Martian, I saw him at the crew camp in Death Valley National Park. He was also very skillful in speaking. At that time, the crew we were in had a conflict with Johnny Depp, and this man stood next to Johnny Depp. Later, I saw him near Johnny Depp again, and then I knew that he was Johnny Depp's follower and playmate." Claire's deputy immediately recorded this important situation. After Bruce's reminder, Martin looked at the suspect in the surveillance video again and gradually recalled. In Death Valley National Park, the two crews of the Lone Ranger and the Martian had a conflict, and when Depp urinated on the crew of the Martian, this bastard was indeed standing next to Depp. "Captain Clare, I suspect this is not an ordinary car accident." Martin put his hat on first. "I suspect this is a deliberate murder under instructions." Hearing this, Claire also took it very seriously. This case is obviously not a simple car accident. As an old friend of LAPD, and one of the most famous donors in recent years, Martin was openly involved in a car accident, which is also a provocation to LAPD to some extent. Who doesn't know that Martin is a friend of LAPD and an honorary citizen of Los Angeles? Claire assured, "Mr. Davis, LAPD will investigate this case as quickly as possible." Bruce once again emphasized the Prado. Before Martin and Bruce left, LAPD found the Prado and temporarily detained the two people in the car. Through the transmitted images, Bruce once again recognized that the two were also Johnny Depp's followers. although LAPD still needs to continue investigating this car accident to draw a conclusion. For Martin, the result is already very clear. Several freelance journalists came to the scene of the accident. When the news that Martin was the victim of the accident spread, dozens of journalists and paparazzi rushed over like crazy and surrounded the scene to shoot. If the LAPD had not set up a cordon, these people would have rushed into the scene of the accident and put their cameras in Martin's face. When Martin came out of the scene of the accident under the protection of Bruce and several police officers, the reporters immediately surrounded him. How did this car accident happen? Martin, is someone targeting you? Martin, are you injured? Terrorists are taking revenge on you? Who is the murderer? These questions came at him, but Martin seemed not to hear them and remained silent. His private judgment is one thing, and accepting interviews publicly is another. Besides, what's the point of publicly accusing Johnny Depp? The Hummer was about to hit the Escalade, and it happened to hit the passenger's side, where he was sitting. Martin knew the consequences very well. Verbal counterattacks were useless. The bodyguard drove another car, and Martin and Bruce got in the car and returned to Beverly Hills. Bruce got in the car, and 2 police cars followed to escort them back. Martin looked in the rearview mirror and said, "This car accident is inseparable from Depp. Whether it was ordered by him or not, these people did such crazy things because they were influenced by him." Bruce agreed. Without Depp's influence, these people would not be so crazy. Martin did not speak for the time being, but carefully considered how to make a strong counterattack. The car entered Davis Manor and just stopped at the Fountain Square. Lily and Elizabeth rushed over and were relieved to see that Martin was safe and sound. "I'm fine." Martin looked at Bruce, who got out of the driver's seat. "Old Bruce saved me again." Lily seemed to not believe that Martin was not injured, and her hands were everywhere, wanting to personally verify that Martin was safe and sound. Elizabeth confirmed that Martin was fine, looked at Bruce and said, "Old Bruce, saying any more polite words of thanks is disrespectful to your friendship with Martin. I only say one thing, you will always be our family." Bruce just smiled and said nothing. He and Martin had experienced so many life and death situations, there was no need to say more. "Lily Carter, where are you touching?" Martin was obviously pinched and hurt, and he roared before the battle, "I'm not injured. You pinching me like this will hurt me." Elizabeth rolled her eyes helplessly. Lily pushed Martin into the villa. "Hurry up and go in. I want to check your body. It's not up to you to say whether you are injured or not. I will know after I check it." Elizabeth guessed what was going to happen next at a glance. She couldn't bear such a loss, so she followed immediately. After something like this happened, perhaps only a sense of fulfillment can make them feel safe. Bruce took out a mobile phone and started to make calls to prepare for what happened next. Not long after, Martin's phone kept ringing, and many people called to ask about the situation. Martin had to reply to messages one after another while he was busy. When he finished taking a shower and went downstairs, the kitchen had prepared dinner. Martin asked the housekeeper to send part of the meal directly to the second floor and discussed with Bruce how to deal with it. Bruce said, 15 minutes ago, Commissioner Claire called. After a preliminary investigation by the LAPD, the perpetrator is named Howard Boot. He has been following Johnny Depp for a long time, eating, drinking and having fun. He has no legitimate job. His blood test for drugs is strongly positive. He took a lot of drugs while driving, which is considered drug driving. Martin said, "Did Depp instruct him?" He confessed that driving into us was a planned act. He and 2 other followers of Depp studied our daily commute routes through paparazzi reports. Bruce believed that he was also responsible for this matter and relaxed his vigilance to some extent. They were originally ambushing on our daily route, but they rushed over because we suddenly changed lanes. At this point, Bruce took a sip of water. They insisted that this matter had nothing to do with Depp and was their personal behavior. Martin asked, "Do they want to take all the blame?" Bruce said, "According to them, you caused Depp a lot of trouble, which made Depp very sad and depressed more and more often. Depp was very good to them, and he would meet their requests for food, drink, entertainment, and money. So they decided to teach you a lesson that will be unforgettable for Brother Depp." What a brotherly love. Martin said self-deprecatingly, "Why do we feel like the villains?" Bruce shrugged. "If nothing else, Depp is really loyal to his brothers. If what those three bastards said is true, they are also loyal to their brothers. Martin said, so, I will be the villain. Chapter 736 Tax Evasion. The man who drove the Hummer and hit Martin was one of Johnny Depp's most loyal followers. This matter was in any case related to Depp. Perhaps Depp had no legal responsibility, but in Martin's eyes, a bright red X had been drawn on Depp's name. Martin asked, did the person close to Joel Mandel leave North America? Left. Bruce said simply, he should have gone to Hong Kong City and found a new job with his original identity. He will never come back. Martin nodded slightly and asked again, he is sure that Depp has a problem with his taxes. Bruce said, the tax problem is very serious. Depp's investment manager and accountant are brothers. Before that guy met them, they had tampered with Depp's taxes, and the responsibility was all on Depp himself. These things were only known to Martin, Louise, and Bruce. Martin thought for a moment and said, find a suitable way to have someone quietly report Depp. This is easy. Bruce had prepared it just now. When that guy left, he left some information. Martin never thought of standing up to argue with Depp. That would be meaningless and could not cause any substantial harm. Do it as soon as possible. He glanced at the calendar. The Lone Ranger will be released soon, and we must prepare a good gift for Depp. Bruce said, this gift is very suitable. Martin said, I believe Depp and Megan Ellison will like it very much. That night, the media was flooded with news reports about Martin's car accident, and TMZ also released the moment of the car accident shot from the perspective of the dashcam. This attracted the attention of the American media, because it was not an ordinary car accident in any way. Soon there was news that the perpetrators were Johnny Depp's playmates and followers. The whole United States was in an uproar, but no one was surprised. After all, Johnny Depp had done such outrageous things as urinating on the crew of the Martian in public. The day after the accident, LAPD summoned Johnny Depp according to law. When Depp came out of the police station after being questioned, he was immediately surrounded by reporters and paparazzi who came after hearing the news. Did you instruct your followers to attack Martin Davis? Why did you attack Martin? Because of the conflict during the filming of The Lone Ranger? Aren't you ashamed of your behavior? Depp, did you decide to attack Martin because you took too many drugs? Have you considered that Martin Davis would retaliate against you? These entertainment reporters wanted to convict Depp right now, send Depp to jail in the afternoon, and then send Martin over to let the two fight. Depp wanted to open his mouth to fight back several times, but was stopped by the bodyguard. Accompanied by his lawyer and agent Wham, Depp finally remained silent until he got in the car. The lawyer left first, after telling Depp not to accept media interviews recently and not to talk nonsense. The business nanny car left the police station. In the car, Depp looked very unhappy and asked Wham, can you bail out Howard and the others? Not for the time being. Wham had communicated with his lawyer, under the current circumstances, you'd better not bail them out. Depp seemed like a child who had not grown up. What if I bail them out? Am I afraid that Martin Davis will know? Can he come and kill me? Seeing that there was no outsider in the car, Wham asked carefully, does this matter really have nothing to do with you? Depp spread his hands and said, I really didn't ask them to do it. Howard didn't even say hello to me. Although I really want to see Martin Davis get into a car accident and die, I didn't have time to do it. Stop. Don't say the rest. Wham interrupted Depp directly. No matter who you face later, you must remember what I said just now. What Howard did has nothing to do with you. Depp thought to himself, I just asked Carlson to find someone to deal with Martin Davis for a reward of $5 million US. I didn't expect these brothers to be so concerned. He sighed and whispered, you are worthy of being my Depp's brother. Back at the Columbia building, the car went directly into the underground parking lot. Depp got out of the car and said to Wham, let someone take good care of Howard's family, hire the best lawyers for them, and form a luxurious legal team to deal with this lawsuit. Isn't it just spending money? I have plenty of money. Wham replied, no problem. In this country, money can solve most problems. Depp said again, you contact Martin Davis's people, pay him compensation, and it's best to reach a settlement. Money can solve all problems. Seeing the wealthy Depp say this, Wham thought that Martin Davis's side was not easy to solve with money alone. After all, the other party was also a rich man. But he was paid to do things, and he still had to strive for the most favorable situation for Depp. He changed his own car and left in a hurry to deal with related matters. Depp, who had a lot of money, went upstairs into the mansion and suddenly received a call from his office. "Boss, the situation is not good." The office assistant was a little panicked. "The ICE's Los Angeles branch inspection team came to our door and showed us the documents to search our office. I couldn't stop them. They sealed all our documents and data on the grounds that you owed taxes." Depp was surprised. "ICE? Are they crazy? What do they want to do?" "There is no problem with my taxes," the bodyguard asked with concern. "What happened?" Depp covered the microphone of the mobile phone. "The ICE suddenly came to check taxes and sealed my office." The bodyguard frowned. "Hasn't your tax been handled by a special person?" Depp quickly said to the phone, "You guys deal with it first. I'll find out what's going on." He hung up the phone and said to the bodyguard, "Go to the office and see what's going on." The bodyguard nodded and rushed over there. Depp directly called Joel Mandel's mobile phone. As soon as the call was connected, Joel Mandel said hurriedly, "Johnny, I was just about to call you. The tax bureau just notified me to prepare your tax payment certificates and receipts for previous years. Your tax arrears have exploded. What should I do next?" This stunned Depp. He thought, "My tax has always been taken care of by you and Robert. Now there is a tax arrears situation. You ask me what to do. Who the hell should I ask?" Depp asked. "Joel, why is there a situation of overdue taxes and fees?" "I'm not. Isn't this what you asked for?" Joel turned the tables and argued. "At that time, you gave me several documents specifically saying that the tax money I prepared had other uses for the time being, and the tax payment was delayed first, and then you transferred the money away." Depp was angry. "Impossible." Joel Mandel asked back, "Do I need to send you the documents and contracts you signed?" He elaborated, "You embezzled part of the taxes in 2008 and bought a lot of red wine. In 2009 you spent half of the taxes and bought a new car for each of your partners. In 2010, you embezzled all the taxes and bought jewelry for Amber Heard." Depp was stunned because he had never done these things before and had no memory of them at all. Joel Mandel continued, "Johnny, regarding professional ethics, I have not disclosed any information in this regard, but the tax bureau wants to investigate all accounts, documents, and business dealings involving you. I must cooperate. Please prepare yourself." He performed his duties conscientiously. "Robert is negotiating with the tax bureau auditors. Please notify the lawyer as soon as possible." "This is all I can say for now," Depp said anxiously. "Wait a minute. Sorry, they don't allow me to talk to the outside world." Joel Mandel's phone suddenly hung up. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Depp's brain, which was corroded by alcohol and drugs, became confused for a while. "What did I do? Why did I suddenly fall into the most troublesome tax problem?" He couldn't figure it out. "Those documents, I can't sign. Absolutely not." Thinking of this, Depp suddenly had memories, and his memories were all similar scenes. Whether it was Joel Mandel or Robert Mandel, every time he brought documents or contracts to him for signature in recent years, he would not read the specific content carefully because of his trust in the two brothers. He would sign after listening to them. Unexpectedly, there were traps everywhere. These two bastards betrayed his trust. Depp was furious. He picked up his phone and prepared to call his lawyer. When he saw the bottle of wine next to the phone, he put these things aside for the time being. He grabbed the bottle, unscrewed the lid, and drank a big gulp directly. The alcohol fell into his stomach and Depp's head seemed to be sober. His thoughts were clear, and his nose kept twitching. He warned himself, "Keep calm, don't panic, and solve the problem slowly." Depp opened a drawer, took out a plastic bag, opened it and put it on the table. Only when he was excited, he had the energy to deal with these troubles. So, Depp had his fill first. The phone next to him rang again. Depp was flying in the sky and had no mood or energy to deal with the phone. When he was a little more sober, the urgent doorbell kept coming in from outside. Depp called Amber a few times, wanting Amber to open the door, but no one responded. He then remembered that his wife went to a party of Silicon Valley bigwigs and said she wanted to try to invest in Silicon Valley's high-tech industry. Depp's mind became somewhat clearer, and he gradually remembered some things. Amber Heard seemed to have mentioned Tesla's CEO Musk recently. The doorbell rang more frequently, and Depp had to go to open the door himself. He leaned over to the video access control and took a look. He didn't recognize the people in suits outside. "Who are you?" Depp asked through the loudspeaker. The leader of the group took out his ID and related documents, placed them in front of the camera, and said, "I'm Paul Stone, the inspection commissioner of the Los Angeles branch of the Internal Revenue Service. Mr. Johnny Depp, you are suspected of tax evasion. Please cooperate with our investigation." Hearing this, Depp's head was buzzing, and the troubles that he had forgotten after drinking too much and taking drugs just now came back to his mind again. Chapter 737, Rich Man Becomes Poor Man. In mid-April, Hollywood once again broke out about Johnny Depp, and like in recent years, it was still a scandal. TMZ was the first to release a report. According to the accurate information from the Eyes, Johnny Depp has owed taxes for 7 consecutive years. The Eyes is collecting taxes and formulating corresponding penalties. Subsequently, the Los Angeles branch of the Eyes held a press conference and announced Johnny Depp's tax arrears. It will collect a total of $95.6 million in taxes, late fees and fines. According to outside estimates, Depp's income in these years of filming will not be less than $650 million. Under normal circumstances, it is not difficult to make up the taxes. Facing the Eyes, the best way is to actively pay taxes. After all, Hollywood stars are not powerful, and they don't have the ability and background of the CIA or FBI. But Depp sadly discovered that he had no money to pay taxes. As much as hundreds of millions of dollars of funds were all invested by the Mandelkin investment company established by the brothers Joel and Robert. All investments were made by Depp and were authorized by Depp. These investments were constantly transferred back and forth with little return, and even many investment projects lost everything. However, the Mandel brothers, as investment agents, received high commissions of nearly $100 million according to the agency contract signed by both parties. On Depp's books, the working capital had long been gone, and the latest expenses were still the $5 million borrowed from Mandelking. As for supervision, Depp used Joel's brother Robert to supervise Joel, the investment manager. Depp is definitely a super genius. An interesting situation has emerged. The outside world and even Depp himself believe that he has a net worth of more than $500 million, but in fact it is an empty shell. What's more exaggerated is that Depp entrusted Mandelking Investment Company to manage his finances and finances. Not only did he lose all his money, but he also owed Mandelking $5 million in loans and interest. This situation is not uncommon in Hollywood and the United States. It has happened many times to black NBA stars. But Depp is worse than those people, because every investment made by the Mandel brothers has been legally authorized by Depp. Depp certainly would not let it go when hundreds of millions of dollars disappeared. He immediately sued Joel Mandel and Robert Mandel, accusing the Mandel brothers of financial fraud. Later, Depp claimed in an interview, because of Joel and Robert's fraud, a large amount of his property disappeared, and now he has to sell fixed assets to repay the overdue taxes. The Mandel brothers responded that every investment was approved and legally authorized by Depp, and Depp's financial problems came from his own extravagance. The two revealed in the media that Depp spent tens of millions of dollars to buy an island in the Bahamas that is not suitable for living and tourism development, and spent tens of millions of dollars to buy classic cars. The annual maintenance of these classic cars requires 7 figures. Depp's friends also spend 8 figures on him every year. Depp's monthly purchase of red wine also costs $200,000 to $300,000. These seem to be reasonable. When Depp was interviewed, he was dismissive. They said I spend $200,000 or $300,000 a month on red wine. It's simply an insult to me. The thoughts of alcoholics and drug addicts are different from those of ordinary people, because I spend much more money on wine than this. The two sides attacked each other, and it was very lively for a while. In order to gain enough advantages in the subsequent lawsuits or out-of-court negotiations, the Mandel brothers exposed a series of unreliable behaviors of Depp in addition to his financial situation. For example, Depp started not memorizing his lines a few years ago, and he relied on wearing wireless headphones to let his assistants on the sidelines act as human teleprompters during filming. Other situations such as lateness, alcoholism, drug abuse and absenteeism are even more common. When Depp was popular and had huge commercial value, these were not a problem at all. As long as he could create enough profits and shit on the heads of everyone in the crew, the film company would not say anything. The main problem now is not the producers and the media, but the tax bureau. In the top floor mansion of Columbia Building, Johnny Depp finally stopped drinking and was sober. Facing his lawyer and agent Wham, he was indignant. The tax problem was caused by the Mandel brothers, but I have to bear it. This is unfair. Wham said carefully, but the IRS tax collection notice and fine are issued to you. The lawyer reminded, the problem between you and the Mandel brothers is your dispute. The IRS will not get entangled in this regard. They will focus on whoever owes taxes or companies. Depp was very angry. I don't care. Wham specifically reminded, that's the IRS. As a person who grew up in the United States, Depp certainly understands the horror of the IRS. He sat down on the sofa, facing up, and said, I'm going bankrupt. What can I use to pay taxes and fines to the IRS? No one around spoke. Amber Heard has been sitting on the sofa in silence. Her husband Depp is in a very bad situation now. The cash flow is exhausted, and there are only some fixed assets left. If things go wrong, he may go bankrupt. What did she see in marrying Depp? It's definitely not the so-called captain's charm, and it's even less likely to be Depp's alcoholism and drug addiction, or other bad things. Of course, it's being rich and famous, and everything that comes with it. Amber glanced at Depp. His eye sockets were sunken, his eye bags were heavy, his expression was decadent, and he exuded a lingering smell of alcohol. Thinking about Musk, whom she met some time ago, he was really 100 times better than Depp. It's time to divorce. Amber made a decision in her heart, secretly calculating to find a good enough time to divorce, because she paid with her youth, and in return, she must take something away from Depp. Depp's situation is not good now. She doesn't intend to embarrass Depp too much, and she won't consider 9 digits. 8 digits are enough. Amber glanced at Depp again. He is really not good at all. He is full of problems. After persuading Depp for a while, Agent Wham suggested, sell the fixed assets and pay the IRS taxes and fines first. The longer you delay, the more disadvantageous it will be. The lawyer reminded him at the right time. Once the IRS taxes and fines are overdue, late payment fees will be incurred. The late payment fees are compounded on a daily basis and the amount will increase sharply. He specifically gave Depp an example. It is precisely because of this that Nicolas Cage has not paid off his owed taxes until now. In order to pay the taxes and a series of expenses incurred, Cage has taken all kinds of bad moves in recent years, but it is far from enough to pay off the debt. Depp has also heard about it and said, okay, sort out my fixed assets. I want to see the specific list and sell those that can be sold quickly. He never thought that he would fall to this day. You should deal with it as soon as possible. Wham nodded slightly. The lawyer also had to deal with Depp's case against the Mandel brothers. He had no time to waste here and left first. Depp suddenly thought of something and asked his agent, I remember that the Lone Ranger crew still has $8 million of salary that they haven't paid. Please contact them and ask them to pay me this money. Wham said, I will go to Annapurna Pictures in person to discuss this matter with them. Depp was tired and needed to drink and take drugs, so he waved his hand casually. Wham left the Eastern Columbia building and went straight to Annapurna Pictures. But his proposal that the Lone Ranger crew should pay Depp's last $8 million salary in advance was rejected by Megan Ellison. According to the terms of our supplementary agreement, the film company has the right to postpone the payment of the last salary until the film is released in North America. The bad things that happened to Depp recently made Megan Ellison exhausted, and she didn't even know where to start with crisis public relations. Depp had too many bad things, and Annapurna's crisis public relations were all useless. She cheered up and said, you must restrain Depp and stop making negative news. Wham defended Depp. saying, "This incident has little to do with Depp. He is also a victim who was deceived by the investment manager and accountant. Ms. Ellison, you are well informed and should understand the inside story of this incident." Meghan saw it clearly, but she skipped it and asked, "What about the attack on Martin Davis? Is Depp crazy?" Wham said, "Those were 3 friends of Depp. They saw Martin Davis bullying Depp and couldn't stand it. They took spontaneous actions. It had nothing to do with Depp." Meghan thought of a series of dirty things that happened between the crew of the Lone Ranger and the crew of the Martian during the filming, and couldn't help but shake her head slightly. Depp's group of idiots launched the attack, but at least they should have knocked over Martin Davis' car. As a result, these idiots didn't hit the truck or the people, and they got themselves involved. According to the information she received, the idiot who drove the Hummer into Martin's car may be charged by the Los Angeles prosecutors with endangering public safety and attempted murder in addition to driving under the influence, and it is inevitable that he will go to jail to pick up soap for a few years. Wham argued with Meghan Ellison again, but Meghan Ellison was very strong, and the result he got in the end was still no. Johnny Depp wanted to solve the tax crisis as soon as possible, and he could only solve it by quickly selling fixed assets. Beverly Hills, north of Sunset Boulevard. Bruce drove the Escalade and turned into the gate of Davis Manor. Harris Carter, the second of the 4 Carter siblings, looked at Martin's mansion in Los Angeles curiously through the car window. The car came to the front of the villa. Harris saw his sister Lily, the familiar Martin, and the blonde woman who, like Lily, held Martin's arm with one hand. He knew from the newspaper that she was Elizabeth Olsen, the saint of the Coke God Church and Martin's girlfriend in Hollywood. The car stopped, and the door was opened by Lily from the outside. Harris smiled at his little sister, but before she could even smile, Lily greeted him in an Atlanta accent. "Idiot, get out of the car." Harris stopped smiling, jumped out of the car, looked at Martin who was coming over, and asked, "Boss, what do you want me for?" Chapter 738, Seizing the Family Property. In the study room on the first floor of the villa, Elizabeth Olsen took the data cable of the projector and plugged it into the laptop. Lily pressed the remote control, and the metal screen slowly lowered. Martin opened a folder, and the information about Johnny Depp's unpaid taxes and the fines issued by the eyes appeared on the screen. Harris Carter looked carefully. Martin asked Bruce, "Is it all on it?" Bruce nodded. "All the fixed assets that can be found of Johnny Depp are in it. According to the estimates of the Mandel brothers, except for the 3 mansions in Los Angeles, the rest of Depp's fixed assets can be sold." Harris understood that Martin and Bruce were trying to seize Johnny Depp's property. Lily said at this time, a while ago, Martin had a car accident. It was planned and implemented by 3 of Johnny Depp's bodyguards. One of them drove a Hummer and almost hit Martin. Fortunately, Bruce reacted, otherwise we would have to stay with Martin in the hospital. Harris nodded. Depp should pay the price. There was no saint in the room, including Elizabeth and Lily. They all advocated that Depp should pay 10 times or even 100 times the price. Martin said, because of a series of problems caused by tax arrears, Depp needs to repay a debt of up to $100 million as soon as possible in the next few months. His cash flow is close to drying up, and he must sell fixed assets. Many high-value properties or other assets must be sold at a substantial price if they want to find a taker quickly. He looked at Harris. If we buy them, it will alert the seller and cause the transaction to fail. Harris said, leave it to me. We can buy these assets and sell them calmly. To be honest, Martin didn't care about the profits generated, but just enjoyed the process of Depp becoming a debtor. He looked at the people in the study room and said, if you are willing to invest, we will raise funds together. Harris will complete the acquisition and share the profits according to the financing ratio. Elizabeth unconditionally supported Martin. Count me in. Lily was unwilling to lag behind, and me. Bruce and Harris are naturally needless to say. Martin nodded and said, old Bruce, let's get started. Bruce switched the folders, picked up the laser pen, pointed to the picture of a yacht that appeared on the screen, and said, this is Johnny Depp's amphitrite yacht, which is nearly 50 meters long. After Depp bought it for $10 million, he spent another $8 million to renovate and upgrade it. J.K. Rowling was once very interested in this yacht, but she started to write Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them behind closed doors last year and temporarily cut off contact with the outside world. He further said, this yacht costs $350,000 a month in basic expenses. Now Depp can't afford it, so he must sell it. It's not easy to find a buyer for a yacht of this level. If we can buy it at a suitable price, we can wait for Rowling to finish writing the new book and then discuss the deal with her. Martin looked at Elizabeth. Elizabeth knew what he meant and shook her head. I don't like this kind of antique yacht with 2 masts. Bruce switched the information, and the screen turned into a house located on an independent cliff facing the sea. It occupied an entire cliff and its area was no smaller than the Davis Manor. The laser pointer shone on the big house in the middle of the picture. This is one of Depp's 5 houses in Los Angeles, and it is also the most valuable one. It covers an area of nearly 4 acres. The current market value is estimated to be $39 million. It is the most valuable fixed asset under Depp's name. Other people's things just look comfortable. Martin said, this house is good. It is destined to be with us. Lily agreed. I thought it was beautiful at first sight. Bruce continued to switch the information. This is a wine estate located in France. The current market value is estimated to be $19 million. Strictly speaking, this is a small village in France. Martin looked at the switched information one by one and listened to Bruce's introduction. He couldn't help but sigh. Depp is worthy of being a Hollywood star who has been famous for more than 20 years. Even if he fell into the big pit dug by investment managers and accountants and was heavily fined by the eyes, he still has a strong family background. Depp has 14 properties in popular cities around the world. Even if he encounters difficulties and is targeted by the eyes, the total market value of Depp's current fixed assets is still close to $100 million. Of course, given Depp's situation, if he wants to cash out quickly, he must be greatly discounted. If Depp doesn't clean up these, how can he justify the urine in Death Valley National Park and the car that hit him a while ago? After the small meeting in the study, Martin asked Bruce to copy a detailed information and gave it to Harris. In terms of funds, in addition to Martin, Lily, Elizabeth, Bruce and Harris, Elena, who is far away in Atlanta, will also be brought in. Harris quickly said goodbye and left. Martin then called Thomas and lawyer Hamlin to keep a close eye on Howard and Butt, who caused the car accident. With Depp's character that is particularly loyal to his brothers, he will definitely not give up the 3 followers. Whether it is bail or lawyer fees, it is another large expense. The various expenses of these 3 people, including the civil compensation and fines that will inevitably arise later, can only be paid by Depp. In this respect, Depp is a good person. The next morning, attorney Hamlin informed Martin that Depp's lawyer, who is also the current attorney for Howard, and the other 2, had an initial communication with him and wanted to reach a settlement with Martin in the form of cash compensation. Martin flatly refused, and after the other party contacted him again, he made a random request for $50 million in mental compensation. Of course, Depp's side would not agree. Martin was not in a hurry. He would definitely send those 3 bastards to jail to pick up soap. Depp wanted to hire a luxurious legal team to fight the lawsuit, which required a large sum of money. Martin was ready to cut off the source of funds so that Depp could not afford to hire a legal team. Disney Studios, La La Land Studio. After practicing the piano and coming out of the music room, Martin met Musk, who had made an appointment in the lounge in the front hall. This rich and fat white man was chatting with Maya, the screenwriter of the project, and made Maya laugh non-stop. Seeing Martin coming, Maya held back her laughter and greeted him. Good afternoon, Martin. Hello, Maya. Martin pulled out a chair and sat next to him, asking Musk, what are you talking about? You look so happy. Musk said, Maya told me about her part-time job as a waitress in a cold drink shop. It sounds very interesting. Martin said, I also met Maya in the cold drink shop, and then we had this movie project. Maya saw that Martin had something to talk about, so she took the initiative to get up and say goodbye. Mandy Moore and I have an appointment to discuss choreography. It's about time, so I'll leave first. When the people walked away, Musk said, a very thoughtful female screenwriter. Martin reminded him, don't mess around in my crew, or I will tie you to a rocket and send you into space. I heard that Martians like white and fat men. Amber is much more interesting than her. Musk made his usual scumbag remarks. Man, you missed a top-notch one. Amber is really great. Her ability to take the initiative to cooperate is first class. I made her into an angel. Martin didn't understand the meaning of the latter sentence and said, your angel has given Disney Studios a new attraction that is famous all over the United States. The attraction is called Notorious. Musk coughed and said, seriously, don't say these useless things. I plan to officially date Amber, but she has to leave Depp first. This is also the purpose of Martin's invitation to Musk. It is easy for a woman like Amber to leave Depp. As long as Depp has no money and his reputation is completely ruined, she will definitely leave. Musk seemed to be moved by his beauty. Depp is your mortal enemy. Martin, you must have some ideas, right? Martin asked, you plan to steal someone else's wife and then kick that person into a cliff so that he can never climb up again. Musk was not embarrassed at all. Don't you think it's interesting? Amber will be grateful for what I have done, unlocking everything for me, and letting me do whatever I want. Martin shook his head. Hey, my moral standards are lowering when I often associate with you. Don't be ridiculous, Martin. This should be said the other way around. Musk pointed out the key point. I learned all this from you, okay? Martin bent his fingers and tapped the table. Don't accuse me, you bastard. I never do such a rubbish. Musk reminded, the relationship between me and Amber is learned from you and Charlize Theron. Well, let me start with you, so that you can recall it carefully. You hooked up with Stuart Townsend's fiancée Charlize Theron, and you also got Stuart Townsend into a huge trouble like the illegitimate childgate, and you were sued by a woman one after another, and disappeared directly from Hollywood. Even with Martin's eloquence, he was speechless at this moment. Because what Musk was doing was indeed a replica of what he did to Charlize Theron. Musk said sincerely, Martin, you are my teacher in this regard. He praised, recently, I have carefully studied your interactions with many female stars. There are too many classic examples. You have left a treasure trove of knowledge for the whole United States. Don't talk nonsense. Martin was humble. I didn't. Musk said, from today on, you are my teacher. He held back his laughter and shouted seriously, teacher. Martin's mentality changed quickly. Anyway, he had done it, so why should he be afraid of what others would say? Musk returned to the previous topic. Amber and Depp, what do you think? Another new film starring Depp, The Lone Ranger, with a production budget of $250 million, is about to be released. Martin elaborated, when shooting this kind of film, Depp tortured the investor Megan Ellison to the point of almost going crazy. If something unexpected happens to this film, with Megan Ellison's personality, will she let Depp go? Musk is also in Silicon Valley, and is more familiar with Ellison and his daughter. He said, from what I understand, even if the film is successful, Megan Ellison will not let Depp go. Martin tapped the table lightly. This is a breakthrough. Chapter 739. Everyone is a genius. After chatting for a while, Musk left the studio contentedly. Martin and him reached an agreement on dealing with Depp. The Lone Ranger will be released soon. As one of the trilogy snatched from Martin by Annapurna Pictures, it has a lot of publicity and promotion, and advertisements are everywhere. And it is different from the publicity strategy of Transcendence. Because of the bad things that happened to Depp recently, both the crew and the distributor Warner Brothers have focused on the production of Jerry Bruckheimer's team. This gold medal producer has a good market appeal with his outstanding past performance. Bruce said, no one will send you a premiere invitation this time. Martin was not conscious at all. Don't they know that I'm a lucky star? Bruce told the truth. Lucky you, but unlucky them. A girl with a bag came in at the door of the studio. She saw Martin in the lounge and immediately ran over. Teacher. Bruce automatically stepped aside. Why are you here? Martin pointed to the opposite side. Sit down and talk. Sayo Isron took off her backpack, pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, Maya and Ms. Mandy Moore rehearsed a dance, but the dancers are not in place yet. They want to see the effect, so Louise called me, and I came to try to dance. Martin said, it's better to get familiar with it first. Saoirse Ronan looked around and saw that there was no one around. She lowered her voice and said, "I learned some special dances from the teacher of the dance class. I just want to dance for you, the teacher. When are you free?" Martin thought for a while and said, "Let's talk about it at the end of the month." Saoirse nodded. The end of the month is just right. At that time, she will have her 18th birthday. In addition, she went to Davis Manor a few days ago. Elizabeth Olsen and Lily Carter were going to Europe at that time and were not in Los Angeles. Saoirse added, "I will practice hard during this period and I will definitely surprise you then." Martin said, "You are the only one who has so many tricks." Saoirse laughed happily, turned her head to look at the quartz clock on the wall, quickly picked up her bag and stood up. "The time I have an appointment with Ms. Mandy Moore is almost up. I'll leave first. Do you know where the dance studio is?" Martin saw Saoirse nod and waved his hand. "Go." Saoirse hurried into the studio. Bruce was on the phone. After a while, he came over and said, "Harris has reported that Johnny Depp's yacht and his mansion in Malibu have been put up for sale. The yacht is priced at $16 million and the mansion is priced at $35 million, all below market price." Martin has also learned how to play in the high-end market over the years and said, "At this price, Depp should sell it. No one will take it over." Bruce added, "Harris asked Ivan to bribe people around Depp. It is said that Depp's psychological price for the yacht is $11 million. Martin said, "Let Harris do it." Because of the famous ungrateful wolf battle in the Harry Potter crew and the expulsion of Rowling, the original author, from the Harry Potter franchise, Martin had some impression of some of Rowling's news. He vaguely remembered that she bought a two-masted antique yacht, which seemed to cost nearly $20 million. If Rowling really bought Depp's two-masted antique yacht, the middleman made a lot of money from the difference. Martin and his people have already raised the funds, so he won't be involved in the specific operations. It is obvious that Depp has started to sell off his assets in the face of pressure from the eyes. But then again, there are not many people in the United States who can withstand the pressure from the eyes. Martin's cell phone rang, but it was Nolan who called to ask him to meet and talk about the new project. After coming out of the studio, Martin hadn't gotten on the electric car yet, and a red-haired beauty with big waves came quickly from the agents of SHIELD. Studio next door. "Hi, Martin." Elena Satin waved to Martin. "See you again." Thanks to her outstanding appearance, Martin still remembered her name. "Hello, Elena." Seeing Bruce driving the electric car, Elena Satin asked, "Are you leaving the studio? You're going out too?" Martin got on the car. "I can give you a ride." "Thank you." Elena Satin quickly got on the electric car. Bruce started the car and drove towards the entrance of the studio. Elena Satin glanced at Martin in front of her secretly and asked, "I heard that your new project is a musical?" Martin said casually, "The preparation period for this project is relatively long, and it's still early to shoot." Elena Satin asked again, "Isn't your next project this?" "No." Martin shook his head and simply said, "Or Thief movie." The studio gate was not far away. Bruce quickly stopped the battery car. Martin got off the car and went straight into the parking lot and left here with Bruce. Elena Satin sat in her car and kept watching the Escalade go away. She pulled down the sun visor, looked at her exquisite maquette through the mirror, and reached out to hold her mountain breeze. She thought she was very attractive. "Don't be anxious, take your time." Elena Satin reminded herself, "Learn from the lessons of those losers and let everything seem to go with the flow." She started the car and left the Disney studio. Century City, WMA. Martin met Christopher Nolan in a reception room. The latter has been having a bad time with Warner Brothers recently, and photos of his argument with John Berg were posted on TMZ. Martin asked directly, "Is the project in trouble? I have already submitted the director's cut of The Dark Knight Rises. What happens later has nothing to do with me." Nolan seemed very tired. "The trouble mainly comes from Interstellar." Martin grasped the key. "Warner Pictures?" Nolan nodded slightly. "Although this project is jointly invested by DreamWorks, Legendary Pictures, Paramount Pictures and Warner Pictures, the investment copyright is scattered among DreamWorks, Paramount Pictures and Warner Pictures. The former two have given the green light, but Warner Pictures has been blocking me." Martin asked, "Because we sued Warner Pictures?" Nolan shrugged. Yes, the last time I had a conflict with John Berg was when John Berg threatened me with this project. If I don't withdraw the lawsuit and reach a settlement with Warner Pictures, the establishment of Interstellar will continue to be delayed. Martin asked curiously, what are the terms of the settlement? Waste liquidated damages and late payment fees, and only pay according to normal bank interest. Nolan felt that John Berg had a problem with his brain, but he got the support of Kevin Tsujihara, chairman of the group company. He couldn't help but say, all the senior executives after Warner's replacement are geniuses, and everyone has wonderful ideas. Martin agreed. Give up the penalty for breach of contract, give up the late payment fee, and only charge a negligible bank interest. John Berg has the nerve to propose such a condition. Nolan added, what's even more bizarre is that John Berg also advised me to be more generous, to have a long-term vision, and not to care about the immediate petty gains. He said disdainfully, if Warner Pictures owed him salary, would he be so generous? On this matter, Martin was completely on the same side as Nolan. There can be no compromise on this matter. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. For the new project, let DreamWorks and Paramount Pictures put pressure on Warner Pictures. Nolan nodded and reminded Martin at the same time, John Berg has a lot of opinions about you and may oppose you playing the leading actor, but Paramount Pictures and DreamWorks all agree that you will be the leading actor because Warner Pictures has not yet pushed this project to the review committee and the specific situation involving the actors will have to wait for some time. Martin thought about the upcoming summer season and the release of Jack the Giant Slayer next month, and said, the situation may change when the summer season starts. Warner Brothers. Pictures. I don't know what to say. Nolan said, I will communicate further with Paramount Pictures and DreamWorks to promote the project. The day after Martin met Nolan, Nolan filed a new lawsuit against his former agency CAA and current agency WMA in the Los Angeles Supreme Court. The reason was Nolan's commission. Nolan left CAA and joined WMA just during the production of The Dark Knight Rises. CAA believed that Nolan signed a director contract with The Dark Knight Rises studio during his time at CAA, and all the remuneration and agency commission generated during the project should belong to CAA. But WMA didn't think so, because after Nolan jumped to WMA, he was still engaged in the filming and production of The Dark Knight Rises. The remuneration and agency commission that Nolan received during that period naturally could not fall into the hands of CAA. The two agencies were arguing with each other, which annoyed the Nolans so much that they simply sued the two agencies in court and asked the court to make a decision. In the eyes of top figures in the industry, like Martin and Nolan, both CAA, which ranks first in the industry, and WMA, which ranks second, have a clear positioning: service providers. However, Nolan's news still cannot steal the limelight from Depp. Throughout April, the two most sensational news in Hollywood were all related to Johnny Depp. One was that Depp encountered a financial crisis. The other was that Depp starred in The Lone Ranger, which was like an overwhelming publicity bombardment. This super blockbuster, invested by Annapurna Pictures with $250 million, produced by Hollywood Gold producer Jerry Bruckheimer's team, and distributed by Warner Brothers, will be fully launched in major theaters in North America on April 20th. The film avoided the fierce competition in the summer season, and was separated from Marvel Studios' blockbuster The Avengers by one weekend. With the current situation of the film market, let alone 2 weekends, 1 weekend can determine the life and death of a big production. This time, neither the producers Annapurna Pictures and Megan Ellison, nor the distributors Warner Brothers and Daniel, invited Martin to attend the premiere of The Lone Ranger. Chapter 740, Box Office Failure. Compared to Johnny Depp's pettiness, Martin is definitely a generous person. On the day that The Lone Ranger was released in North America, he bought 2 movie tickets and took Bruce to support Depp. If Lily and Elizabeth had not gone on a business trip to Europe, he would have bought 4 or even 5 tickets. After all, Bruce couldn't be left alone. Beverly Hills, Floyd Cinema. Martin and Bruce, who were specially dressed up, got off the Chevrolet and walked into the theater slowly. Martin wore wide-rimmed glasses and a long wig, and also put on a beard, completely changing his appearance. At the entrance of the theater, perhaps in order to avoid a series of negative effects brought by Johnny Depp, The main poster of the Lone Ranger changed from Depp alone at the beginning to Depp and Amy Hammer. Depp's character's appearance is strange and weird, like an Indian version of Captain Jack Sparrow. In the original plan, Megan Allison and Jerry Bruckheimer intended to shoot the Lone Ranger into a new Pirates of the Caribbean series. Martin hadn't met these two people recently. After so many things happened to Johnny Depp, he didn't know if the two bosses had changed their minds. Bruce looked at Depp and said, "No normal person plays the role played by this guy." Martin said, "Normal people play roles like me." The two entered the theater. Bruce went to buy tickets. There were not many people in the ticket office. There was no need to queue. Tickets for the Lone Ranger were available. Bruce took the tickets and joined Martin in the theater. The theater, which can accommodate more than 200 people, was very empty at this time, with very few viewers. Martin came to the last row, where he could see the entire theater clearly. He quickly glanced and saw that there were less than 10 people in the theater. Bruce said, "The attendance rate seems to be worse than Alexandrovich's Napoleon the Great." When this comedy was released in North America, it did not exceed 1,000 theaters at most. The Lone Ranger was released in 3,945 theaters at the same time. Martin thought about it and said, after the premiere, "It seems that many media and film critics praise the film. Probably about the same as us." Bruce said something else. Depp's reputation in the media and on the internet has been extremely bad recently. Martin also paid attention to the rumors that Depp had domestic violence after a quarrel with Amber Heard, in addition to the long-standing rumors of alcohol, drugs, being a big shot, being late and absent from work. Although Depp specifically refuted the rumors, Amber Heard never spoke out. Martin knew very well that this was Musk's trick. The lights on the ceiling of the theater went out, and the big screen lit up. The Lone Ranger began to be shown. After watching the opening credits, Bruce paid special attention to the audience, looked around, and whispered, "Including the two of us, there are less than 10 people." Martin pointed at the screen and said, "Watch a movie." The director of The Lone Ranger is Gore Verbinski, who directed the Pirates of the Caribbean trilogy. The production team is the top team of Jerry Bruckheimer in the industry. The leading actor is the famous Johnny Depp. Even the setting of the leading actor is a weirdo who is extremely in line with Depp's personal style. No matter from which aspect, this movie has all the necessary element for success. Although Megan Allison has only been in Hollywood for a few years, she is not stupid at all. These are the key factors that made her spend $250 million to produce it. Of course, these key factors were all sent to Megan Allison by Martin, based on some memories of his previous life. Martin specifically negotiated copyright authorization with Disney Pictures, deliberately let Davis Studio compete for Depp, and pretended to hire Jerry Bruckheimer as producer, giving Megan Allison a mature and seemingly successful homework. So, Megan Allison grabbed the project without hesitation, invested a huge amount of money, and copied the homework. Frankly speaking, this movie is not super bad. Even if it is placed in Jerry Bruckheimer's previous box office hits, it is definitely not the lowest level. It can be said that Jerry Bruckheimer has maintained the bottom line of the movie. But if you go to see this movie with the same expectation as Pirates of the Caribbean, you will definitely be disappointed. The couple sitting in the rows in front of Martin left early before watching half of the movie. Martin persisted for a while and took out his mobile phone several times to check the time. Finally, after nearly an hour and a half, he lost his patience and said to Bruce, "Let's go." Bruce had been browsing Twitter and chatting with 3 people at the same time. Martin noticed it. "Old Bruce, you flirted with Kim, Chloe and Jody at the same time. It's so immoral." Bruce was completely disgusted. There is no psychological burden in being a degenerate scumbag. Martin walked out of the theater, got in the car, took off his wig and fake beard, and said, "This movie is doomed to fail." Bruce agreed. "I'm a viewer with a high tolerance for bad movies. I'm bored to death. Even God can't save this movie." Before the car started, Martin received a call from Maximum. The fat white man laughed on the phone. "What the hell is Depp's new film? It's such a bad movie, and those film critics and media have the nerve to praise it? It's a fucking western version of Pirates of the Caribbean. Who gives them the courage to publish such a column?" Martin said, "Of course it's Franklin." "Yes. Musk thought this made sense. Only Franklin can make them lie with their eyes open. But it's bad as bad. No matter how much you praise it, it's useless. Especially Depp's recent reputation and public opinion are super bad. He asked Martin, when should I start? Martin thought for a while and said, wait until the first week's box office in North America is released. The first week's box office is released. As long as the data is ideal, investors, producers, and distributors will all abandon Depp. At that time, no matter what we do, it will be much easier. Musk said, you are the teacher in this regard. I will listen to you. With the full release of Lone Ranger in nearly 4,000 theaters in North America, the good reputation that the film had carefully created before collapsed. The freshness of Rotten Tomatoes went from fresh to rotten, from 82% to 41%. On the first night of Friday, on the internet, IMDb dropped from 8.4 to 6.2. From websites to social media, all kinds of negative reviews were pouring in like the Pacific Ocean breeze. This movie is just a long, stinking farce. It's really boring. I left the theater early for the first time this year. The Lone Ranger is as bad as Depp. A bad person makes a bad movie. Perfect match. I'm watching The Lone Ranger in the theater. The bad news is that the movie has only been going on for 30 minutes, and I can't help but pick up my phone to check Twitter. The good news is that I decided to leave the theater early. Seeing Depp is too distracting. What role is that? It's clearly the captain who came to the American West. I can't get into it at all. Depp's role is too bad. All kinds of pretentiousness. I'm really fed up with him. The negative reviews of The Lone Ranger also further collapsed Depp's personal reputation. Depp's personality outside the screen has collapsed. I thought he could save his image with his movie roles, but they turned out to be just as bad as his other roles. I've watched both Transcendence and The Lone Ranger, and I can say that Depp is stuck in Pirates of the Caribbean. What's more frightening is that his real life is a mess, which will only further drag down his acting career. For all the bad things Depp has done, the failure of The Lone Ranger is what he deserves. Although several fan organizations of Depp claim that no matter what Depp's real life is like, as long as he has a work, they will definitely buy tickets to support him. But these die-hard fans alone cannot support the market of a big budget movie. Moreover, it is hard to say how many of them really buy tickets, because the attendance rate of The Lone Ranger is really poor. On Friday night, most theaters showing The Lone Ranger still had only about 10 viewers buying tickets. On the top floor of the Columbia building, Johnny Depp, who did not need to participate in the promotion of The Lone Ranger, was drinking and taking drugs with his followers and playmates, as if the financial crisis did not exist, and the movie he starred in had already been a box office hit. Amber Heard stood on the balcony, enjoying the night breeze, and looking at the night view of Los Angeles. From time to time, she glanced at the window, where the chaotic sound came from, and disgust was almost written on her face. She glanced at the watch given by her sweetheart Musk, and then picked up the poster of The Lone Ranger. This neurotic movie has a very bad reputation on the internet, and has been criticized on social media such as Twitter. The reputation of the film is over. How good can the box office be? Amber has to see the box office figures before deciding what to do next. After waiting for a while, her mobile phone lit up with a text message notification, and the latest data was sent by her agent. Amber quickly clicked on the text message and saw the statistics of The Lone Ranger at a glance. On the first day of the North American release of this film, it only received $7.56 million in nearly 4,000 theaters. Amber breathed a sigh of relief and gave up her last thoughts about Depp. The box office of this movie was finished. Her husband Johnny Depp was also finished. This drunk, drug addict and bastard who was in financial crisis was not worthy of a young and beautiful top beauty like her. Amber left the balcony, walked through the long corridor, broke into the banquet hall where Depp was reveling, grabbed Depp's arm, and dragged him out. Depp said, "Honey, what do you want to do? Why are you so anxious today?" Amber dragged him out, slammed the door, took out a bottle of ice water from the refrigerator, and threw it to Depp. "Drink some water and wake up. The movie you are showing is finished. You are fucking finished." Depp unscrewed the bottle cap and took a sip. "It's just a movie that's finished. I don't lack film contracts. Wake up." Amber wanted to provoke Depp. "This useless man. You lost to Martin Davis." Hearing Martin's name, Depp glared, but after looking at Amber for a while, he turned and went back into the revelry room. A man without balls. Amber was very angry and muttered, "A wimp who doesn't even dare to commit domestic violence." Chapter 741, Digging a Pit and Stirring Up Trouble. In today's North American film market, a film that has been released on a large scale and failed at the beginning, in order to turn around the trend, not only needs a huge reputation, but also super good luck. The difficulty of The Lone Ranger to turn around is undoubtedly beyond hell. This film is like Johnny Depp to some extent. It has a certain appeal under certain circumstances. Once it is out of a certain environment, it can only be described as bad. After the box office failure on the first day, Depp encountered a wall down and everyone pushed him down. For the sake of news effect, the media can't wait to knock him down. In addition to the series of situations encountered recently, even River Phoenix, who died in Depp's bar in 1993, was dragged out by the media, saying that it was the bar owner Depp who gave River Phoenix too many drugs, which led to the subsequent tragedy. When things are going smoothly and constantly creating huge commercial value, all those around a star are good people and good deeds. Even drug abuse and alcoholism can be touted by the media as a tenacious struggle against alcohol and drug addiction. Stars who are falling rapidly will find that they are surrounded by villains and bad guys, and any small problem can be magnified infinitely by the media. Johnny Depp still has a large number of fans, but he has lost his popularity in the continuous media reports. These are directly reflected in The Lone Ranger. On the second day of the film's release, that is, Saturday, the single-day box office dropped significantly, earning only $6.58 million. 3 days after the North American opening weekend, The Lone Ranger unexpectedly grabbed the throne of the North American box office champion, but the cumulative box office was only $18.55 million. This box office figure shocked the entire Hollywood. It's too miserable. If this goes on, who will dare to make a super blockbuster of more than $200 million in the future? But there are also many people who eat melons and eat crisply, because the losers are outsiders who wave money and run to Hollywood to kill. Who doesn't want to see the Madman Ellison family get unlucky? Subsequently, CinemaScore announced the reputation of the audience at the theater, with an average score of C, which is the same as Transcendence, and predicts that the North American box office will fall at around $40 million. Burbank, Davis Studio. In Martin's office, Nicholson sat on the sofa, smiling with wrinkles on his face, saying, "We have been working on the Depp operation for more than half a year, and finally achieved significant results. Guys." Martin poured 3 glasses of champagne, and handed them to Nicholson and Leonardo one by one. "We have to drink a glass to this." The 3 of them toasted to celebrate. Leonardo put down his glass and said, "In the past, I always felt sad when I saw other films starring superstars fail. Why do I feel happy when I see this situation now?" He slapped his forehead and found the reason. "It must be you 2 bastards who led me astray and turned me from a good person into a complete bastard." "You are a good person?" Martin exposed his past. As early as 1998, James Cameron said that, "Leo, you are an absolute bastard." Nicholson nodded. "I remember this, and can prove it." Leonardo was not embarrassed at all by his past being exposed. He quickly changed the subject and asked, "Is the cost of The Lone Ranger frighteningly high?" Martin knew this very clearly. Megan Allison's Annapurna Pictures purchased the copyright from Disney Pictures, spending $80 million plus a confidential post-production share. My studio participated in the competition at the time. Nicholson was dissatisfied with his substitution of concepts and said, "You are digging a hole and adding fuel to the fire, raising the price of the copyright." Martin smiled. There was no need to deny it in front of his best friend. He added, "I don't know what Megan Ellison thinks. It may be related to her desire to film this subject into the so-called new Pirates of the Caribbean series. Annapurna Pictures has not included the copyright transfer fee in the production cost." Leonardo smiled and patted the armrest of the sofa. "This is really good news." Martin continued, "The initial production budget of The Lone Ranger was $200 million. Because of Depp's various works, it was finally increased to $250 million. The publicity and marketing of the film was jointly done by Annapurna and Warner Pictures, with a budget of $150 million. It is said that Annapurna contributed half of the funds. Nicholson understood it as soon as he heard it. We don't know how the first film will perform yet, but Megan Ellison has invested in serial operations. This kind of confidence is really not something that ordinary people can have. Leonardo told the truth, because she has a father with a net worth of $30 billion US, and her father is also famous for his self-confidence and arrogance. Martin took the champagne and poured it for Leonardo and Nicholson, saying, when filming in Death Valley National Park, Megan Ellison was extremely dissatisfied with Depp, and the conflict between the two was extremely sharp, but for the commercial future of the film, they had to endure it. Leonardo said, the more times you have endured it before, the more terrible it will be when it explodes. Even if Megan Ellison doesn't explode, we will provoke her to explode. Nicholson's face was grim, and he said in a cold voice, Depp, this bastard, actually dared to plan a car accident. Doesn't he know that Martin is protected by me? He slapped the armrest of the sofa. Depp, this time we have to do it in a big way, so that he can't take care of himself. Martin raised his hands in agreement. I have planned two plans here. One is to be done by Musk in Silicon Valley. He has already hooked up with Depp's wife Amber Heard. This guy has a really strong taste. Leonardo interrupted. Isn't he afraid of shitting on his bed? Nicholson looked Martin up and down and said, I thought you were going to do it yourself, but I didn't expect someone to rush to the front. Leonardo frowned. You are a man who specializes in stealing other people's wives, but you didn't do anything. It's unscientific. Martin was angry, because I'm a mathematician and can solve math problems. Leonardo's face changed drastically. I was wrong. It's all my fault. Martin Davis is an upright person. He pursues women uprightly, and he steals other people's wives uprightly. Martin directly put his middle finger on Leonardo's face. Nicholson said, we are discussing how to mess with people. Can you two be serious? Martin and Leonardo stopped fooling around. Nicholson asked Martin, what should we do next? Martin said, find an opportunity to provoke Megan Ellison in person. Let her vent all her accumulated dissatisfaction and anger towards Depp, and let Depp fully experience the anger of a billionaire princess. He picked up the glass, took a sip of champagne, and said, Musk will instigate Amber Heard to divorce Depp. According to the information he has, the famous love-brained Depp has not signed any prenuptial agreement with Amber. Nicholson patted his thigh and regretted, if I had known earlier, I should have let Lorraine hook up with Depp. Martin and Leonardo were completely speechless about their silly boss. Nicholson said, Depp still has a lot of property now. If Amber divorces, she can share part of it. Not only that. Martin suddenly laughed. Musk, this bastard, also enjoys the game we planned, and is going to make Amber Heard a successful victim of domestic violence. Nicholson nodded. This is exactly the result we want. He exclaimed. Sure enough, the bastard you know, is as bastard as you. Leonardo suddenly laughed. Depp is treated so damn well. The three of us are watching him, Megan Ellison is watching him, and Musk of Tesla is also watching him. He should be honored to come and thank him for this. Martin said, you can call Depp. Who will go to stimulate Megan Ellison? Nicholson was of course proactive about such an interesting thing. Let me do it. I have rich experience. Martin had a lot of trouble creating today's situation, and of course he wanted to have a good time. The project was snatched away from me by Megan Ellison, and it would be best if I do it myself. Leonardo didn't want to miss it either. A few years ago, Megan Ellison asked me for an autograph and a photo, saying that she was a fan of mine. If my idol fights back, the effect will be better. The three of them argued for a while, all wanting to go up and have fun. Such an opportunity is rare. As the leader of the asshole trio, Nicholson made the final decision. Well, the three of us go together and decide who goes up, based on the situation. This is fair and reasonable. Even those who don't go can still watch the show from the side. Leonardo agreed. Good idea. Let's do it. Martin thought for a moment, then said, our task now is to find out Megan Ellison's movements as soon as possible and know where she will appear. Nicholson has the widest network of contacts. Leave it to me. Annapurna Pictures, the president's office. Megan Ellison sat in the boss chair without making any noise for more than half an hour. On the desk in front of her was the latest data report of the Lone Ranger. The North American box office of $18.55 million in the 3 days of the opening weekend seemed to have its own horror effect, making Megan Ellison dare not look directly at it. After investing so much and paying so much, and being confident in the project and the film, who would be willing to accept such a result? Who would be able to accept it calmly? Even though she is the daughter of the madman Larry Ellison, even though she has a billionaire father, such a tragic failure still makes Megan Ellison bleed in her heart. The previous transcendence failed. Megan could tolerate it. After all, who has never failed in starting a business? But this Lone Ranger failed again, and Megan couldn't figure it out. The production budget is as high as $250 million, and the funds are sufficient. Producer Jerry Bruckheimer has been a well-known gold medal producer in Hollywood for more than 20 years. Breakdance, Bad Boys, The Rock, The Lost Tomb, Pearl Harbor, Black Hawk Down, Pirates of the Caribbean, National Treasure and so on, all of which have proved his ability and vision. Director Gore Verbinski is outstanding, and has just directed the Pirates of the Caribbean series. The male lead Johnny Depp is a first-line star with strong appeal in Hollywood. These people have just created the glory of the Pirates of the Caribbean series. Coupled with her outstanding investor, all the elements of success have been gathered. But the film just failed, and it failed miserably. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 742. I want Depp to be completely finished. Under the night sky, a black business car drove out of Beverly Hills and headed straight for Burbank. In the car, Martin flipped through the invitation letter with Tom Cruise's head in the Mission Impossible 4 poster printed on the cover. Nicholson asked, "Are you sure Megan Ellison will appear at Tom Cruise's celebration party?" "No mistake." Martin said simply. Megan Ellison's brother David Ellison founded Skydance Pictures, which invested in Mission Impossible 4. This film was a great success and reversed Tom Cruise's decline in recent years. Among the guests, invited by Tom Cruise, the Ellison brothers and sisters are the focus. Leonardo patted Martin on the shoulder and said, "Fortunately, Jack and I came with you, otherwise you would be fighting two people alone. If you lose, it would be too embarrassing for our trio." The business car arrived at the Burbank Hotel. The three got off the car and walked through the red carpet, following the signs to enter the banquet hall where the party was held. Tom Cruise and director Brad Bird immediately came to greet them. After shaking hands with Leonardo and Nicholson, the former opened his arms and gave Martin a hug, saying, "You helped me a lot in the success of Mission Impossible 4. All the things you taught me have become the best selling points of the film." "You are too polite, Tommy," Martin said with a smile. "Those things can become selling points because you are hardworking enough." Tom Cruise thought Martin was too sensible and said, "Please come in. We must have a drink later." This year he will also send Martin a cake. Martin and the other two entered the banquet hall. Leonardo looked back at Tom Cruise and said, "Jack, why do I always feel that Martin and Tim are having an affair?" Nicholson said, "Because Tom Cruise will make us think that Martin betrayed the trio and cheated secretly." Martin really didn't want to pay attention to these two idiots, so he simply pretended not to hear. He quickly swept his eyes across the wide banquet hall, looking for his target tonight. Martin first saw David Ellison. When he first entered Hollywood, he was also very high profile. When investing in movies, he claimed that for every additional plane that appeared in the picture, he would add $1 million to the budget. Skydance Pictures, founded by David Ellison, initially took the path of independent investment and production, but after the failure of Horns, he stopped independent production and became a more pure investor. Leonardo nudged Martin with his elbow and signaled with his eyes, "Over there, Megan Ellison." Martin saw that Megan Ellison was talking to a few people. Nicholson nodded at the two of them. "Follow me." Each of them took a glass of wine, and the three of them came to sit not far from Megan Ellison, chatting as usual. Outsiders looked over and thought that these three bastards were particularly happy. Nicholson raised his glass to signal Martin and Leonardo and said, "High-end hunters all appear as prey." Martin took a sip of wine. "That makes sense." On the other side, Megan Ellison quickly noticed Martin. Seeing Martin chatting and laughing there, her already super clogged mind was suddenly tied up. At this moment, her face was red, her skin was clammy, she was irritable, her heart rate increased, she had difficulty breathing, and she had severe pain near her sternum. She could hardly stand steadily. Megan Allison's psychological endurance was not strong enough, but the loss was too great. More than $300 million was spent on various investments, and the final income might only be 7 figures. Even if it was her father, he couldn't bear it for a while. Megan's eyes were glued to Martin, because she remembered clearly that this project was snatched from Martin Davis. At this point in the development of the project, she couldn't help but have an idea, was this project really snatched? Seeing Martin, Leonardo and Nicholson clinking champagne glasses, Megan knew that the more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she would feel. However, the thoughts in her heart were as tenacious as life force, drilling through the blocked cardiovascular system and bubbling out. Are those 3 bastards celebrating my failure? Megan's temper and personality would not hide. She immediately walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite Martin. Martin snapped his fingers at the waiter and asked the waiter to bring a glass of champagne. Megan looked at the champagne in front of her and asked directly, why? To celebrate the failure of the Lone Ranger that I invested in. The domineering female president looked very imposing. Martin picked up the champagne glass and did not hide his happiness. It's really worth a drink. Since the other party's character is an unfathomable domineering female president, he will just be a superficial villain who shows his happiness. He drank a sip of champagne. Ms. Ellison, congratulations on the failure of your film. Megan kept her expression unchanged, as if this failure was nothing. But with the loss of several $100 million, even if the persona did not change, the heart did change. She asked a question with a hoarse voice, did you do it on purpose? Although Martin's acting skills were not as good as Nicholson's, he could handle the situation easily. He seemed not to understand. What? Megan asked, did you deliberately give me the project of the Lone Ranger? Martin drank the remaining champagne in the glass and replied, are you mentally ill? He stared into Megan's eyes, and the anger that had been accumulated for a long time burst out. Ms. Ellison, I have never seen such a top-notch person like you. You stole someone else's project, messed it up, and blamed the person who was robbed. Nicholson squeezed. I have been in Hollywood for 50 years, and this is the first time I have seen such a thick skin. Megan looked at Martin, then at Nicholson, and it didn't look like a lie. Martin touched Leonardo with his foot. The 3 bastards have their own tacit understanding. Leonardo said, Martin took a lot of effort to find the project of the Lone Ranger from the huge film library of Disney Pictures. He found Jerry Bruckheimer, a gold medal producer, to produce it, contacted Gore Verbinski, who has achieved several commercial successes, and found Johnny Depp. He seemed to be defending his best friend. What's the result? Martin has done all the preparations, and you took the project away in the middle. Now it's messed up, and you come to Martin for trouble? You are not sick in the head, you have a problem with your character. Megan Allison certainly won't feel ashamed. Martin sneered, look for the reason for the failure of the project from you. There is a problem with your crew, and there is a problem with your ability. He shook his head. A project with a good prospect was wasted just like this. People like Megan will not doubt that there is a problem with their own ability. But if the project really failed, it means that there is a problem with the crew. What is the biggest problem with the crew? Johnny Depp's face immediately floated in front of Megan. Leonardo shook his head. If you don't have the ability, don't complain about the environment. Nicholson stood up and said, we came here to attend Tom's celebration party, but we encountered these bad things. Let's go. Martin stood up and said, let's go, let's go. The 3 of them went straight to Tom Cruise, said goodbye and left. After coming out of the banquet hall, Leonardo asked, how was my cooperation? Martin was realistic. It was a little stiff and exaggerated, but in terms of the effect, it was enough. Nicholson made a summary speech. Megan Allison wanted to throw the reason for her failure on Martin. We stimulated her and said that she was incompetent, but people like her will not admit that they are incompetent. When they are annoyed, they will only look for new reasons and excuses. Who is the easiest outlet? Martin followed up. Of course it is Johnny Depp, who has had many conflicts with her for a long time. Nicholson said, don't look at that woman's unchanged expression. Based on my experience of meeting hundreds of women, she is about to set herself on fire. Leonardo smiled so hard that the fat on his face trembled. In the end, Depp will bear everything. Although her whole body seemed to be on fire, today was the celebration day for David Ellison's successful investment in Mission Impossible 4. Megan Ellison stayed here for a while before leaving the banquet hall. Arriving at the hotel in trance and getting in the car, she said to the driver, "Go to Griffith Observatory." The driver had served Megan Ellison for several years and knew that she was a powder keg that could explode at any time. He didn't dare to say much and drove around on the road. Megan Ellison took out her cell phone, found Amber Heard's number, and said, "See you at Griffith Observatory in half an hour." The other party replied, "I'll be there right away." Megan Ellison hung up the phone and was about to put her phone away when it vibrated. She looked at the caller ID and couldn't help frowning. It was someone from the bank. "This is Megan Ellison." "Hello, Miss Ellison, this is Judith." The voice on the other end sounded particularly pleasant. "It's like this. The bank may officially notify you tomorrow. I just got the news and called you quickly so that you can be prepared." Megan said, "What's the matter?" Judith said, "The Lone Ranger has not received a good response. The bank may take some measures, such as urging you to repay the loan." Megan remained calm. "I see, thank you." The two hung up the phone quickly. Megan held the phone tightly, and the diamond-studded 4S seemed to scream. At this moment, she remembered all the outrageous things Depp had done in the crew and publicity. Half an hour later, Megan Ellison met Amber Heard at the Griffith Observatory. Megan didn't say any nonsense and said directly, "Are you ready for what I asked you to do?" Amber said, "I have collected a lot." Megan looked down at the observatory and said to the lights all over the city, "I want Johnny Depp to never appear in Hollywood's first-line productions again, and I want him to regret all the excessive actions he made in the crew of the Lone Ranger." The last words she said were filled with endless anger and hatred. "I want Johnny Depp to be completely finished." Amber had never seen such a domineering female president and forgot to answer for a while. Megan asked, "Can you do it?" Amber originally wanted to make another big fortune from Depp, but the sponsor Megan urged her new love Musk to have a request, so she gritted her teeth and said, "I can do it." Chapter 743 Domestic Violence. In the spacious living room, Depp lay on his back on the sofa, with a few small transparent plastic bags thrown at his feet and some powder scattered nearby. Amber Heard brought a bottle of strong wine and placed it in front of Depp, and even asked her to change the glass Depp usually used to drink to one 2 sizes larger. Agent Wham came in from outside, glanced at Amber, and said to Depp, "Johnny, there is a buyer for the op now who can pay cash immediately, but he is only willing to pay a maximum of $10 million US. Depp opened his eyes, slowly sat up, opened the bottle of wine, poured half a glass directly, drank 1/3 in one gulp, and said, "How long is the deadline for the first tax arrears?" He may be confused about other things, but Depp dared not forget the famous eyes. "Will it be troublesome if it is overdue again?" Wham said, "It will be very troublesome. It will trigger the new penalty mechanism of the eyes." Depp drank the rest of the wine in one gulp and said, "Sell it." Wham nodded, "I will find an agent to handle the relevant procedures." After the agent left, Depp poured another glass of wine and picked up the glass to drink again. "Honey, you've been under too much pressure lately." Amber acted like a good wife. "I've thought of a good way to help you relieve stress." Depp's novelty with Amber had long passed, and he asked, "What method?" Amber opened the cabinet next to him, pulled it over and faced Depp. "Look, what have I prepared?" The cabinet was filled with various props. Then, Amber took off her coat, revealing a unique kink costume inside. After drinking and taking drugs, Depp was visually stimulated, and he immediately turned into a wolf. Amber had practiced role-playing with Musk for a long time, constantly stimulating Depp with words, causing Depp to get heavier and heavier. Finally, everything was over, and Depp, who was no longer excited, lay on the sofa and slept soundly. Amber quickly cleaned up the scene, dealt with what needed to be dealt with quickly, put it in a garbage bag, and threw it downstairs through the garbage channel. The people sent by Musk immediately packed it up and took it away. As for the domestic violence weapons with Depp's fingerprints, Amber kept them all. Then, Amber came to the bedroom, facing the dressing mirror, and took pictures of her injuries from domestic violence. As in the past, she stored them in Apple's cloud drive. She would save all the evidence of domestic violence, find the right media to release it, and make another fortune. Amber sorted out her mood a little, found the garlic that Depp had just used, squeezed out the juice, and smeared it on her eyes. Tears welled up, and her eyelids began to swell, as if she had been crying for a long time. She threw the garlic into the toilet, and flushed it away, took out her mobile phone, and called 911. When the operator got through, she cried and shouted, "Help, help me. I've suffered domestic violence, and I'm almost beaten to death by Depp. Please, come and save me." After calling the police, Amber locked herself in the bedroom and collapsed on the floor. Not long after, there was a knock on the door from the LAPD outside. Amber shouted to the door intercom, "Come and help me. I'm in the bedroom. I'm in the bedroom. Come quickly." She opened the door and 2 police officers entered the house. Facing these celebrities, it would be very troublesome if not handled properly. One of the police officers immediately called for support from his superiors. Everything in the room was extremely unfavorable to Depp. Amber was covered with scars, which were freshly caused, including stick wounds, slap wounds, and tide wounds. Depp himself was not only drunk, but also obviously took drugs. Amber provided the police with the murder weapon used by Depp, claiming that she was violently beaten and forced to have sex by Depp, and asked for a quick examination of the injuries. Depp was completely dumbfounded. Even under the control of the LAPD, he still yelled, "Are you crazy? Are you fucking crazy? I'm your husband. You are my wife. Do I need to force you?" Amber seemed to be seriously frightened, hiding behind a female police officer. The whole person was in a panic. "Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me." The female police officer quickly took Amber out of the room. More LAPD rushed over, and after obtaining the consent of the hostess Amber Heard, they searched the crime scene and nearby rooms, and then found a large amount of illegal drugs from a metal box marked with Depp's name. According to the procedure, Depp and Amber Heard were taken downstairs separately and prepared to go to the police station. In a business car in front of the main entrance of the building, Bruce, who was in the driver's seat, picked up his mobile phone, dialed Ivan's number, and said, "People are coming down soon." Ivan drove over in a hurry, parked the car, picked up the camera, and rushed to the main entrance. He chose a good position, and just turned on the camera. 2 police officers escorted Depp downstairs. Depp looked haggard and kept struggling. Alcohol and drugs were still taking effect, and he kept cursing. Ivan raised the camera and filmed all of this until Depp was stuffed into the police car by the police. Soon, a female police officer accompanied Amber out of the building. Amber showed the part outside her clothes, and very obvious scars could be seen. While filming, Ivan asked loudly, "Ms. Heard, what happened?" Amber's eyes were red and swollen, and she kept crying. She sobbed and said, I was abused by Depp. He beat me like this." Ivan gave Amber a close-up, filming her getting into the police car, and took out his cell phone to make a call. Jodie, hot news. Depp is suspected of domestic violence against Amber Heard. I took a video of the police taking Depp and Amber away separately. Amber had obvious scars on her body and face. After a few words, he responded, "I'll send the video over now, and you prepare the money." Ivan ran back and got in the car. The LAPD vehicle hadn't left yet, and he ran away first. In the business car, Bruce put away his phone. "It's a pity that we can't enter Depp's house," Nicholson said with regret. "We can't see the most exciting part." Martin watched the police cars drive away one after another, and said, "It's okay, you will soon see the most exciting gossip drama of this year from the media." The previous life was very exciting, and now with the 3 of them behind the scenes, it will definitely be more interesting. Leonardo said, "Domestic violence alone is definitely not exciting enough." Martin said, "Do you think that with Depp's daily needs, will he have stock at home? Since Amber Heard wants to completely tear her face with Depp, will she take advantage of this? Of course she will." Leonardo suddenly felt that he and Martin were too smart and did some things too correctly. "So, you can't get married. There will be countless troubles if you get married." Johnny Depp is a typical example. Nicholson was very regretful. "It's a pity that Depp is such a high quality mine. Leonardo didn't understand for a while. Martin reminded, Lorraine's long-term meal ticket. Leonardo said, aren't you afraid that Lorraine will be abused? Nicholson patted Martin on the shoulder. My brother is the best fighter in all of Hollywood. Martin motioned for Bruce to drive and said, let's see how things develop next. Depp's condition will cause the box office of The Lone Ranger to drop further. Leonardo asked, how will the box office perform after the film enters a working day? Bruce had been paying attention and replied, the revenue in the past 2 days was $1.98 million and $1.65 million respectively. The market response was worse than what professional organizations predicted. Martin pointed to the police car going away and said, it will only get worse next. Leonardo said, who will dare to use Depp as the leading actor in future large-scale productions? Not long after the commercial vehicle drove out, Martin received a call from Musk. Man, the wonderful show just ended. Did you see it? Musk laughed and said, don't tell me you didn't come out to watch the show. Martin said, how could we miss such a good show? Musk felt very good about himself. I'm the director of this big show, and you, the audience, should say thank you to me. Martin paused and said, Mr. Director, if there is any latest news, please remember to inform the audience in time. Musk said generously, no problem. Martin hung up the phone and suddenly found that Leonardo and Nicholson's eyes were not right. He rubbed his face and said, what's wrong? Leonardo said, are you going to be a cheating scumbag? Martin understood what he said, shuddered, and said, you too, don't be so disgusting. 10 minutes later, a video of Johnny Depp suspected of domestic violence against Amber Heard appeared on the homepage of TMZ. Although there was no real domestic violence video, the scene of the two being taken away by LAPD was clear. Many media outlets immediately sought confirmation from the LAPD. The LAPD responded to the current situation, saying that it had indeed received a call from Amber Heard about Depp's domestic violence. When the police arrived to deal with it, Amber Heard had injuries and was currently undergoing a medical examination. More and more media outlets began to follow up on this incident. Johnny Depp has not yet fallen, and the news about him, whether it is news or scandals, has enough appeal. The progress of the matter is very unfavorable to Depp. Amber Heard presented a series of evidence to the police. The part involving the so-called domestic violence is not just this time, but also many other times, even including the day of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's wedding. Amber Heard's selfies with scars also passed through her agent's hands and flowed to the media, and then were made public. Public opinion can not only affect the judiciary, but can even kill people. Driven by those with ulterior motives, Amber's so-called domestic violence photos immediately circulated in the media and on the internet, attracting the attention of the American melon-eating crowd. Even before feminism entered the picture, public opinion was already one-sided because Depp's public image has been so bad in the past year. There was a lot of criticism on the internet. Depp is a domestic abuser. Why am I not surprised at all? A drug addict and alcoholic. It is normal for such a man to commit domestic violence. What did Depp do to that woman? How perverted must he be to attack such a beautiful woman? Chapter 744 Image Bankruptcy. Accompanied by his lawyer and Agent 1, Johnny Depp came out of the police station with a dark face. Hundreds of entertainment reporters and paparazzi gathered there, surrounded him like crazy, and threw all kinds of questions at him. Johnny, how many times have you beaten your wife? Is it because you took too much drugs that caused domestic violence? What do you think about Amber Heard's accusation that you sexually assaulted your partner during marriage? You have a bad record. Do you often abuse your female partner? The police did not clearly determine that he was a domestic violence. These media were eager to convict Depp. Depp could not help but shouted, I did not commit domestic violence. Absolutely not. I, Johnny Depp, swear to God that I have never beaten any woman in my life. He defended himself with an unprecedented serious attitude. The only person I have abused in my life is myself. But no one of the entertainment reporters and paparazzi believed it. Just like most people on the internet, they all believed that Johnny Depp was the perpetrator of domestic violence. In addition to his male identity, Depp's bad image over the years is too deadly. Drug abuse, alcoholism, scumbag, lateness, big shot, giving the middle finger to fans, urinating on other crew members in public, etc. These incidents were exposed one after another, almost defining Depp's public image. This is a bad person. Isn't it normal for a bad person to do bad things like domestic violence? It is not easy to destroy a Hollywood A-list star like Johnny Depp. Since Depp urinated on the crew in public during the filming of The Martian in Death Valley National Park last year, Martin has been carefully planning how to make Hollywood A-list stars die socially and in the media. It took nearly a year to finally achieve today's results. No one is willing to believe Johnny Depp's words. Even if Depp can prove his innocence in a long entanglement later, his image in the media and the public will be completely ruined. Depp urinated in public, and what Martin wanted to give him back was not only financial bankruptcy, but also image bankruptcy. Facing hundreds of entertainment paparazzi, Depp loudly defended himself, but the effect was equal to zero. Urged by his bodyguard, lawyer, and agent, Depp temporarily shut up and got into the car. As soon as the car door closed, Depp asked loudly, "Where is that woman? Where is that crazy woman? Where is she? I want to ask her, how did I abuse her? I never hit her once." The driver started the car and left. Wham quickly said, "Calm down, Johnny, calm down." How could Depp calm down? "I haven't done anything to cause her physical harm. Why did she do this? Why?" "Johnny, you have to cheer up and deal with this matter. The evidence presented by Amber is extremely unfavorable to you," the lawyer solemnly informed. "Several key pieces of evidence she submitted to the LAPD all have your fingerprints. The injury examination showed that she had injuries on her lower body, and your DNA was detected from them." Depp said, "No, it's not like that. She saw that I was depressed, so she took the initiative to do these things to relieve my stress." The lawyer reminded, "Do you have any audio or video recordings or other people to prove it?" Depp was stunned. His mind was in a trance, and he couldn't figure it out. "Why did she do this?" The lawyer said again, "I got the news from the LAPD that the evidence provided by Amber is not just this time, but also evidence from many times in the past, including but not limited to the videos and photos she took, and the bottles and weapons she provided and other evidence." Why I'm reminded, "Johnny, wake up. That woman wants you to be completely finished." Depp, who was super in love, finally sobered up a little and asked, "Where is she? I want to talk to her in person. These are all fake. She is slandering me." For now, this is also a solution. Wham made a phone call, and his face darkened. The lawyer asked, "What happened again?" Wham hung up the phone and said, "Amber Heard is holding a press conference to accuse Johnny of domestic violence. It is very obvious that Amber Heard wants to make a big deal instead of reconciling privately." Beverly Hills, Hilton Hotel. The huge press room was crowded with reporters, and the lenses of their cameras and video cameras were all aimed at the woman in front of the microphone. Amber Heard's eyes were red and swollen, her face was scarred, and there were red marks on the inside of her neck. Accompanied by her agent, she opened a box and took out an empty wine bottle with a diameter of 7 centimeters. "During a domestic violence incident, Johnny Depp grabbed my throat with his hands." Amber first demonstrated this action, then carefully picked up the bottle and said, "Press me on the tennis table." At this point, she covered her mouth and cried. Although she didn't say anything else, all the reporters present understood what she wanted to say. There was an uproar at the scene, and flashes were lit up, and all the cameras were shooting at the bottle. The bottle was 7 centimeters in diameter. Amber calmed down and said, "Johnny Depp hurt me again and again. I just hoped it wasn't a broken bottle." A woman's fear and helplessness were vividly portrayed by Amber Heard at this moment. "In order to help Depp quit drugs, I flushed all his drugs into the sewer. Once he had a drug addiction and asked me where the drugs were. I said I had thrown them all away. Depp didn't believe it and even tore off my clothes to look for drugs in my clothes. This incident caused me great mental damage. Because of Depp's extremely bad reputation in the media in the past year, none of the reporters present doubted that this was a fabricated lie. This is something Depp can do. It's not surprising for a drug addict to do this. Poor woman, she was tortured like this by Depp." The reporters talked about it, and the pot had already been put on Depp's head in advance. Amber glanced at her agent, and the agent turned on the projector behind him, and some photos and videos were projected on the screen. The video played was the night of Johnny Depp and Amber's wedding. Depp smashed things at the wedding scene like a madman, and pushed Amber to the ground viciously when she tried to dissuade him, and hit her in the face. The screen switched to a close-up of Amber in a wedding dress, with a large patch of bruises on her face. Then, more photos or videos of Amber's injuries appeared on the projection screen. All of this showed that Johnny Depp had been committing long-term domestic violence against Amber Heard since the day of their wedding. At the end of the press conference, Amber burst into tears. "I wanted to bear it all silently, thinking about helping Depp get out of the predicament caused by drug addiction and alcohol addiction, but all I got was repeated injuries and tears. I can't continue this marriage. I hereby announce my divorce from Johnny Depp and hold him accountable for his legal responsibilities." The press room was suddenly like a pot boiling, because it meant that another super-tearing drama was about to be staged. There will be no shortage of news next. Amber did not answer questions from reporters. She left the press room alone and went to the lounge at the back. After making a phone call, she went into the reception room on the same floor alone. Megan Allison was waiting here. She glanced at Amber and said, "You did a good job." Amber said bluntly, "Boss, I need a good lawyer to help me deal with divorce lawsuits and compensation lawsuits." Megan Allison was well prepared and took out a business card and handed it to Amber. "Lawyer Bjorkman, good at divorce lawsuits and economic compensation lawsuits." Amber knew that Depp still had a lot of property to deal with. "I will make Depp a pauper." Thinking of the miserable situation of Depp, who was shitting on the crew and even on her own head, Megan Allison was finally in a better mood. She glanced at the evidence in Amber's hand and asked, "Did Depp really use it?" Amber said, "For a drunkard like Depp, it's too easy for me to get a bottle with his fingerprints and saliva." Megan Allison nodded and said nothing more and left the reception room directly. Afterwards, Johnny Depp's domestic violence scandal set off a storm in the media, and its influence quickly spread to the whole world. This super quarrel was reported all over the world. Depp also fought back, and the two sides had a verbal battle through the media. This couple, how loving they were in the media, now hate each other as much as they did. Originally, Depp could have held out for a while, but Amber's side released a killer video, and even the National Parent-Teacher Association intervened. In the video, posted on the homepage of TMZ, Johnny Depp, who was taking drugs, sat next to his daughter Lily Rose Depp. The latter not only drank heavily, but also had some powdery items on the table in front of her. Public opinion exploded directly. What kind of fairy father can do such a crazy thing? Is this Depp's biological daughter? God, please come to the world and take Depp away. The world can't bear such a great god as him. I feel sad for this girl. She has a father who takes drugs, abuses her and doesn't love her. Can't anyone take care of Depp? He's committing a crime. The American Parent-Teacher Association immediately publicized its extreme concern about this incident and would send someone to follow up. Perhaps in Depp's eyes, doing these things in front of his daughter are all trivial matters. He has been used to it for so many years and doesn't care at all. But society and public opinion need correctness. As a result, public opinion completely leaned towards Amber Heard. Behind this little white flower, there is not only Megan Allison, but also Musk, and behind Musk is Martin, who can come up with hundreds of bastard ideas a day. Under Martin's manipulation through Musk, Amber Heard shaped herself into a spokesperson for anti-domestic violence. Correspondingly, Johnny Depp became synonymous with domestic violence. A few days later, Amber Heard's attorney filed for divorce on her behalf in a Los Angeles court. The grounds for divorce were not limited to domestic violence and forced marriage. This lawsuit not only involved the division of property, but also compensation for violence. Amber proposed a compensation amount of $100 million. A lot of it was the real quarrel between these two. Chapter 745, The Rich Man Stumped by Money. These days, Martin, Leonardo and Nicholson are enjoying the gossip. Johnny Depp's divorce is really sweet and crisp. The two attacked each other, exposed each other, and showed their ugliest side to everyone in the world through the media. It is more than exciting. Look, there is new explosive news today. In the office, Leonardo raised his head from behind his notebook and said, "It's still explosive news with flavor. Nicholson, who was standing in front of the window to send a message to Lorraine, almost jumped in front of the notebook. Martin also came over. Leonardo pointed to the news that TMZ had just released and said, Depp's side broke the news about Amber Heard. The news started with a picture. The picture was taken of a bed. In the middle of the bedsheet, there was a large brown thing. Martin and Nicholson pinched their noses subconsciously and held their breath. Leonardo said excitedly, the photo was taken by Depp's nanny, and Depp said it was left by Amber Heard. A video of Depp was also posted next to the photo. In the photo, there is some human excrement on my side of the bedsheet. This is left by Amber Heard. Nicholson thought of the scene he saw at the Disney studio and said, I didn't expect that she could really do such a disgusting thing as pooping on her own bedsheet. Leonardo looked at Martin. Your friend in Silicon Valley has a very strong taste. Martin thought of the fat white man and said, it is possible that he likes this. Depp and Amber are a couple that really open people's eyes. Soon, Amber's clarification video was released, saying that it was done by Depp's dog. Depp appeared again with his teacup dog. Yorkshire only weighs 3 pounds. It is impossible for it to poop bigger than itself. Nicholson was enjoying the melon today and said, Depp should get a scale, put his dog on one side and that pile on the other side, so it will be more intuitive in the video. Leonardo pondered and said, can the fresh and the old be of the same weight? Hey. Martin found that this topic could not be continued. You two have heavier tastes. Can we not discuss this? Leonardo asked. Then what to discuss? Martin said, how much do you think Amber Heard will get out of the $100 million compensation she asked for? Nicholson replied, I remember that Depp paid off the first installment of tax arrears these days, and he still has the funds to hire a big name lawyer to deal with the lawsuit. Depp can only sell off his assets further. Martin laughed. No matter what the final outcome of this divorce and domestic violence lawsuit is, it will have a huge negative impact on the Lone Ranger. The box office of this movie is not good, and the subsequent trend will be even sluggish. Leonardo agreed. Many women's organizations on the internet are calling for a boycott of Depp's films. He asked Martin, have you launched it? Martin shook his head. No, given the current situation, we don't even need to take action. Depp's partners will have trampled him to death over the years. In the past 5 or 6 years, Depp has had as many enemies as there are production companies and crews who have worked with him. When a superstar falls rapidly from the peak, he will find that everyone around him is a bad guy. Tom Cruise's situation is not a special case. That only happened to him. The Lone Ranger also ushered in the second weekend after its North American release. Affected by all kinds of negative news about the actor Johnny Depp, the film had almost no box office growth trend over the weekend, and compared with the already terrible North American box office in the first week, it created a cliff-like drop. In the 3 days of the second weekend, The Lone Ranger only earned $4.38 million in North America. After 10 days of screening in North American theaters, this super blockbuster with a production budget of up to $250 million only earned $26.54 million. The cliff-like box office trend indicates that the final North American box office of The Lone Ranger will only be a little over $30 million. Perhaps, overseas screenings can help the box office of this film recover a little. But after the distributor Warner Brothers deducted the publicity and distribution costs, how much would be left for Annapurna Pictures? A big budget movie failed miserably, and many people were getting restless. Annapurna Pictures, President's Office. Ms. Ellison, according to our loan contract, if your business is not doing well, we have the right to withdraw the loan. Judith was also under pressure, but some things had to be made clear in advance. The huge amount of $200 million you borrowed from our bank was mainly used to invest in the Lone Ranger movie project. At present, the market response to this movie is not good. Megan Allison raised her hand to interrupt her. I will repay your loan on time. Judith took out a document and put it on Megan's desk. This is a formal letter. Megan had no money in her hand now, so she could only say, my last name is Ellison. Judith said, it is precisely because your last name is Ellison that we will extend the term to the longest, instead of withdrawing the loan immediately. I know. Megan Allison said, this loan is nothing. Judith smiled, stood up and said goodbye. We will wait patiently for good news from Ms. Ellison. Megan watched her leave and couldn't help but sigh. When there are no difficulties, the bank wants to lend you all the money. When you encounter difficulties, the bank wants to suck all your blood. $200 million in cash, plus bank interest. Even in the past, it was not a small amount of money for her. Now, where can she get this huge sum of money? Even if an Aperna Pictures is sold, it is not worth so much. Megan Allison subconsciously picked up the phone, ready to ask her father for help, but pressed a number and hung up the phone again. From childhood to adulthood, every time she got into trouble, she had to rely on her father to clean up the mess. Megan Allison didn't want to rely on her father this time. She wanted to solve the problem herself. But how to solve it? Megan Allison looked at the whiteboard opposite, on which were written the names of 4 movies, namely The Hurt Locker, Transcendence, The Lone Ranger and Seventh Son. The Hurt Locker is an investment by an Aperna Pictures, and the profit of the film itself is not very high, and the share here is even less. The return on Transcendence is negligible. The Lone Ranger may not see any return. Only Seventh Son is left. And Aperna Pictures invested $150 million in the production of this magical epic project, which was also snatched from Martin Davis. Because the post-production special effects have not been completed, the film will take some time to be released. After experiencing the 2 disastrous failures of Transcendence and The Lone Ranger, Megan Allison, no matter how confident she is, will have doubts about the remaining project. If this film is successful, she can still recover some of her losses. What if it fails? Not only will all the funds she brought into Hollywood to start a business be lost, but she will also owe a huge debt to the bank. Megan Allison suddenly had an idea to sell the copyright of Seventh Son to repay the bank debt. This film, the production cost, is $150 million, and it is a magical epic production. It is reasonable to sell it for $300 million, right? Thinking of this, Megan Allison called Wilson and Delahite, her right-hand men, to discuss related matters. Warner Brothers intends to terminate the distribution contract. Hearing his boss's words, Wilson sighed inwardly. After 2 consecutive big productions failed, the boss's confidence was hit. Is he preparing to clear out the inventory and run away? But for every day he works at an Aperna Pictures, Wilson will take on a day's responsibility. After careful consideration, he suggested, we need to finish the film first. We can quietly release the news and test the reactions of other companies. If there are many bidders, we will organize a bidding meeting, and the one with the highest bid will get the copyright of the film. Darrett had no better way. Megan Allison thought about it and said, do as you say, and finish the film first. After the 2 subordinates left, Megan thought of Johnny Depp, the culprit of the film's failure, and called Amber Heard again. I want you to bite Depp's vital points. Amber really held on to it, using the media and public opinion to torture Depp to death. In a villa on the South Hillside of Beverly Hills, Johnny Depp moved out of his and Amber's love nest and prepared to sell the house. The worst memory of his life remained there. Depp poured a glass of wine and drank most of it in one breath. He took down a treasured wooden guitar from the wall of the living room and gently plucked the strings, making pleasant sounds. The loyal old bodyguard Jerry entered the living room at this time, found Depp, and said, Johnny, there is something I must remind you. The security, driver, chef, and nanny team have not been paid for 2 months. I can't keep them stable anymore. These people, the shortest of whom have followed Depp for 5 years. Depp set them extremely high salaries, spending more than $4 million a year. Depp frowned. Let them wait a little longer. Jerry lowered his voice. They have credit cards, mortgages and other loans to repay. They can't wait any longer. Just then, Agent Wham came in from outside. Depp said, take some of the money from the sale of the yacht and use it to pay the salaries of the staff around me first. Wham was stunned for a moment and reminded Depp that money has been used to pay the taxes owed. You signed and confirmed it a few days ago. Depp recalled and remembered and said, no money in the account? Wham nodded and then told a cruel fact. The lawyer asked me to inform you that the lawyer's fees from some time ago should be settled. In the past year, Depp has encountered too many troubles, and he has used lawyers in many places, and the resulting lawyer fees are also high. Depp had a headache. Can't it wait? The law firm has extended the deadline 3 times. Wham knew very well that, if he didn't pay the lawyer's fees, Depp would not even have a lawyer in a short time. They can't wait any longer. Many years later, Depp felt the feeling of being overwhelmed by money and said, "Sell the house as soon as possible. The price is easy to talk about." Chapter 746 Cutting Meat. Malibu, a huge mansion, occupies an entire hill by the sea. Harris Carter stood on the roof, looking out to the Pacific Ocean to the west. The beautiful scenery of the sea and sky is undoubtedly one of the selling points of this house. Real estate agent Schneider was on the phone in the distance, negotiating the price with the home owner. Harris was not in a hurry and waited patiently. After a while, Schneider hung up the phone and came back. He said, "The home owner wants a minimum of $30 million US. If it is lower, he thinks there is no need to sell it." Harris understood the situation of the home owner and shook his head and said, $20 million US. This is my highest offer. Schneider did not give in. "If you say that, we can't talk anymore." Harris shrugged and said, "There are many luxury houses to choose from in Los Angeles. In this case, let's stop here." This was an unequal negotiation. The home owner over there kept urging the deal to be completed as soon as possible. Schneider also knew that it was not easy to meet someone who could pay such a large sum of money to buy a luxury house in a short period of time. He was helpless. "Wait, I'll make another call." Harris felt that it was almost done and added an important wait. "I have sufficient funds here. No need for loans or anything like that. The transaction can be paid in full directly." Schneider called again, and the house, which was listed at $36 million, was finally sold for $20 million when the seller was in urgent need of money to keep it alive. The seller also put forward a necessary condition to complete the delivery procedures and fund transfer as quickly as possible. The two parties reached an agreement, and Harris was ready to go downstairs and leave. "Wait, Mr. Carter." Schneider stopped him and took the initiative to ask, "You told me before that you should pay attention to houses in downtown Los Angeles. I have a penthouse luxury house here, which occupies the top floor of an entire building. The owner bought it for as much as $18 million, and now he is willing to sell it for $13 million. Harris knew which house he was talking about as soon as he heard it, and said, "How about this? Let's go over and take a look tomorrow." Schneider smiled and said, "Okay." Harris went downstairs, got in the car, drove away from the mansion, and called Martin. Martin answered the phone and asked, "Is it going well?" Harris said directly, "The Malibu house has been sold for $20 million. Martin smiled and said, "Not bad. It's not that I did a good job, but the owner needs cash too much." Harris said modestly, "The real estate agent specifically invited me to see a penthouse in the city tomorrow. I think it might be Depp's." Martin said, "If the price is right, take it. If you go long term, these houses will be easy to sell." If Depp was not in a hurry to use the money, he would not even think about such a price. In Davis' studio, Martin hung up the phone and refreshed the webpage with his mouse. On the front page of TMZ, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp's daily quarrel appeared again. The court will not open so quickly. This bad battle will inevitably continue, and Johnny Depp's remaining good reputation will slowly dissipate. Most of the things Amber Heard is pure rumor, but some of them are not rumors, such as the part about Lily Depp. It is conceivable that when Lily Depp grows up, she may become like Robert Downey Jr. Someone knocked on the office door twice outside, and Bruce pushed the door open and said to Martin, "Ivan just got an interesting news." Martin closed the TMZ website and asked, "What's the matter?" Bruce simply said, "Recently, there are rumors that Annapurna Pictures is preparing to sell the copyright of Seventh Son." Martin couldn't help laughing. Megan Allison has no confidence? He thought for a moment, is it planning to sell the copyright to recover blood? Bruce pulled out a chair and sat opposite. "Very likely." Martin tapped the table with his fingers and said, "We can't miss such a good show. Let Ivan pay more attention to the situation of this film." I asked, "This film uses too many special effects shots, and the post-production has not been completed." Bruce said, "Even if there is a deal, it will wait until the film is completed." Martin said, "We will also compete for the copyright." Bruce didn't understand. Why? Epic big production. Many Hollywood companies like it. Martin explained simply, just like Ridley Scott screwed up again and again with his epic films and still managed to attract huge investments, maybe some company would be so stupid as to buy the copyright of Seventh Son at a high price. He was ready to get involved, to stir up trouble of course. If we join in, we can keep abreast of the latest developments, and we can take action at critical moments to get the copyright transfer fee for the film. Bruce said, will this movie not be successful? Martin said seriously, the chances of success of The Lone Ranger are higher than those of Seventh Son. After the new century, there are too few Hollywood costume epics that are not scams, except for the Lord of the Rings series. Bruce went to call Ivan. After Martin finished his work, he took a bracelet gift box specially selected from Cartier and left the studio. Crossing the overpass between ABC TV station and Disney headquarters, Martin entered the Disney studio. Just as Bruce was about to drive the electric car, a car came from behind and stopped beside the two of them. Elena Satin sat in the driver's seat and waved to the two of them. Martin, old Bruce, get in the car. Martin and Bruce got on the electric car together. Elena Satin drove inside and said, I haven't been here for a while. I didn't expect such a coincidence that I ran into you today. Martin asked casually, aren't you starring in Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Are you busy filming? I play a small role. Elena Satin specifically said a few words. A banshee named Lorelei, a fugitive from Asgard, who fled to Earth. Martin followed up her words and asked, what superpower does she have? Elena Satin smiled and said, she can use her voice to charm and control men. Martin nodded, very good superpower. Eastern European actors like me can only get roles like this. Elena Satin smiled helplessly, it's hard for us to get good and serious roles. Martin couldn't hear her accent and asked, which Eastern European country are you from? Elena Satin said, I'm Georgian, but I grew up in Russia. We are here. Martin pointed to the La La Land studio in front of the left, just park on the side of the road. When the electric car stopped, he picked up the bag containing the gift boxes and got out of the car and said to Elena Satin, thank you. Goodbye. Elena Satin waved and continued to drive forward. Martin entered the studio, and the girl at the front desk said, Mr. Davis, Ms. Mel asked you to go directly to her office when you arrive. Got it? Martin smiled and nodded at her, then went straight to Louise's office. Seeing Martin come in, Louise turned on the TV, took out a DVD, and put it into the player. Louise said simply, it was sent by a young director. He really wants to be the director of La La Land. His name is. After glancing at the information on the desk, she said, his name is Damien Chazelle. He was born in 1985, younger than you. He doesn't have an impressive resume. He has only directed a musical called Guy and Adeline on a park bench in the past. Martin went over and picked up the director's information. He should have heard of the name, but he didn't remember seeing the film that Louise was talking about. Louise said, he knows that he has little experience. During the first interview yesterday, the director gave me this DVD. It contains a music short film he shot. I saw it, and it's very distinctive. Martin said, let me take a look at the short film first. Louise has already pressed the play button. The short film begins with a burst of intensive drum beats. A young drummer sits in front of a drum kit, practicing almost crazily until his hands bleed, and then he puts on a band-aid and continues. This is a story about the growth of a young drummer. Perhaps due to funding constraints, the duration is only about 20 minutes. The story is incomplete, but it is enough to remind Martin of a movie, Whiplash. An almost crazy drummer, plus some familiar names of directors. Martin thinks there is a great possibility, but he still needs to look at the script for details. After the short film ended, Louise said, this director wants to adapt his experience of participating in a band in high school into a movie, but he can't find investment, so he has to invest in this simple short film to attract investors. I think this short film is very unique. Martin pointed to the DVD player. Call him and ask him to come over in the next few days. I'm interested in investing in this project. Louise is now almost superstitious about Martin, and she has no hesitation. This project counts as a part of Pacific Pictures. Martin nodded. You talk to him and ask him to shoot a clip of La La Land. If he can pass our evaluation, the director position will be his. Louise said, maybe he can give us a surprise. I'm going to practice the piano. Come to the music room to find me if you need anything. Martin left Louise's office. On the way to the music room, when he passed by the dance studio, he went to take a look. Mandy Moore was rehearsing a dance, and Saoirse Ronan was also here. Martin waited until they finished a dance, and waved to Saoirse Ronan. Saoirse, who was wearing a dance costume, immediately ran over, and asked with a smile, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Martin handed her the handbag in his hand. "Happy 18th birthday, a gift for you." "Thank you." Saoirse saw the Cartier logo and asked, "Can I open it now?" Martin made a gesture of invitation. "As you please." Saoirse opened the gift box, inside of which lay an exquisite platinum diamond bracelet. She stretched out her hand, revealing her white wrist. "Can you help me put it on?" Martin took out the bracelet and put it on Saoirse's wrist. Saoirse raised her arm, swayed it back and forth in front of her eyes, looked at it from the front and back, and became happier and happier. "It's so beautiful. I like it very much." Martin pointed to the front. "I'm going to practice the piano." Chapter 747 Hollywood Bandstep. Disney Studios, the studio of La La Land. Damien Chazelle sat at a long conference table, like a criminal about to go to court, anxiously waiting for the verdict of his fate. The door of the conference room opened, and 4 people walked in. Damien Chazelle knew the first 2. One was the producer Louise Mayer, whom he met last time, and the other was the Hollywood star Martin Davis. The 2 women behind were completely unknown to him. Louise introduced Martin, Mayer and Mandy Moore to Damien Chazelle. Martin said directly, "Director Chazelle, I saw the short film about drums you shot. It's a very thoughtful film." Damien had been looking for investment, and asked directly, "Mr. Davis, are you willing to invest in this project? My original idea was to make a feature film, but I couldn't find the funds, so I had to make a short film and mail it to major companies and film festival organizing committees." He glanced at Martin, and knew that this was a rare opportunity. $3 million US. Only $3 million US. I can complete this film. Mayer and Mandy Moore looked at Damien Chazelle curiously. They came here to interview the director of La La Land. Why did he change to another film project? Damien said again, "I'm willing to transfer the copyright of this project for $1. Martin raised his hand to interrupt him and asked, "Did you bring the script?" Damien opened his bag and handed the script to Martin. "The script has been completed long ago." Martin took the script and said to Louise and the others, "You can talk to him about the rest. Don't worry about me. Let's get started." Louise talked about asking Damien to shoot a clip based on La La Land first. Martin's energy was completely focused on the script. Whiplash, written on the cover of the script, literally means whipping. He read the first third and turned directly to the end to see the ending. The script was very complete, and the conflict in the story was mainly concentrated between the drama student and the teacher. After reading the script, Martin was completely sure that this was the whiplash. After Louise and the others interviewed Damien Chazelle and agreed to shoot the clip, Martin returned the script to him. Damien looked at Martin expectantly. "Mr. Davis, can we cooperate on this project?" Martin looked at his watch. "Wait here for a while. Someone will come to talk to you about the transfer of copyright for this project." "Okay, I'll wait." Damien did not forget the most important thing. "There is a prerequisite for the transfer of copyright. I want to be the director." He did not want to be a screenwriter with no status. Martin nodded. "This is your story. Of course you are the director." Damien was relieved. Davis Studio is just across from Disney Studios. Not long after, Jessica rushed over. After a short wait, Damien's agent also arrived. The 2 sides officially began negotiations on the copyright of the Whiplash project. Martin, Louise and others left the meeting room and had a brief discussion. Including screenwriter Mayer, the 3 people interviewed Damien Chazelle and thought he was very suitable to be the director of La La Land. Mayer said to Martin, "I have a very strange feeling that the ideas of this young director are particularly in tune with my ideas. His shooting concept, opinions on the script and song and dance design are exactly what I want." Martin nodded slightly. "We will make a decision after he finishes shooting the clips." Before noon, Jessica and Damien's agent negotiated the project transfer and bought the script copyright of Whiplash for $50,000. Although Damien Chazelle said that it only cost a symbolic fee of $1, his agent naturally added the later share in the negotiation. Of course, Jessica disagreed, and the script was finally traded in the form of a one-time buyout of the copyright. At lunch, Martin and Harris met secretly. Depp was in urgent need of money and completed the transaction of the Malibu seaside villa with Harris as quickly as possible. The two sides are currently negotiating the top floor mansion of Columbia building. It's mainly the price. They are too ruthless and ask for too high a price. Harris said while eating, the market value of the house is $18 million and the listing price is $16 million. They actually won't sell it for $12 million less. It's too much. Martin asked, what do you think is the lowest they can accept? Harris said, according to the latest news, Depp has defaulted on the salaries of his staff and the lawyers' fees of the contracted law firm. He is about to face Amber Heard's divorce and domestic violence lawsuit. He needs a large sum of money to stabilize the people around him to respond to the lawsuit. I'm confident that I can cut the transaction price to less than $10 million. This is the person who turned Martin's idea of selling stars into reality and earned full college tuition by selling stars in the sky. Martin believes in Harris's ability. You can decide the details yourself. Harris smiled and said, we have already got the two-masted antique yacht. Should we put it up for sale now? Sell slowly, don't rush. Martin recalled the news he had read before and said, send someone to London, England, to contact J.K. Rowling. Before she closed the door to write a new work last year, she was said to have a strong interest in Depp's antique yacht. Depp didn't want to sell the yacht at that time, and it ended up in vain. Harris said, I'll have someone go to England later. Martin said, this thing is mainly about eye contact. In the eyes of people who like it, price is not a problem. It is said that with the super high income brought by the Harry Potter series, J.K. Rowling's wealth can rank among the top 5 richest women in the UK. When Martin left the restaurant, he received a call from Saoirse Ronan. Teacher, do you have time tonight? She knew that Elizabeth Olsen was not in Los Angeles, so she said directly, you didn't come to my 18th birthday party, so I can only invite you alone. Martin said, if you have time, where to go? I'll send you the location later. Saoirse hung up the phone. Not long after, Martin received a screenshot of an electronic map and found that it was not a restaurant, but a small villa area outside Beverly Hills. He replied, I'll be there around 6:30. Bruce, who was driving, saw Martin hang up the phone and said, when you were having dinner just now, I got a message that several companies that were originally interested in cooperating with Depp on film projects have given up the idea. Martin said, this is normal. If it was just domestic violence and divorce, Depp would still be hired by the crew, but he has messed up 2 films in a row, and the box office is so low that it makes people crazily angry. Who would be willing to use Depp except for the film companies with holes in their brains? Bruce said, Depp can't rely on the income from film remuneration to get rid of the current economic crisis. Martin smiled and said, this is also good news. The more assets Depp sells, the more money he loses. Santa Monica, Lionsgate headquarters. McCormick, the company's business president, glanced at his deputy Andrew and said to director David Cope, you strongly recommended Johnny Depp to play the leading actor before. Judging from the current situation, this is not a good choice. Lionsgate launched a comedy project called The Noble Thief, and David Cope will be the director of the project. Who in Hollywood would be willing to use Johnny Depp as the leading actor if they have any aspirations? David Cope was not unhappy at all, but felt lucky. Depp had already exposed these bad things before the crew really contacted him. He said, if I insist on using Depp as the leading actor, won't it make the film touch the landmine? McCormick said, in the future, Lionsgate will not use Depp in any film project. Andrew replied, boss, you made a wise decision. Transcendence has been withdrawn from North American theaters this week, with a cumulative North American box office of $21.54 million. The Lone Ranger had a bad start and the box office trend was even worse. The box office of $30 million seemed to be within reach, and the gap of several million dollars seemed to be within reach, but in fact it was far away, and it could not cross this threshold, even when it was withdrawn from North America. Burbank, Warner Pictures. Faced with the Project Black Mass submitted by the famous producer Brian Oliver, John Berg, who is always full of genius and creativity, finally became an ordinary person for once. That genius brain did not let go of itself when faced with Depp's name. John Berg looked at the names of the 4 candidates behind the male lead, including Guy Pearce, Benedict Cumberbatch, Christian Bale and Johnny Depp, and directly crossed out Depp, and said to everyone in the meeting room, in the future, all projects of Warner Brothers must not cooperate with Johnny Depp, even for supporting roles. Assistant McDonald immediately wrote it down. Brian Oliver asked tentatively, Christian Bale should be used for this male lead. Bale. John Berg did not have a good impression of Bale, because that guy messed up Pharaohs and Gods. However, under Brian Oliver's persuasion, John Berg agreed to let Bale audition for the male lead in Black Mass. That afternoon, various branches within Warner Brothers, including Warner Brothers, Legendary Pictures, New Line Cinema, etc., reached an agreement not to cooperate with Johnny Depp again. 20th Century Fox, Paramount Pictures, Universal Pictures, Sony Columbia and other companies have also reached the same tacit understanding. An actor who is embroiled in scandals, unpopular with the public and the media, and no longer has commercial appeal, the result that awaits him can be imagined. These news flew out of various Hollywood production companies, into the ears of media reporters, and into Johnny Depp's home like wings. Hollywood did not ban this statement, but it was equivalent to banning Depp in disguise. Many wooden guitars collected by Johnny Depp were smashed into broken pieces of wood that night. It is said that Johnny Depp, who was drinking and taking drugs too much, was rushed to the hospital by his bodyguards that night. But there were few sympathizers. In the eyes of the media and the public, the loser Depp was not a fighter who tenaciously fought against alcohol addiction and drugs. Instead, he was an alcoholic and a drug addict. Chapter 748 Couple Dance. Just after dark, an ordinary Chevrolet sedan drove into the single-family villa community outside Beverly Hills. Martin, who was driving, made a phone call and quickly found the destination, then turned directly into the courtyard of a villa. The door of the villa opened, and Saoirse Ronan stood at the door and waved. Martin got out of the car and went straight into the villa. Saoirse closed the door from the back. All the windows of the villa were covered with thick curtains. There was no daily furniture in the living room. Mirrors were installed in some places on the walls and ceiling, and the floor was covered with smooth wooden floors. Martin's eyes swept through the hall. In front of the mirror on one wall, there was a foot presser. On the opposite wall, near the mirror, there was a row of black sofas for rest. Opposite the sofa, there was a steel pipe standing from the floor to the ceiling. The large living room of the entire villa was decorated as a dance studio. Saoirse smiled and asked Martin, "Teacher, this is the place I bought for practicing dance. Is it okay?" Martin looked up at the mirror on the ceiling and said honestly, "It feels a bit weird." Saoirse said, "I just learned a new dance. I'll show you." Martin sat on the black sofa. "Okay. I'll go change into my dance clothes." Saoirse opened a door next to her and went into the dressing room. Not long after, Saoirse, who was wearing a black dance dress, came out of the dressing room. After fully warming up, she picked up a remote control and played music. She danced to the rhythmic accompaniment. The black dance dress set off Saoirse's white skin. High difficulty movements such as high leg lifts, splits, backbends and backflips proved that her body, which had practiced dance for a long time, was particularly flexible. The music was about to end, and Saoirse bent her legs with one hand, and ended with a standing split. She was a good girl who kept her word. If she said she would perform a split for Martin, she would definitely present it in the most exciting way. Martin clapped his hands and cheered loudly. "Excellent. Saoirse, you are great. Teacher, as long as you like it." Saoirse took a breath and came to the center of the dance studio. She pulled the steel pipe with one hand and turned like a top. Smooth, skillful, and obviously practiced a lot. The music sounded again. This time it was a bit more powerful. Saoirse suddenly took off her dance clothes, tore them off suddenly, kicked her legs and climbed up. The dance was like a dream, like a swimming dragon. This is an amazing performance art that shows outstanding physical strength and flexibility, allowing people to fully experience the unique charm of dance. It didn't take long before the solo dance turned into a duet. That night, Seois Ronan tasted the infinite possibilities of life. The next morning, Martin and Seois left the villa together and got into the Chevrolet. "Take a rest today, I'll take you home." Martin started the car. Seois nodded. "I'm a good student who listens to teachers." Martin gently tapped her lips with his finger. "Where did you learn so much from?" "From the art film of the Holy Valley." Seois said seriously. "I asked Lily for a sculpture, and Lily made one with a 1:1 ratio. I often use it for practice." Martin's eyes twitched, and he must interrogate Lily in private about what unreliable things she has done in private. Seois secretly observed Martin and said at the right time, "Don't blame Lily. I asked Lily for help." She also gave Lily a good person card. "Lily is a good person and has been helping me." Martin thought of the unreliable Lily and said, "I will help you give her a good gift later so that she can feel your kindness." Seois always felt that this was a bit wrong, but she was only 18 years old and could not figure out the special meaning. Martin sent her home. Before getting off the car, Seois specifically said, "Teacher, Elizabeth is not in Los Angeles in the future. If you want to see dancing, just call me, and I will wait for you in the villa." Martin nodded slightly. "Go back and have a good rest." Seois smiled happily and got off the car, put on her backpack, put her hands in her trouser pockets, and whistled into the house. Monica Ronan just came out of the kitchen with breakfast. Seeing Seois, she called out, "Come and have breakfast." Seois touched her stomach and said, "I'm full and can't eat anymore." Monica asked casually, "What to eat?" Seois walked towards the stairs and said, "Of course it's a nutritious breakfast." She entered the room, fell directly on the soft bed, and soon fell asleep to catch up on her sleep. On the other side, Martin made an appointment with Nicholson and Leonardo to have breakfast at a restaurant in Century City. Nicholson was always well informed. He said, "I got the news that, because the box office of The Lone Ranger was too dismal, the lending bank has issued a formal letter to Megan Ellison, preparing to withdraw the loan." Martin put down the peeled eggs in his hand, picked up a glass of milk, and said, "Cheers to this good news." Leonardo clinked his glass with him and said, "Annapurna Pictures must have lost $400 million from the two films Transcendence and The Lone Ranger. Most of this money came from Megan Ellison or the loans she made." He couldn't help but admire. This woman has a really good psychological quality. If it were other investors, they would probably have to go to the Golden Gate Bridge. Nicholson said, "Because she has a billionaire father." Martin said, "If it were an ordinary person, let alone other things, the pressure from the bank alone would crush them." Leonardo put down the glass and said, "With so much money, I might have been depressed and never recovered." "That's not right." Martin deliberately said, "You can throw yourself into the arms of a rich woman and become a real winner in life." Nicholson asked, "Like mean?" Thinking of how awesome Mean was, Martin and Leonardo were speechless for a moment. That was a winner in life. The three of them went to Las Vegas after the Oscars and attended Celine Dion's party. Celine Dion's husband also attended. He was calm in the face of Mean and solemnly entrusted Celine Dion to Mean. These were completely impossible for the bastard trio to do. Martin sighed and said, "It would be great if I could meet Celine Dion or Megan Ellison when I was in Atlanta." Nicholson was an experienced man and could see Martin's mentality at a glance. "At that time, you were a pauper, living in the slums, with an empty wallet. You were willing to wrong your brother for money and wanted to achieve class leap just by relying on your brother." Leonardo understood what he meant and continued, "Now that Martin, this bastard, has more than 10 billion, of course he is not willing to wrong his brother and pay more than 10 billion for money." He was heartbroken and knocked on the table and said to Martin solemnly, "Stay true to your original intention. You have to stay true to your original intention." Martin ate the egg and said, "My original intention is to make a lot of money and sleep with many beautiful women. It has never changed." Leonardo glanced at Martin's plate and asked, "Why did you choose all high protein foods?" Nicholson said, "Is there any need to ask? He paid hundreds of billions last night." Martin said nonsense casually. "High protein can keep the body active and make people full of energy at all times. After breakfast, the three of them took a car to the Los Angeles courthouse. On the way, they deliberately passed by the Columbia building, where Johnny Depp and Amber had lived before. Martin pointed to the top of the building and asked, "Who is interested in the penthouse apartment? Depp's house is only $9 million. The downtown area is too chaotic. I like a quiet environment." Nicholson was not interested at all. Leonardo said, "I'm afraid of being suffocated by the strange smell." He mentioned one thing: Johnny Depp has a new nickname, called Depp the Domestic Abuser. Martin said, this name will accompany him for the rest of his life. Nicholson concluded, Depp's acting career in Hollywood is basically over. Half an hour later, Martin and his group came to the Los Angeles courthouse together. Today, there will be a trial here. 3 Depp followers, led by Howard Boot, are accused of attempted murder and endangering public safety and will receive a just trial here. Martin and Bruce are both victims and witnesses. Originally, Martin was thinking whether he could meet Johnny Depp here, but Depp did not attend the trial at all. Even the luxurious lawyer team that Depp had promised in the media before was gone. Now Depp can't protect himself and can't take care of other things. In this trial, the prosecution won a great victory, and Depp's 3 followers were sentenced to prison terms ranging from 3 to 8 years. Some work had been done privately long ago, such as Howard Booth, and the other 2 would be imprisoned in the state prison in the same area as the Affleck brothers. Perhaps the Affleck brothers would thank Depp's followers. After all, there were people who helped them share the pressure of picking up soap. Means childhood friends were always in and out, and they could ensure that there were always people in and out, so that they could fully experience the joy of picking up soap. Glendale, DreamWorks Park. In the post-production room, the special effects and post-production of the crew of Seventh Son were finally completed. Producer Wilson breathed a sigh of relief and found Megan Ellison, who came here specially today, and said, "President, the film is complete." Megan Ellison was silent for a moment and asked, "Warner Brothers hasn't scheduled a schedule yet?" The schedule that was originally intended for Seventh Son was given to other films. Wilson had no choice. Annapurna Pictures had 2 big productions that failed in a row, and the distributor would definitely doubt the next one. He said, "It will most likely be scheduled in September, the off-season for movies." Megan asked, "What about terminating the contract with Warner?" Wilson could only tell the truth. "This is also Warner's idea." Megan Ellison no longer hesitated and said, "Let's execute our plan. We will use the theater in DreamWorks and send invitations to major Hollywood companies to invite them to try out Seventh Son and negotiate copyright transactions." This was a last resort, and Wilson responded, "I'll get someone to do it right away." Megan Ellison hopes the film can sell for $300 million. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 749, You Don't Need to Speak. Hi, Steven. Martin saw Spielberg as soon as he got off the Escalade. He went over to shake hands with the old man and said, "It seems like this is my first time to come to DreamWorks." Spielberg said, "Can I take you on a tour?" It was still early, so Martin followed the host's wishes and said, "I'd love to." The 2 went directly to the exhibition hall of DreamWorks. The entire DreamWorks park is very large. When it was first established, it involved various aspects such as film, television, music, and media, and was known as the 7th largest giant in Hollywood. Like many joint enterprises, the partners can fight side by side when things are going well, but fall apart when they encounter difficulties. As the 3 giants of DreamWorks turned against each other, DreamWorks fell apart. David Geffen took the lead in leaving with the music and media business, and then DreamWorks Animation Studio was separated by Jeffrey Katzenberg. The film and television production department of DreamWorks, controlled by Spielberg, was struggling and even gave up independent distribution in order to survive. Of course, all the losses were the company's money. Spielberg is still the 2nd richest man in Hollywood, second only to George Lucas. Walt Disney has offered a high price of $4 billion to acquire Lucasfilm. Industrial Light and Magic is not included in this price. Martin simply looked around the exhibition hall. Spielberg was busy with the post-production of Lincoln, and he was embarrassed to delay the old man for too much time. Coming out of the exhibition hall, Martin, led by Spielberg's assistant, came to the DreamWorks theater, where the preview of Seventh Son was held. On the way, Martin met Erickson from Disney Pictures and Claude from 20th Century Fox, and they went together. With Spielberg's assistant, Martin and Bruce entered the theater very smoothly. Perhaps due to the negative impact of the box office failures of Transcendence and The Lone Ranger, not many people came to participate in the preview of Seventh Son today. Martin and Erickson are familiar with each other, and they sat together in the middle. Erickson knew that Martin and Megan Ellison had many conflicts, and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Martin smiled and said, "Everyone in the circle knows that I was the first one to be interested in the project of Seventh Son. Later, my office safe was stolen, and then someone suddenly jumped out to snatch the project from me. I don't have strong funds, and the copyright of the project fell into the hands of others. This matter has long been spread throughout Hollywood, and many people who have heard of it have looked over here." Martin said again, "Now the project is filmed and produced, but I came to see how I gave up. After all, it was a movie that I passed by. Come to see if the movie is still a failure." Claude laughed and said, "The other two films that Annapurna Pictures snatched, but all failed." Another person interrupted, "It's still a miserable failure. Can the invested funds be recovered by 20%? Erickson said seriously, "Maybe after 10 years of a flying operation, it can be. The big productions made by other companies failed, and the people present felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in their hearts besides eating melons." Claude asked, "Martin, you have always had a good eye, and the projects you personally selected have basically been a great success. Are these projects not intentional? What a joke. Before a movie is released, who can guarantee that it will be successful?" Martin shrugged, "A good script is only the basis of a good movie. Aren't there many good scripts that are made into bad movies? My studio's filming and production are not the same as other people's filming and production." Someone next to Claude suddenly whispered, "Pay attention to Martin later. He knows this project very well. If he offers a high price, we will consider following up." This touched Claude's heart. Apart from the producer and Annapurna Pictures, the person who knew the project Seventh Son best was definitely Martin Davis. Not only them, but many people were secretly observing Martin. In the box on the second floor of the theater, Megan Ellison saw Martin and asked, "Who invited him here?" Darrett next to him said, "I looked at the invitation list, and Martin Davis is definitely not on it." He took out his mobile phone and made a call, and then said, "It was someone from DreamWorks who brought him here." Megan Ellison looked very unhappy, but didn't say anything else. This is DreamWorks territory, and since everyone is here, it's impossible to go down and chase them away in public. Delaright asked, "Boss?" Megan Ellison thought she was not afraid of Martin, and she didn't intend to change her plan for someone, so she said, "The preview and subsequent intention transactions will proceed normally. Let Wilson get ready." Delaright went to the screening room next door. Megan Ellison sat at the front of the box, staring at Martin below, and suddenly remembered something. When she first entered Hollywood, her plan was to take the art route to win awards, and the first film she participated in investing in, The Hurt Locker, was also of this type. But with the scripts of Seventh Son and Transcendence in front of her, and with Martin Davis's reputation endorsement, she did not hesitate to change her established strategy, and chose a more profitable commercial production. The result is today's dilemma. Megan Ellison wondered, if she had insisted on taking the art route of The Hurt Locker, would Annapurna Pictures dominate the awards season? On the first floor, Bruce reminded Martin, "Megan Ellison is watching us on the second floor." Martin said, "It's okay, I came here this time and prepared a gift for her." He would never allow Annapurna Pictures to use inferior products like Seventh Son to harm his Hollywood counterparts. At this moment, Martin decided to protect the entire Hollywood film industry. Boycott Seventh Son. The big screen lit up, and the preview began. The film was different from the script Martin had seen. In addition to fantasy, witchcraft, adventure, and fighting monsters, love element were added, and the film was made to look darker and crueler. The effect was like adding fuel to the fire. This is a typical Hollywood assembly line production of magic epic film. The special effects scenes are very gorgeous, and most of the investment was spent on special effects. 10 years ago, if there was such a level of special effects, this film might have attracted attention. But over the years, the audience has been dazzled by the fancy computer special effects, especially the appearance of Avatar, which has brought CG special effects to a peak, and also raised the audience's threshold for special effects films. Including Martin, none of the film experts and senior buyers present were moved by the special effects. When the subtitles of the film ended, and the theater suddenly became quiet, Erickson suddenly asked Martin, "What do you think of this film?" "Not as good as The Lone Ranger." Martin said his true opinion, except for the Lord of the Rings series. It seems that there has been no successful magical epic film in the industry for a long time, right? The people attending the preview were concentrated in the middle area. The theater was quiet at this time, and most people heard these words. Wilson came from the backstage at this time, stood on the small stage, waved to everyone, and said, "Guys, long time no see, this movie is well done." Claude responded, "No wonder I haven't seen you for a long time, you went to Annapurna Pictures to be a producer." Wilson waved at him, and said in response, "This film is well made, and has strong commercial element. Annapurna is preparing to transfer the copyright. If you are interested, you can contact me." Martin gave Bruce a look. Bruce suddenly raised his hand and said, "David Studios is willing to buy all the copyrights of this film for $30 million. Everyone's eyes fell on Bruce, and then turned to Martin. Martin smiled and nodded. If Annapurna Pictures is really willing to sell it to him for $30 million, he can make a fortune by selling it to Netflix. Claude from 20th Century Fox reacted very quickly and immediately followed up, $35 million. The others did not actively participate, but instead looked at Martin frequently, waiting for him to bid again. If they sell this film for $30 to $40 million, it is not impossible to make a profit if they release it and go public. Martin shook his head and said to Bruce, "Old Bruce, let's go." The two stood up and walked into the passage and walked out of the theater. Erickson followed without any hesitation. Claude came with them, and he didn't care about the previous offer, and stood up and left. After the three people left, the others couldn't sit still, and followed one after another. Soon, there were only 2 or 3 kittens left in the theater, that originally had nearly 20 people sitting. The buyer from Lionsgate said, "Wilson, $40 million. If you sell it, we'll sign the contract today." Wilson looked at the light on the second floor. Megan Allison in the box didn't say anything. He said, $40 million is a joke. It's definitely not possible. The buyer from Lionsgate turned around and looked around. There was no one left from the 6 major companies. Thinking that Martin Davis, who knew the project better, was only willing to pay $30 million, he sighed, picked up his bag and walked out. Wilson looked at the 2 companies that hadn't left yet. One of them waved his hand, indicating that he was just watching the fun. The representative of the other company quoted a price, $30 million. "If you agree, we will sign the contract and pay the money immediately." Wilson thought to himself, "Are you crazy?" He held back his anger and said, "Your offer is too low. Someone just offered $40 million. But the one who offered $40 million is gone." The representative pointed to the entrance of the theater and said, "If you go find him now, he won't even offer $30 million. Although the other party was right, Wilson couldn't help but retort, "If you don't know how to talk, you can just keep silent." The man held up 5 fingers and said, $30 million. 5, 4, 3. When he said 1, he turned around and left. Judging from the market situation of Transcendence and the Lone Ranger, $30 million also has certain risks. After all, buying the copyright is only the basic investment, and then it needs to be promoted and distributed to have enough output. All of these require money. The theater was empty. Wilson looked around and could only see Megan Ellison on the second floor. This preview and intention transaction failed. Chapter 750, Inside the Mask. After the Escalade drove out of the DreamWorks campus, Martin made several phone calls and learned about the latest situation in the theater through the DreamWorks people. Bruce asked, "Has the film copyright been sold?" "No, the price is not right." Martin put away his phone and said, the people from the big companies have left, and in the end, I don't know which company is the buyer, and they only gave $30 million US. Bruce said, for a production of $150 million US, $30 million US, to be honest, is really too little. Martin said, if the distributor buys it, they will have to promote it and push it into the distribution channels. If they don't invest another $30 million US, don't even think about releasing it on a large scale. Bruce was puzzled. You still want to buy it? Martin explained simply, I asked you to pay $30 million US, but I'm going to increase the price by $10 million US and resell it to Netflix. Bruce couldn't help but said, do you think Netflix is a garbage recycling station? Martin laughed. The two chatted and went back to Burbank happily. In comparison, the atmosphere in the DreamWorks theater was a bit depressing. Megan Allison sat in the row of chairs in front of the screen, looking at the alloy screen that was as smooth as a mirror, and didn't want to say anything. It was not surprising that Seventh Son didn't sell. But what did the offer of that group of bastards mean? It was a completely insulting offer. In the end, the guy's offer even went back and offered the same $30 million as Martin Davis. What was Martin Davis's status? What was his relationship with her, Megan Allison? Giving $30 million was normal. How could anyone compare to him? Megan Allison still maintained full confidence to the outside world, and she was still full of confidence in herself, but in fact, she was already confused. She asked Wilson, where are your connections in Hollywood? Keep selling Seventh Son to them. Wilson told the truth. The deal of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars, the little favors I had with them before are not enough. Megan Allison asked again, do you think we can continue to find someone to distribute and release this movie, and it will be successful? Warner Brothers has terminated the distribution contract with Annapurna. Wilson couldn't answer this question, because the film market has no reliable formula or inevitable success rules. Hollywood has been using the successful model it has summarized over the years, shooting commercial films in an assembly line style. There are many successful works, but there are also many failures. In recent years, there have been more and more failures. It seems that many markets and audiences no longer buy into the successful Hollywood assembly line model. In his eyes, The Seventh Son is a typical work created according to the assembly line success model. None of the buyers from the first line distribution companies looked down on it. Wilson had no choice but to say, Martin's influence is too great. Megan Allison already knew what happened before, nodded slightly, and said, you continue to contact him privately. If possible, $300 million. She clenched her fist and further lowered her psychological expectations. $200 million is also fine. Wilson knew it was difficult, but as long as he was in this position, he would work hard to do a good job. After all, this job at Annapurna Pictures would not last long, and he had to consider the next job. Megan Allison stood up holding the armrest of the chair, and the face that looked like Larry Ellison no longer had the same confidence, and said, take the copy and go. In a Japanese-style mansion in Woodside, San Francisco, Larry Ellison sat in the tea house, skillfully fiddling with Japanese-style tea sets, but his eyes fell on David Ellison opposite. Originally, I thought this son was not very reliable, and my daughter's personality and behavior were more like him. But it turns out that we can't just look at daily performance. Only after actual operation can we know that Megan is really not as good as David in big things. Larry asked, is Megan not doing well? David was in Hollywood, so he naturally knew about it, but he was a smart man and would not comment on his sister casually. It's all written in the media. Larry nodded. Can't you do anything? My Skydance doesn't have the distribution capabilities, and even if we buy Megan's movie, we can't send it to the theaters. David didn't want to get involved in his sister's affairs. Anyway, his father has been partial to her since he was a child. Skydance no longer invests in production independently. I'm involved in other companies' compilation projects. Larry understood his son's thoughts and said, I know, you don't have to worry about this matter, but take care of your sister's safety in Hollywood. David can still do this. Although Hollywood is self-contained and always cheats outsiders, they dare not mess with the Ellison family. What's the matter with Martin Davis? Larry Ellison asked. A man who came out of the slums of Atlanta succeeded in getting to the top by sleeping with one woman after another. It can even be said that he is a typical example of a successful gigolo. David said so, but there was no contempt in his tone. If his father wasn't Larry Ellison, and he went to the common class, could he have worked as hard as Martin Davis? According to Hollywood rumors, Martin Davis could satisfy 2 female producers at the same time. David Ellison asked himself if he could do it. Larry frowned. Is this guy difficult to deal with? David Ellison said, very difficult to deal with. He has a deep relationship with the Donkey Party. On the outside, he has the halo of an American national hero, and on the inside, his identity as the leader of the Coca-Cola cult can influence the ownership of many basic votes. He has a very good public image, and is said to treat his friends and people around him very well. His actual character, how should I put it? I think it is more appropriate to describe him as a mad dog. After biting the enemy, he will bite off a piece of meat even at a great cost to himself. Another point is that he can use public opinion, manipulate public opinion, and he is very rich. David Ellison obviously made a detailed understanding. Some media reported that his net worth is at least $1 billion. I feel it is more than that. He invested in Elon Musk's Tesla some time ago, and he also has certain shares in Apple and Netflix. I personally estimate that his net worth is about $2 billion. Larry Ellison said, I understand. David said no more. After drinking the tea prepared by his father using Japanese tea art, he left quickly. Larry Ellison picked up his phone and made a call. You take care of Megan. Don't worry about the details. Just leave it as it is for now. Burbank, Davis Studio. In the newly decorated film room, Martin, Louise, and Jennifer Siebel are watching the new film that the latter has shot and produced. Last year, after Jennifer Siebel got a lot of first-hand information and budget funds from Martin, she started shooting and producing the second film. She is the producer and director of this film, and also appears in the film. At this time, the film has been shown to the end, and Harvey Weinstein has been sentenced to prison for multiple crimes. This is a documentary called Behind the Mask. The specific content is the cause and effect of the Weinstein Gate and a series of related cases. The filming of this film received strong support from Martin, and Jody, who knows the cause and effect best, also appeared in the film. In addition, there are dozens of victims including Jennifer Siebel. There is no doubt that this is a documentary about Jennifer Siebel's display of women's rights and accusation of Harvey Weinstein. But it was filmed really well, mainly because it met Martin's position and needs, and portrayed Harvey Weinstein as a demon on earth. The film ended, and the lights turned on. Jennifer Siebel breathed a sigh of relief, but looked at Martin and Louise. Strictly speaking, she had already left Hollywood. As an actress and director who once had dreams, Jennifer Siebel hoped to be recognized by top professionals in the industry. Louise stood up and gently hugged Jennifer. Thank you for speaking up for all women. This documentary is an amazing achievement. Jennifer nodded vigorously. This is what I should do. Martin looked at Louise and thought that women's empathy really works well. He went over and shook hands with Jennifer. I plan to push this documentary into theaters and apply for the Oscar Documentary Award next year. This time it was Louise's turn to praise. It was worthy of Martin. Gavin Newsom is now the Deputy Governor of California. You are going to give him an Oscar statuette. With the current political correctness in Hollywood and Martin's experience in running the Oscars, who else can compete for the Oscar for Best Documentary after this film is released? This was completely beyond Jennifer's expectations. She originally thought that, as long as Inside the Mask was on Netflix's on-demand website like the previous one, it would be enough. But Martin meant that it should not only be released in theaters, but also applied for Oscars. This was not bad and Jennifer felt it met her needs. Although the production cost of this film was paid by Davis Studio, she also spent a lot of time and energy. Gavin also valued the subsequent effects of this film. At this point, it was not only the person who was pulling the votes, but also the family. Jennifer Siebel said with a smile, Martin, thank you for your concern. Martin said with a smile, this is a movie invested by Davis Studio, of course it must be operated in the most stable way. Jennifer Siebel would naturally not refuse, and said, as a director, I will follow the arrangements of your producers. Louise pointed to her watch at this time. It's almost noon. Let's go to lunch first, and then discuss the specific matters after lunch. Jennifer Siebel followed the host's wishes. Okay. Martin led the way. There is a very unique restaurant on Broadway Street. I have booked a seat. While the three of them were having lunch, they further discussed the specific distribution and award-winning matters of Inside the Mask. If you want to be selected for the Oscars, the film must be released in Los Angeles theaters. This is a prerequisite. Of course, these are not difficult for Martin. He doesn't even need to find a distributor. He can directly contact several theaters and book a private screening. No one can expect this kind of documentary to have too many viewers in box office. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.